Morning, traders, and it's a fast market indeed right now, guys. We need to take a look at what's going on right now as the jobless claims tumbling to 218,000, well below the estimate here, down 14,000 from the prior week. Upward revised figures significantly less. The Dow Jones consensus was 235,000. So, yeah, definitely coming down a little bit here. Continuous claims, which run a week behind, were little change, falling 2,000 to 1.926 million. So there you guys have it. There's some stocks on the move there. And SPY is being a pretty hard hit here, guys. So let's take a look at the action. We are leaking. The only question is, when will we get the bounce, right? We'll talk all about it today. I do got a swing trade on, of course, that I'm keeping a close eye. I got to keep a close eye on it. LAC was doing really well this morning, and I'll talk a little bit more about my swing coming up. But the SPY taking that trickle down, right? You saw it there at 8:30, did take that little bit of a hit there. But really, we're not far from that 8:30 level. That's right here, right? So we're right on the bottom of that. Are we going to catch the dip, or are we going to start to break down a little bit further here? Of course, this is exactly where we were yesterday. Actually, no. Well, this is where we were on Wednesday. Let me get that right. Last week, Wednesday, we were right around this area. We're pushing out of this, right? Tuesday, then all of a sudden, boom, right back down, right? So now we're trying to catch some support. We could go a little bit further down, maybe towards like the 657. We'll see if we start to crumble through that 657. That's when we really will start to see some more leaking in the market. Sorry about that. Phone dropping there. But yeah, we'll take a look around, guys, and there's a lot of stocks getting hit. Yesterday's stock of the day that got destroyed was BE, guys. And then this is getting hit even harder today. So that tells me look out for an FLNC trade on the downside. And you guys see it already this morning getting hit. It also got a little bit of a pop. This is going to be a potential short for me today. So I might take this shot already here in the pre-market. So let's go ahead. Let's try to get a little bit here. I didn't want you guys to think I was front running this, but I do like this name to the short side today, and we'll see if we're able to get it. Big thing is rejecting that 1120 area. As we got back above 1120s, we could start to reject here. I would love to try to get an 11, so I'm going to wait for that. If not, it could come crashing through the 1050s. We'll see what happens here in FLNC. And I could get a pretty good amount already, so we'll see what happens. Maybe I take a little bit of a starter and then look to add above 11s on this name. All right, that's if we're going to be coming down. Of course, the VIX jumping on this, and the Qs are going down there, so could be going after the VIX. Yesterday, I had a really good trade on in the VIX, and a little bit upset. Didn't really cash in on it, guys. I was up about like 130, and then I let it come back to me, and it just broke even me out. But hey, we'll see what happens on the VIX there. VIX is spiking to 34.55s already, getting the spike there. Just as I talked, we were looking at it, and it's already lifting there. We'll see if it continues to lift here. Another 16 cents there. That's the SPY trickling, right? You guys can see how it's right on the low there. Trying to recover a little bit, but definitely taking a hit. What are stocks that are taking a hit here also, right? Of course, Oracle on the downside there, and NVIDIA taking a hit there, down to 175, even though the good mentions, of course, about the OpenAI mentions, but definitely taking a little bit of a hit there. It's not good for the market, and this is not going to be good for the quantum names. IONQ, a name that I was looking to potentially short yesterday. You guys saw it top out later in the day, got up there to the 76, now really starting to get hit hard. And of course, Jim Cramer coming in here and shorting this thing, or at least talking about it. I'm sure he knew somebody that was short, and he came in to help them out. So that's what you call a good friend, or maybe insider trading, but we ain't going to get into that action. IONQ there, definitely getting the hit down there towards the 70 spot. We'll see what happens if this really leaks out. Rigetti could be another potential short here. So there are some plays to be played, right? We got to continue to watch. Will these names hold on? Of course, yesterday, Rigetti coming back from 13 on Tuesday, all the way back to 10. That was a 20% drop there, right? So we'll look to see if we catch some dip here. Some dip needs to be bought. If not, it's going to be an ugly Wednesday or Thursday here. We'll find out, guys. But man, This is kind of ruining a little bit of my trade myself. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on my trade that I have on the swing side. You can see how much red there is, and a lot of the names that were strong are starting to fall fast. This is why I was talking to you about yesterday, how the froth was really getting high and the euphoria in the market was really high, guys. I mean, I definitely did see it. Didn't mean that it was going to stop anytime soon, but it also told us to be on alert, right? So Oracle, of course, the database fell 3%. I was worried about the AI trade continues to drag the stock lower. Some were looking that it could see Oracle drop. It says that it sees a 40% drop ahead for the stock. And this was Rothschild and Redburn that initiated coverage with a sell rating, definitely stepping up to the plate and trying to knock it down. Intel, though, did get out a report there. It was moving higher this morning, now starting to pull back with this, as Bloomberg reported that Intel is approaching Apple with investing in the chip maker. Talks are in early stage, and the report says, but this is something to take a look at. So Intel trying to continue the party going. And if one thing that is certain, I think Trump's going to try to help make this deal happen with Apple. So I think, like I've mentioned with Intel, I mentioned it down here at 24 and 25, so you didn't get mad at me at 30 that now I'm talking about Intel going higher. Well, I'll continue doing it, guys. When Intel's 60, you guys don't be mad at me that I never brought up Intel, because, man, this thing has changed tunes, and it is rocking and rolling. I don't see it stopping anytime soon. All right, we'll see what happens on other action there. Open trading firm Jane Street disclosing a 5.9% stake in the online real estate platform, sending the shares 5% higher. The stock, of course, has surged more than 400% so far this year. Is this the bounce to be had in open? Well, it already getting the flush here, guys. From 870 down to 820s already is open right back down. The door seems to be closing on open door. Oh, yes, it's at the door, and it looks like it's closing there. We'll see what happens on that action. We'll see what happens in the small space. There's some small names moving here. I see PSTV moving up there, EVAX moving up there, and there was some other ones that I was watching earlier. Don't have them right now, but EVAX doesn't look too bad here on this pullback. Did get a nice little pullback there. EVAX back down to 422s, was up there to the 560s here. Looks pretty good off this 420 area. Do we take a trade right now and see what we can do here? See if we can get a little bit of a bounce here. Doesn't look bad if it holds the 420 area right now. So if I took this, I would be holding really tightly towards that 420. Haha, pun intended. But yeah, you just undercut there. You tried to undercut back through the 416 spot. This could start to ramp up a little bit here. Let's see if it gets going here on EVAX. I don't know if where's my penny stock traders at? Where's Kevin when I need him? Where's Josh when I need him? We'll see what happens. Doesn't look too bad. Did get some volume there at the 426, 4,000 shares. So it looks like I wasn't the only one watching it there at that 420s. We'll see if maybe it comes down and then eventually makes a rip higher. It's one that I definitely want to keep on the radar for today in the small cap space. So somewhere between $4 and $4.30. Definitely on the radar. All right, let's keep going. We can take a look at different names. SoFi dropping down, Lemonade, AMD. So many names, right? And this is going to turn the market today. This is where it's like, tough on my SDML trade, guys. So I had this swing. It was up there this morning, even trading up there towards the 680s. I'm in at 647. I was up about 5%. I was looking for the rip higher through the 680s towards 7. But man, if this market keeps tumbling the way it is, it's going to be very hard to catch this long. So what will I have to do? I will either have to open up shorts to kind of get around this, or maybe take a VIX long, or just cut the position. And cutting the position is the one that hurts the most. But of course, it's how it is sometimes. You can time it correctly, but if the market doesn't want to help, that's what happens, guys. So you can see here, this was looking really good, like it was going to break out above the 7s and get into this box. And now it's pulling back into this zone. And it could drop all the way to 620s. So I got to be very smart with it. And if I need to, get out, and get back in. That's just what it needs to be sometimes. You need to be willing to get out and then get right back in. So we'll see what happens on this action there. Of course, LAC, the mining stock, popped another 21%, putting it on pace to build on its massive 95.8 surge from the previous session. Lithium Americas, of course, ripping higher on Wednesday with that move there. And this morning, even after hours, I was thinking about playing the $6 spot. That should have been the move. I could have sold that rip to $8 this morning, a $2 rip, guys, 33%. Actually went as high as from the 6 spot, 43% higher. Yes, you heard that right. So LAC still in play. And I was playing this yesterday. I was just holding really tight on like a 10-cent stop. And then in the after hours is probably when I should have taken my shot. But yeah, this just went higher, held on, and now it can make a little bit of a pullback. Now that it did that rip, I'd be looking for maybe an attempt back towards 6. If it gets back above 7, goes to 850, 9, that's going to be great for my stock, right? I want to see stocks in the space continue the strength higher. All right, we'll see what happens out the action out there. It's good to see you guys. Vic G in the house. I see you out there, man. All right, looking around out there to see some other action there. I did see that Hertz was moving a little bit there. Oh, there's EVAX right back above towards the 430s, trying to get the lift above that, and we'll see if it gets going there. It did do that dip towards 411s, now starting to get the move on. Let's see if we can grab this thing here. Trying to grab some right now here. Let's see if I can get the pullback entrance here. No pullback fill just yet. Trying to get a pullback fill towards the 430s so I can risk on the 420s here. We'll see what happens on EVAX. Order is out there. Taking a trade here really early on. Trying to grab this little rocket ride in EVAX, right? So we just got the pop. Orders out there for a little bit of a dip buy here. Let's see if we can get it. I'm at 430s. If it doesn't come back to me, so be it, right? That's the way I look at things a lot of the times. We'll see if we can get an entry. Here it comes really close, and it just went off of my entry. Did not want to let me in, so I'm stepping up to the plate here. I just stepped up there, grabbed the 36 there. So you guys get 35s. I got 35s there. So you see 435s right here, 200 shares. Let's see if this can start rocking and rolling, getting right back up there towards the 480s and then going higher. FLNC, though, giving me the alert, tells me to pay attention to that name. It's starting to break the 1050 and could just keep letting go, right? So this is not a bad name to maybe reverse, maybe go short, right? This is not a bad area to maybe start taking a look at this. I would love for this to bounce, but there it is. It's already losing altitude, guys. And this bounce is the one that I should have been looking at 8:15. Just was a little bit busy making my coffee. We'll see what happens there. This is continuing to drop and looks pretty good. All right, there. Now we're up towards the 448s there on EVAX. Looking good here on the play, this penny play. Now starting to get a little bit of a pop. Now we want to see the volume come in and it really start to take off here. So there he goes. A little bit more of that control there. Putting out a limit ad here to see if we can really start to pop out through the 450s, start to come back up towards the 5s. Not taking a crazy size here. It's pre-market, right? But just trying to make a little bit of a trade here on the setup. We'll see if we got a nice name here in EVAX. All right, it's holding right here in the 440s. Now I just want to see it maybe do the 430 move, but nothing more than that, and just start to take up. And we want to get back to the VWAP, 470s, and get towards 5 in a hurry. If we can get to 5 in a hurry, we can really start to reverse this pattern. And it starts looking a lot better as it approaches what? Trendline approach. Trendline approach. That's towards the 480s, and then we'll look to see if we get the pop. Right now, I could hold off kind of the 424 areas. That's really where you don't want to see it kind of break right now. That's kind of on the 15-minute, that bottoming right around this area. So pulling back right towards my entrance here. I'm going to actually cancel my ad, but I have it at 420s right now. There's the move off the 441s. Now starting to look a lot better. Now we want to see it take 450s real quick as it tapped the 430s and now right back up. Let's see if it starts to rock and roll here. There we go. Looking a lot better on the 1 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute so you guys can follow it now and stick around. Let's see if this EVAX trade works out. All right, so now we want to see buyers step up at 450s. You want to see some size roll in there at the 450s. So I'm seeing size right now lining in there at the 441s. Let's see where the wall is. The wall right now at 435. And there's a good pullback volume to go off of that. So now we're seeing very limited volume on the upside. This has the potential to go if it can get through the 450. So right now, I'm just staying on the sideline. I'm not adding. I'm waiting to the 450 break, and then I could add and hold off the 440s. There's 443s, 444s. There we go. Now we're looking a lot better. Now I'm going to try to go ahead and get a little bit of an entry here to add. There we went right towards that 450s, right? So I'm trying to get an add here. It's starting to push there off the 450s. I'm just looking for the slightest dip down below, and then I'm going to get an add here. All right, looking good there at the 450s. Might have to step up on 450s. I'm looking for 448, something like that. There we go. That's it right there. Let's try it. Boom. Just added there, guys. Now up there towards 442. 400 shares, looking for the break above 450s for the breakout. Any pullback back towards like kind of 430s, 435s, we just get out of the trade. So I'm trying to set up here for the bigger rip, but also being careful as I size up, right? I talk about this. It's okay to size up, but you got to be tightening down as you get pullbacks, right? Understanding that you're looking for immediate gratification in your direction. So at this point, a rip above 450s going to like 470s is what we're looking for. If not, get the heck out. Get the heck out while you still can. All right, ready to go here. Let's see if we can get this going. There's the 440s, tapping, tapping, tapping. Now we just need to get back above this 455 and start to rock and roll. You'll also see to the left how this acts as resistance right around the prior resistance. So you see here, there was some support here. You broke it. You started acting as resistance. Now you're trying to break that spot and go higher. Here's 448s looking good. Now let's see if we can drive this through the 450s and get this to rock and roll. Let's go. Let's go. EVAX, Money Mitch. Let's go. Let's see what Money Mitch can do today. There's 450s starting to go, 452s looking really good. Now I want to be break even. So if it comes back to 440s, I'm just going to get out. So I'm just looking for it to rip above this 450s. If not, just get the hell out of this trade, right? So setting myself up for success, that's all you can do. SMR, really dropping there. Let me take a look at SMR. Oof, SMR dropping fast there, guys. A lot of trades dropping today. It's going to be hard to hang on to my SDML trade. I'm going to hold on right now, but it's not looking the best. EVAX, a lot of trades. Your swing trades are going to be looking tough right now. And SDML might just be a let go for me. I might have to just let it go, guys. And that's okay. Got to understand that. Especially in the funded account, we can't get acting pretty when the market turns around on us. And the market, it seems like it's turning around. We really need this to start bouncing at some point. All right, there's the EVAX 453s. It's looking good. Just needs to rip above this level and now start to really climb to the VWAP. And we want to see VWAP buyers, and then it start to really come back towards 5. Right now, any pullback even to the 9 EMA, 442 could get me out. So that just tells me more and more. Just look for buyers at 450s to continue to drive this stock. If not, step out. 441 has 1,000 shares on a pullback. And that's right where I'm at right now. So just looking for this to drive above this 450s. And if it doesn't drive 450, that's like a key spot, right? We should get the drive. Might get one more pullback and then the move higher. That's what I'm looking for. All right, guys, what's up out there in the chat? How we doing? It's good to see you guys. We'll be looking into the market today and talking also about our trading competition. So stick towards to learning a little bit more about that coming up, guys. All right, let's see if we can get above this. Oh, there's a little bit of that dip buy, trying to get towards that 40s and 30s, and there it goes, right back to the 30s. I'm out there, guys. I'm not going to fight with this thing here. And it came right back up towards the 40s, so it could have been the liquidity search, and then now it starts to rip higher. Yeah, that's exactly what it was, liquidity search. I shouldn't have freaked out a little bit, guys. It was just more the way that the market's trading today. I didn't want to fight too much. Look how it came right back up. This is what I mean by the liquidity search, right? So it went down there and right back up. I could get right back in this above the 450s, but you can see how that dip right there, what does it do? It makes panic longs really quickly get out. And then all of a sudden you're right back in. Why? Because there's a lot of dip buying that went on there. In the 430s, 2,000 shares. 431, 2,000 shares, right? So there was some buying that happened there, not selling, right? And then what happened is there's a lot of stop outs that are also being triggered there. And then all of a sudden now you're right back up, right? So that's just how it goes. Sometimes I'm going to probably leave this one alone. It could probably rip above the 450s, but now I don't want to get too pretty before the open here today. I am down 60 already on the live trade account. Well, not the live trade, the day trade account, right? So just trying to be smart here. But does the setup look good? It does. I shouldn't have got caught there at the 430s. Should have maybe gave it to the 420s. But that's just what it was. Remember, I was trying to hold off the 441 and it was a quick move. So I just reacted and cut it. But it still looks good there to recover the 450s. We'll see what happens there in EVAX. I'm going to stop watching it because if not, it's just going to give me FOMO. But if you guys still like it here on the 450s, I wish you the best of luck. All right, we'll see what happens there on that EVAX. Let's go back to the overall market. Let's take a look here. What's going on in the market today? Another car company that's getting hit here that I got to say, I'm going to be right on some names, and then I'm going to be wrong on some names. This is a name that I've been wrong on. And it's kind of interesting because it's a story where I'll learn from it, right? It's about leaders. It's about also leaders and maybe sticking with the leaders, right? So I thought this was going to be a great year for CarMax. I thought it would be one of the best years they could ever have because of what's going on with pricing, right? But they're actually having a really bad year. And it just goes to show you how much this Carvana run has really given a big lift. And for that being mentioned, Carvana looks like a short today, just to mention that. And that's all based on that KMX chart. But we can talk about that towards the open. But we'll see what happens with that. Definitely CarMax taking a big hit. They posted earnings that were really disappointing, far below the expectations. The EPS outlook was $1.04, and we didn't even get 80 cents. We got 64 cents. So big hit there and disaster stock of the day in KMX. All right, we'll see what other names are moving out there. I saw BlackBerry moving, but that doesn't even get my attention at all. Transocean, of course, doing what? Another offering. Yeah, I mean, it's rig, right? This is exactly what this company does. Just gets up a little bit and then gives you an offering, right? All right, let's go focus in on my stock here. Definitely got to focus in now. Starting to lose altitude is SGML, and this is where it's like, man, these are the tough days where the market is essentially might cost me this trade. Right? And that's the hardest thing that I talk about all the time is when the market can cost you a trade, right? Like this was working really well early, and now because the market pullback, it's actually costing me, right? So those types of things we need to be focused on and see what happens right now at the open. Can we finally get a bounce here? LAC is bouncing. That's what's keeping me at least a little bit in this trade. If LAC was down to 6 already, I'd be a little bit quicker to the gun, right? But SGML definitely is going to be a focus out the gates here because I'm just slightly up. And I was up a pretty decent amount this morning. I was up like what, 26, 30, almost 30 cents. So we'll see what happens there on SGML, which is of course Sigma Lithium. Oh man, should have taken that 6 from the 6 spot here on LAC. I was thinking about it last night. It's just hard for me to buy after hours. It's not something I'm commonly used to. I don't mind buying at like 3. Very rare do I buy, let's say, like at like 7 or 6 p.m., right? So we'll see what happens with that name to see if it can keep rocking and rolling. Of course, the SPY being affected by jobless claims, but really, I think it was just more of a matter of profit taking happening. Finally, those momentum names finally showing a little bit of weakness. And what are they doing? They're doing the I'm not going to let you in short trade, right? Where it's just drop, not really bouncing. So if we get flush downs, what's going to happen is to get short these names, you'll have to chase, right? You'll have to be far away from yesterday's action and you're chasing the action. That's why I think it is going to be a short. That's why I'm a little bit on the fence about keeping my SDML trade. But forget about that. Let's go ahead. Let's start the show. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to take a look into the markets. And of course, we'll try to be focused here for the bell. All right, let's kick things off. Let's go to, of course, the countdown and start Trade the Pool. Let's see what our trading can come up with today.
Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
All right, let's get things started. Let's bring on the man. What's going on? How we doing, Michael Noss?
Good time to be alive. How are things going? Looks like we're getting a little bit more of a pullback here.
Yeah. Of course, you can. Some are thinking Kramer. Some are thinking a note out by Jeffries yesterday. And that's just how it goes sometimes.
We're down 1% off all-time highs. It's
No,
like, do we
I'm
need
just
a
like,
reason? You know, like,
which one of Kramer's friends shorted these stocks so that he could come on after 4 and talk about the short, right? Because I don't know, man. I don't even know how this stuff is legal. These shorter influencers that just come in, just down the stock. They
me,
have to know somebody
right?
with exposure.
If it's Kramer, it means we're probably done pulling back in them, or at least we're going to be done soon.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
anything, I'd be like,
the whole-
okay, Kramer hates them. Back up the boat. Come on. We'll get and it's wild just to see, right? That, you know, this IONQ, for example, it goes up 75% and then pulls back like 10%. And everyone's like, ooh. Like,
Watch out.
you know, if you're trading something that goes up 75% in a day, it's gonna, if you're scared about a 10% pullback, what are you doing? You know, it's like people who are looking at open there and saying, oh, well, you know, this thing's down 30% from all-time highs. Like, yeah, it's up 1,800% from the lows here. You know, it's people get into volatile stocks and then sometimes get surprised that they are volatile in both directions.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, we go up a bit, we go down a bit. So I don't know. I heard you say it earlier, and I'm with you that I think it's just, you know, it's been from this last kind of major pullback, even use this one, to now, it's like a 5% straight up move in the market. So yes, people are going to take some profits. They're going to ring the register on some, you know, pull a little bit off the table. You know, what excuse they're using for it, who knows? But this is not anything that I'm worried about. And I'm just looking at it as, you know, you don't make money until you sell. So a lot of people, you know, taking a little bit of cash off the table, going after the lower quality names first, which they're first on the way up. They're usually first on the way back down. It makes sense. And, you know, trying to hold on to their NVIDIAs and names like that. So, you know, it's now saying, okay, well, where do we think a logical pullback in an uptrend would make sense? And I talked a little bit about this yesterday. If for this whole move, you just go and you start, right, you pop a VWAP to this low and then we stop right there. So, okay, let's pop a VWAP to that low. We never got pulled back on that, but if you keep doing it the whole way up, so we had this pullback, let's put a VWAP on that. Oh, look, we stopped right there. Okay, let's put a VWAP on that low. Let's get rid of some of these first. And it's just been the whole way up. And it makes sense because this is how algorithms fill orders, right? So we had a VWAP from this low and we stopped right there for the last pullback. So if the pattern, we can do it one more time, put a VWAP here. Oh, and look, we stopped right there twice. So if this pattern is going to continue, then we can put a VWAP on this low. And if the bot's still there buying, that's been buying the whole way up, that's like 655. So that's another little bit to come down, maybe another percent or so from here. And we're at 657 in the pre-market. So we're getting close to there anyway. So this is the area I'm going to watch just to see, because this trend has been insanely consistent on the way up. Is you get a pullback to a major VWAP, We know that there's orders that get filled around theirs where they've testified in front of Congress that it's so. So we're getting these buys. So now if this pattern changes, that will, I think, be the first sign of, okay, this is something going on. But if we pull back into 655, we base around for a little bit, get a little bit of support here, then it's just going to be kind of business as usual. Mute it, or unmute it. One of us are muted. I don't hear you.
Yeah, accidental hard click there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I never mute on the actual platform, so I was like, well, "What's going on?" But yeah, so I think we might just have to take some pain out the trade, right? Like if you were long yesterday, right? So you might have to be able to take a little bit of pain here, or get out and willing to get back in, right? So that's the key here. We might just get a quick opening dip, and then that dip gets spot, right? And so it's hard sometimes to hold in. That's why it's always important to understand where your outs are, right? Know your outs so that if you need to get back in, that's okay too, right? And that's where I'm fighting myself, like let's say like on my SGML trade, right? This morning, pre-market, looking great. It's up like 160, right? Looking for it to continue. But then what can happen sometimes is the overall market can come back at you, right?
Yeah, so I'm in for my swing trading, I'm in a bunch of cash just because, and this is it's a good lesson too, is the worry that some people have about moves like this. Well, it just means you really don't have a trailing stop in place. So like yesterday, I got trail stopped on a whole bunch of winners that I had. So now I'm sitting there in cash. So that's why you then switch to okay, where do I think we could potentially bounce? And trying to look for that, as opposed to people who never had an exit plan. Again, we talk about it all the time. Bubbles and crazy bull runs and everything are amazing unless you don't have an exit plan. And if you don't have an exit plan, then you're screwed. So you should be in some sort of scenario where the last couple of days has hopefully raised some good cash for you in a positive way, and then you have that money, and you're like, okay, it's what do I do with it? So as the market's pulling back, and I even shudder to call this a pullback, being down like 1.5% from all-time highs. But as the market pulls back, this is where you start to make your list, right? You sit there and you say, okay, show me names that aren't getting hit very much. Show me names that maybe I really liked, but I missed, when you're going and go, oh man, I missed that move. Well, go back to those names and start to kind of mark out levels in which you'd be interested in getting involved, because unless the bull market's over, we're going to pull back. We're going to find support somewhere and then start bouncing higher again. So if you can figure that out, if you can figure out where, then great. You'll have a nice little trade to take off of. So it's just, don't get stuck with a deer in the headlights because we're down 1% from all-time highs. Start to, this is the time to get to work, especially for long-only swing traders. Is make your list, right? Have everything set up, have it ready to go, develop your plan, and then wait for the market to prove to you that this pullback's over and we're starting to move higher. And then you can act on that list, right? Now is the time to make those plans. It's really, for discretionary swing traders, this is where all of the work is. Right? Just like get to work.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Definitely some traders out there on a little bit of the panic side, I think, today, telling me more and more that maybe we just get a little bit of some chops in between that today. A little down move, a little up move, a little down move. So,
well, and I would say if you are panicked 1% down from all-time highs, just wait until the next actual correction comes.
that's just how I mean, this market is going to tame them sooner or later. I've been talking about it.
Yeah, like if you're panicked now, holy smokes, you are doing it wrong. We're down 1%.
I mean, I was in a chat room this morning, and I could just see it in the chat. I could see it in the reactions of traders, and so that's why I'm a little bit more on the fence about like holding on right now. I am holding on because my trade's right there, right? It's right near the break even, but this is where it's like, yeah, they might just try to wash some traders out the gates here. VIX was right around these levels yesterday too, the VXX. I didn't sell at these levels yesterday because I felt like it was going to break the resistance from Tuesday, which was right at this level too. like this 34.76. So I think we're watching here also to see if we get a VXX jump above 35s, because I think you might get that quick move there, and you can start taking a look at the VIX, the SPY, to see what happens there, to see if we can maybe hedge a little bit. That could be a bet too, right? I can maybe take a little bit of the VIX, hedge a little bit, take the ride up, sell the rip, and then look to hold on to my key position, right? So we'll see what happens there as an
Well,
opportunity.
that's a common way. I don't know why everything moved around on me there. That's a common way to there we go. To for people, especially tax is boring, but if you have a bunch of positions and they're up pretty big and you're getting near the end of the year, there's a lot of times where you're like, well, I don't want to pay the tax on them this year. So what I'll do is take an offsetting position. So, yeah, VIX is a fine one. If you think the move is going to happen quickly, then VIX is a good way to do it. If you think this is going to be kind of a slow grind down, obviously VIX, with the degradation that it does and needing increased volatility to go
Yeah.
up, you could use double leverage, triple leverage. Some people just short different stocks, right? If you're
Yep.
long Nvidia and you think semis are going to go down, you take an SOSX or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, start to think about just little mini hedges. And the beauty of that, if you're doing that, that means you have excess buying power. And if you ever have excess buying power, you should be celebrating pullbacks, because it should just give you good prices and good chances to get stocks that maybe you wanted and you missed, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of these quantum computers, right? Is the game completely over, or are we just going to pull back? And then we could do a shout out to our buddy Steve and just say, well, okay, what's 50% of this move just from the breakout here? Well, 50% of this moves all the way down at 60. So you still have a long way to go to get there. You've still got 15% down to just get to the 50% retracement of this particular move. So maybe you start setting alerts on the way down. If you're looking at this chart and saying, oh, I missed this, and I really think quantum computers are the thing. Again, it's not, it's time to have some cash, raise some cash, and look for a little bit of pullback. But again, we're down 1.5% from all-time highs. So
Yeah.
if we're going to ever get into correction, well, correction's all the way down here. What, 10% down is at like 620.
Well, a
So
trade you can look on when we get these times like this, sometimes people just shift towards the value focus, right? When you get these moments, they stop looking so much at growth, rotate to value long. Apple is viewed as a value play, and it is going higher this morning already. I think that's exactly what I'm kind of talking about. Traders looking for a trade to the upside. So Apple's starting to get going off the 153s. Apple mentioned with a potential investment into Intel, as Intel searching to get Apple into the party. We'll see what happens
wow,
with that.
that would be actually a hilarious story, because one of the main reasons Intel's in the crap that it is because Apple got so mad at how bad their chips were, they made their own chips. All right.
Yeah.
And that's what's in all the new Macs and iPads and iPhones. Like, I had an old Intel based Mac and it was horrible because it was just too hot and it sucked the battery, and it was awful. So they got so mad at that they just said, screw it, we're making our own chips. And then they made their own chips. So that would be a really full circle story where they, not on their own, but they in part caused the crash of Intel, and then they come along and buy some when it's 1/3 of the price it was when they started to make their own chips. That would probably go down in history as a really, really good business move.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one. And I think it's just interesting. I think what it is that, good old Donald Trump has already done this deal. So, one of the things is, like I talked to you guys, if the US government is going to take stake in a company, betting against it is almost dumb. I think at this point, it's literally just doesn't make sense to me at all. What makes sense to me is them helping them get deals, helping them push for things to happen. And when you're the president knocking on people's door, people tend to answer. Right? So
Mhm.
I just wouldn't bet against Intel one single bit. And if anything, like I've talked about, I still see Intel higher. I think it's going to be a 60 at some point, maybe next year. So I don't want to miss this run either. So I'm going to keep trying to take pullbacks on the weekly chart on Intel seriously. So take weekly pullbacks on Intel seriously could give me the opportunity to come in on the next weekly long kind of pullback.
Yeah, I took a little bit here yesterday. We talked about this where I wanted to see. I just took very simple, right? A VWAP. I anchored it to the high of that move,
Mm-hmm.
and it was resistance here for a while. So I said I wanted to see a couple 30-minute closes above it. So on this candle right here, I just bought some
Took a shot.
and
Yeah,
took a
not
little
bad.
shot. And I just want this to be something that is a long time out, right? It's
Yeah.
not something that I'm looking to do. Kind of like my UNH position. Like, this is if I can get a decent move here on Intel, out of this gap and maybe to fill the gap up here at like 35s or so, I bought enough that I'll pair off some of the position, and then I just want to like move the rest into that account that I don't look at, just lock it away,
Yeah.
and leave that one for the kids, kind of thing. Because I agree, it's too big, and semiconductors are too important defensively to not have this company survive. So the way I look at it is that come hell or high water, this will be something that I think will cross administrations. Like when Trump's gone, whoever's next is in, they're not going to say, okay, we're going to completely divest from Intel right away. They might not have made the move to buy it, but you need onshore semiconductor production, because we saw what happened in the pandemic. Even if there's a slowdown in semis, that was one of the main causes of inflation. I remember hearing about, okay, we can't get cars, we can't get microwaves, we can't, everything's got a chip in it, and we can't build
Everything
any of
is
it.
needed.
So
And then Intel does have abilities to kind of pivot, right? And start looking for different opportunities. I think they're going to just keep looking to partner with the top companies to try to get themselves back up. We'll see what happens there. Starting to see at least some little bit of some taming out there, but like especially like an IONQ is going to be a big watch for me out the gates, right? Is it just a complete like kapow right out the gates, or does it just trickle down? Trickling down will actually get me like watching for the rebound, right? Because if this is really gonna be a wash, they're not gonna let you to come back to short this thing, right?
mhm.
So they'll just dump out the gates, like bid, 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 bid. So like if you were even trying to like get out, like you're like chasing the limit down. You're like limit to here, limit here, limit here, limit here. And I think that's what we need to look for if this is an epic sell-off or not. It'll tell us it, I think, out the gates. So that's what I'm going to be watching for. I don't feel it. I don't think Michael feels it. I think it's just everyone trying to call the turn. And we talk about this all the time, right, Michael? Everyone wants to play the hero. Everyone wants to call the turn.
One of my favorite sayings in all trading is that bears sound smart, bulls make money. I always remember that meme with the bell curve, and you've got
Yeah,
like the really dumb guy and the really smart guy, and they're both saying buy stocks, they go up, and then you got the guy in the middle screaming inflation and stagflation, and like, yeah, it's
Eh,
you, you got to separate the people who are trying to just sell you content and
yeah,
people who are trying to make you money. Because right, if it's just if it's a newspaper, it's the same as just watching like the local news. They want you to be mad and scared, and that's how they make money. So
yeah.
it's not as bad as the news say, and it's never as bad as the market says. That's why, yeah, focus on price. Market stocks go up, they go down. The market will tell you when it's time for
Yeah.
the stocks to go down, right?
And it's okay to take bets. There's a whole nother thing to just get reckless, right? And that's what I think happens a lot of times. So traders start taking these bets to the downside and they get reckless with it. That's not the idea here. If you want to take
Hmm.
big bets, I understand. That's fine. That happens. But realize that when you're betting a squeezing stock, the odds of you catching the time perfectly right are very slim, right? And so what happens is a lot of traders start trying to call the top on these big breakouts, right? And they're just getting blown up. I can even show you guys on Twitter. There's been a couple guys that have been talking about it, how they're blown up. And why? They were shorting these names and they were like,
Mm.
it has to come down. It has to come down. No, I'm going to add here. Now it's going to come down. And you guys even saw me take some hits this week. I can show you them on IONQ, but they were measured, and that's okay too, right? Like Just keep things measured. Know when you're wrong, admit when you're wrong, and don't try to play the hero because those end up like zeros, guys. And that's what the truth is about trading, is that you can be a little late to the move if it's going to be this size move, right? If this is the size of the move, I can miss this small portion at the top to give me conviction and confirmation that the trade is really kind of crashing, right? Especially when you're trying to call a turn. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. I did want to go ahead and mention before the open here about our new competition coming up, guys. I want to get you guys really ready for it, of course. And this is going to be an interesting one, guys. It's going to be starting, of course, and you guys can see here on the screen, October 8th, right? And it's going to be going towards the 13th. It's going to be 600,000 in prizes available. The fun part is what we're going to do with it, right? So the way that the competition is going to work is that it's going to go from the 8th to the 10th, and you're going to be competing against Ackman to try to get into the final round. The final round will be on the 13th, where select few of traders will make it. And that will be the real test. That's going to be where Money Mitch will be in Trader TV's studio, and so will Michael Katz, and we'll be trying to compete against those traders, right? So it's going to be exciting, and that day is all about P&L, right? We're going to start from zero. That one day, it's going to be the competition, the true day trading competition. So join up now, guys. I'm going to throw up the link in the chat here so that you guys can go to the webpage and start to fill in the information. Don't miss it. Don't be that guy that there's always some guy that's like, oh, you guys are doing a competition now? It's like, dude, you heard me talking about this for weeks. Now you want to talk about you want in on the competition after it started. It's not the way it works, guys. You got to join now. Just sign up. Have fun with it like we do, right? Last competition, Michael and I making over $1 million, right? I mean, we ain't going to be too mad about testing our skills again, right? And that's what these are for. These are a test of skill and also for fun. View it like that. And also maybe view it as, hey, I've been really using this strategy that's working, and I would love to see how it would do if I was really big. Not just small, but really big. And how I could trade that. That's what I think these competitions are really for, right?
It's a good desensitization, right? You trade, you look at P&L, depending on it, and I notice it in the trade the pool account versus my account, right? So my personal account is larger, so being up 5-10 grand, being down 5-10 grand, that's normal kind of market fluctuations. And then you see that in the trade the pool account, it's a couple $100 or $1,000 up or down. It's a big deal. And then you go to this account where you're making like 250 to 500,000 up and that down, and it just helps kind of desensitize you. I feel like what's Clockwork Orange, where they tape the guy's eyes open, they show him all the when you're making or losing like 500 grand in the day, even though it's simulated money, I find it helps. You're like, okay, in this account, even though it's simulated money, because it's a competition, it feels more real. And you're like, man, I just lost 250 grand over there. My $40 loss in my real account, it doesn't feel as bad, right? It's not as worrisome,
Yeah, and it also teaches you to not be so attached to the P&L, right? That we talk about, Michael, right? Is that sometimes it's focused on percentages. So for these competitions, one recommendation could be like having your account not showing the actual money, but the net percentages, right? And this is why we talk about percentages all the freaking time here, guys. Because really, like you see on this bottom left, I've been doing it on my funded account. I have the net P&L percentage here, but you don't see the unrealized here. There's a reason why. I don't need to be seeing that. As long as this percentage is in the green, really, I don't need to be freaking out about, let's say, down a 0.1, right? Because that shouldn't be the way that you're trading, right?
Because at the end of the day, that's what you're paid on, right? You are paid on whether or not the percentage gain, right? It just doesn't matter if you're up.
Exactly.
That's why people, on Twitter and everything, I don't put much stock in it. Like, oh, I'm up $1,000 today. It's like, okay, that means less than nothing to me, right?
Yeah, I want to know how much share size you had. I want to know what percentage return you had. What was the risk? What was the potential drawdown? right? Because there could have been at some point where that guy was down $5,000 and then he made $2,000. Well, I mean, is that really a good trade, right? Those types
Right.
of
So
things.
yeah, if you were risking 10 grand to make, if you made like, yeah, I risked 10 grand and I made a grand. Well, that's a horrible trade. If you're like, oh, I risked $100 and I made $1,000, like, good for you, man. That was a great trade. So
That's
it's very
awesome.
much
10x.
yeah, it's very much what were you risking versus what were you doing, and yeah, so that's why it's really, I like these challenges. A, it's more fun to swing big like that, but B, there's a big there's a big mental benefit, I would say, just because you're doing that kind of desensitization. You're like, hey, yeah, just yeah, it's like 250 grand, but it's only this percentage, so it
Yeah.
makes you feel a little bit better anyway.
Small name. I'll keep on watching. The name that I got stopped out earlier, Evax, is the name right now that I'm watching. I need to get my list from Kevin, so I'll go yelling at him in our background chat here. So I got you guys. I'll get a nice little list for us. Yeah, I leave it
It'll
to
work
those
out.
guys, man. I leave it to those guys, right? Those guys focusing in on those plays. Can I play those? Yes. Is it my cup of tea? Not my first cup of tea, but
Mhm.
hey, it's okay to start tasting different teas out there in the world, right? I think it's important, especially if you're a beginner trader, not to so confine yourself into one space, but learn more about who you are, your personality, and what matches you, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is to take different styles of trades, right? You kind of have to taste some flavors of ice cream first when you come in, and then you might find a flavor you like.
Could not agree more. I think literally anybody can make money trading. I think it's not about what is the best style or what is the best philosophy, because I don't think there is one, right? There's
Yeah, if it was, we would just use that one.
right, and then just the way the market works, it would be arbitraged out of the market entirely. I think it's very much you have to be your own thing. Like, I was talking to a
Yep.
guy in Toronto there, and he was a part-time trader, basically just trying to manage his own money because he had a fair amount of capital and just wanted to try to beat the market a bit.
Market's
And
opening, guys. Let's get focused in. Sorry to cut you off, my friend.
yeah, so just saying, this guy was in medical sales. So my tip for him was, more about medical devices than anyone else out there. Stop looking at what oil's doing, right? Like, just do medical device stuff. So I think the main thing we got to watch right off the bat here, and the only number that really matters, is this low right here to begin with. Right? What's going to happen right now? We're approaching the low of the pre-market, and we're getting really, really close to it. The question is, do we hold? And if not, then what happens? So we're getting down to this low, and that's right where we are right now. So this 650, 750, let's call it. Is it going to be a little bit of a flush and then a bounce? Are we going to hold it entirely? If I were to bet, I would say maybe a flush and then a little bit of a bounce after that. But yeah, this is the number that I'm watching more than any other number out there.
All right, guys. Going to take a little bet here to start the day on the day trade account, trying to short the squeezer. IONQ, there it goes, squeezing. I kind of wanted it to squeeze. I wanted to pay the price to see it squeeze, and there it goes.
The robot shorted a little bit of LAC here, just off the open. Just one of these.
Oh, LAC, nice.
Big day yesterday.
Going against me.
Today.
This is how the stream is, man.
I'm hedging. I'm hedging for Michael. He'll be happy.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. We'll see what happens on there. LAC was an interesting one. I thought the after hours trade was a nice one from 6 to 8. Now I think it's a little bit harder. IONQ still like kind of flirting around out there, guys. So we'll see what happens. I'm still not seeing complete liftoff here. Market's kind of starting to pull right back. VIX starting to catch a little bit at 3450s. We'll see if we start to get some down action here. But really paying attention really closely to my SGML trade. So I'll let you kind of take the leads here. If you're seeing anything else, I'm a little bit driven on my trade.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
So technology down, leading down, just to mention that.
The robot is going. It's buying some of this hinge I have up here as well. I know Steve was talking about this yesterday. He liked the look of it here. Had a really red day yesterday. Again, you can see if you look at Hinge and you look at LAC, these are just two sides of the same coin. You can see the strategy that's at work here. It's looking for large extensions in certain moves, and then just looking for more of an extension the next day, and just saying, okay, there's a little bit of a statistical advantage that if that thing continues to move, then there might be some of an opposite move to have. Because again, a lot of what I'm doing, you guys notice that I've kind of stopped with some of the strategies, and I'm really focused on this kind of market maker style, because it not only does well, it does well in a complement to what I do personally, which I think is very important. Where I'm doing a lot of swing trades in my own account, so then I'm fading these moves in the intraday. So this is Hinge Health, whatever this guy is, and yeah, big day down yesterday, pop up today. We have LAC and CRS. I don't know what CRS is, but yeah, this is another one. Down big yesterday, and then a little bit of a continuation move here today.
Short some TSLL. Looking for a pullback on Tesla right now. We'll see what happens.
From the swing side of things, I got some alerts in NNE. So I picked up some NNE there in the swing account. Just, again, looking for pullbacks in these moves. And also QMCO, which is another quantum name, I think. So I would have gotten that on an opening print, and whatever STRA is. A lot of pullbacks buying SRTA. Yeah, a lot of pullback plays going on here. So both from the swing side and the day side. So, geez, why does this thing keep moving?
Looking really good on that TSLL short. I'm looking for a bounce to add.
So the SPY did undercut the pre-market low and then bounce, but now it looks like it's rolling back down to that low. So we need to
Come on,
down.
SGML, man.
Steph is already done with an SPRC.
Love it, love it, love to
Good
hear
work.
it. Go to a beach somewhere.
Great. Unless you're in Canada like me, and then don't go to the beach.
Then
There's
go to the
nothing here for
woods.
it. There's nothing here for you.
Go to the nothingness. The nothingness is nothing but soul. It soothes the soul, man. So that you can do the nothingness, you can do the beach, somewhere in nature. I think that's the best place to go after you make a really good trade, right? Go calm the mind and nothingness.
Yeah, because you can get too high just like you can get too low, and I think it's just as bad.
Yep.
And you hear it all the time, is someone will have a wicked winning trade, and then all of a sudden they have a huge loser because they got a little bit too ahead of themselves, thinking that they figured something out, right? It's like I have an actual exercise where on the weekend I'm always reminding myself that I'm not a genius. We're just in a raging bull market. Like, I'm looking at my swing accounts and everything. They're just doing so amazing. I'm like, I haven't. There will be a bad time coming. It will happen. So just prep yourself, and then it doesn't
Get
hurt.
ready to take the hit, right? You always got to be ready, and the key there is what? We always have to admit when we're wrong, especially if you're subjective and you're not systematic, right? Like Michael can admit he's wrong, but his system will do that for him, right?
Yeah.
But for subjective traders, especially, you can't fight that. You can't fight that understanding that you think you're wrong. Understanding that being wrong is just a part of trading. Like, you're going to be wrong often.
IWM doing a little bit better than the others, and I'm just using
Stepping up to the
these
plate here.
lows as the relative strength, but we're breaking that low on IWM. Q's leading the charge down. This one didn't get nearly as much of a jump as some of the others, so big cap taking the hit today, which is hilarious because if you remember the positioning, everybody is short IWM and long big cap tech, right? And we're getting big cap tech selling, and we're getting IWM selling as well, but just holding on a relative basis here pretty well. RSP, it's not enough data there. Dow doing okay. That makes sense. More of a safe thing.
All right. TSLL right near my entry and add. So watching TSLL, guys.
Bought some
Q's
of
down, VIX up. I will mention that.
bought some of this
RCAD down. I'm looking around.
EWTX, whatever this guy is, Edgewise Therapeutics. This is that kind of pullback into the range type play. So some of that as well. So I got 4 names on the go, down a little bit. But again, I always expect to look over and see red. TSLA and Tesla be interesting. So that's a potential kicker pattern there, which is very interesting. So if you have a big solid green bar and then you gap down into that low of that big solid green bar and start to print a red bar, that's a kicker pattern. And that's usually people using as a potential reversal pattern. I want to keep zooming out on the daily on the SPY because I want to watch this zone or this anchored VWAP and just remind you guys, if this thing ever draws, that all the way up, we've been taking the anchored VWAP from the last low. We hit it, we bleed through it a little bit, and then we bounce. And TradingView's struggling here to draw that, but remember that's like 655-ish. So we need to pay attention there.
Just added the TSLL, looking for the wipeout now. Let's go TSLL. All right, TSLL. Let's see if it just starts to get hit really hard here, guys. I'm up a decent amount, but I got a good amount here. Like, I got to keep it tight and look for a quick sweep down towards the 19s here. 1962, my entry. Put it out there. Let's see.
Another swing on UMAC was taken here, right? So the bot's bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different trades today. So remember I said I had a bunch of cash. I haven't opened up the account yet, but I bet you I don't have a bunch of cash now. I bet you I have most.
Stop break even now on Tesla, looking for it to really drop here.
Yeah, no get up and go in the market yet. And remember, everything that we care about is already done today. We've got existing home sales, which who cares? And then a bunch of Fed jerks speaking all day.
There we go. Tesla, let's get it. Let's get it. Down to 1940s, up a pretty good amount already, guys. Up like $300 on Tesla here already.
Nice. Yeah, so let's see how long we're going to do this little bleed on the open. Is this going to be an all-day thing, or we're currently looking at the drawdown chart. Come on.
All right, guys, going to put a stop at the recent consolidation area, the 1950 area. So at this point, I'm going to win on Tesla. I'm just going to let it work if it really wants to crumble. So there it is, guys. Trades on, and it's looking good. TSLL, 1,200 shares, 1,250, 1962. We're at 1930s and dropping fast. Up close to 400 here. I'm looking for the next move here to really be that move that drops it. Let's see if this is the move to flush to 19. If it flushes to 19, I'll just cash and run. That's going to be like $500, $600 here.
Nice work. Is that on a day trading account, or do you do that?
Day trade. It's the only way. This is a lot of. This is like 25,000 in buying power. So it's a lot, right? It's not like it's a little bit. All right. So at this point, 300, like 1938. If I see it show up, I'll just take it. That's the 300. But I'm just looking for the momentum to continue, right? So at some point, you get to a point where you're like up big. I'm not going to let this trade go away, but I'm also just trying to keep expanding it, right? So RCAT losing altitude, man. That thing got to 13 the day prior and then just crumbled. All right, guys, this is bouncing a little bit. You can see it's trying to test some stops here. So you might get some bounces on TSLL. You can see it because it's just tipping, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of size that shows up there at like the 930s, 940s. There's the flush. So now with this, I'm going to put a stop and protect SGML because we could be going into a little bit further dip. So I'm watching SGML. That's the funded account. That matters more than this account, right? So there we go. Looking really good, 1930s. Now I'm securing up to 340s. So I just secured 340. Worst comes to worst, I take 340s. Great trade
Q's.
there. Now focus on SGML, right? That's how you got to switch. You got to switch, especially if you're a swing trader and day trader. Got to really keep it focused.
IWM down 1.5% now. We have the SPY almost hitting 1%
Spy.
down, and the Q's down 1.2. So the Q's leading the charge to the downside. Nothing really I'm looking at to say, okay, I'm interested in a bounce here. We definitely flushed those pre-market lows. Now we just need some Trump tweet or something to come in.
Yep.
It's funny, this SLNH, I think it was yesterday, I was in this to the long side, and now I'm in it, or I was in it to the short side, and now I think I'm in it. I can't remember. I've traded this a couple times. Oh no, here it is. I see it now on the daily chart. So the bot shorted it on this day, and now it's buying it on this day. So it just shows it doesn't really matter, right? It's, you can take them long, you can take them shorts. Know your time frame. If you're looking day trades, it doesn't even really matter what the company is or what it does. It's, if you're holding it for a long time, that's going to matter a little more. But yeah, it
Out
took a
on
little
that
bit on the
TSL.
long side here on SLNH. So I've got 4 longs and 1 short. LAC is the only short, and that's paying a little bit here, and everything else to the long side. So the only discretion I may add here is that if we get, oh, there's another trade just came in. I can hear the beep. ARES. Eris. I'm long this guy now as well. Eris Asset Management. So if I start to see the market really dig in and looks like it's going to push higher, I may take that one.
Discretionary trade.
Well, just take that one short I have off the table because I'm up, $100 or so, 5%, we'll say, on LAC
Yeah.
to the short side. So I might just take that and say, okay, well, let's lock in that short, and then if we're going to bounce, then maybe these longs start to pay.
Yeah, I think that LIC one is a little bit different too from the market. Sometimes you got to think about that, right? I'll weigh in on that a
Yeah,
little bit. That's like
commodity.
yeah, it's a commodity. It's on a headline. It's definitely giving you that like crazy wick right now where it went up to 8 in the pre-market. The odds for it to get back to 8 are very slim on a day like today. I think that breakout, that's why I'm so focused on it too, because in SGML, I would love for this to be right back at 8, right? But the truth is it's not. So just going to keep watch here to see if we get a little bit further dip. Might get out of SGML and then get back in. Is there volume on the tape? Yes, I do think there's buyers in this tape. But the key here is, does the market ruin the trade? Sometimes it's going to, right? So what am I doing? I'm holding to the low of the day, right? Just going to hold to that low of the day. If I don't get a sweep down, I won't get out, but it at least gives me the ability to stay in the trade.
So this is our first sustained, I'll say, 2-minute candle, first green 2-minute candle that we've put in today, since this kind of sell-off here started. So let's see what happens here. Again, until we get back above VWAP and then back above 657, I'm not too interested. But however, what is super interesting, let's see if this thing draws again. Yeah, trading view is kind of chugging here. Just trust me, bro. The VWAP is right there. Remember, we talked about 655.5. That was where the VWAP from this low was. That is where we've seen the entire, there it is, the entire year. Look at right to the tick so far. Now, in all other cases, it bled under for a day or two and then bounced, but just showing that there is someone or something that's filling orders, maybe covering shorts at these VWAPs. So let's watch it here and see if that ends up being a little bit of a bounce spot here.
Stock doing well today. BE bouncing back, Pony bouncing back, and FLNC bouncing back. Right. That was a name you got short, I think, yesterday. That is interesting up here because it's definitely extended. But we'll see. It's holding in well, just like SQM is holding in well. And you guys know how this is a part of what I'm reading today, the lithium space overall. So SQM, want to see it rip here. I want to see this kind of lead the party, right? Like daily chart looks good if it gets back above 45 to 47s.
So let's see how this bounce goes. Is this just another like this candle where you get one bounce and just completely reverses, or are we going to put in some lags here? Again, we got existing home sales coming up. That's no one's going to care because we got new home sales 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think we've had that opening wash. Now I think they're going to probably try to test at least. I would look for some tests of some opening shorts. So especially those opening prices, I think are very important to watch on this bounce back. You get back above opening prices, anybody that shorted the open is now underwater, right? So that kind of mentality I think is very important to watch today. That's why opening price is very important. I think that sometimes people don't realize how important opening price is. I knew some traders that used to only buy if it came back through that opening price. So, like, let's say you went red really quickly out the gates, like, the strategy that you and I talked about, Michael. They're only buying back at the opening price and using
Yeah,
that to
a
measure their risk, right? So,
very simple red to green play. I know a lot of swing traders that end up doing the same. That's their only entry. There are well, and this Jason Shapiro guy that I talked about, who's a market wizard, it's made like 20, 30 million just trading commitment traders data. That's his trigger for it.
there it
He
is.
looks for, right? He looks for when the boat is too tipped on one side or the other, when people are either too long or too short,
Yeah.
and looks for what he calls a news failure, which is just bad news. Like, so obviously, again, I didn't read it, but whatever reports came out this morning were bad news or considered bad by the market. So his idea would be if we go green here, then that's the market shrugging off this bad news. And because the IWM is so heavily shorted, that'd be a good chance to pinch in long. Now, again, to be a market wizard in a market wizard book, you have to have your broker statement audited for 20 years. His win rate's 35%. So it's not like it's a super high win rate, but he's made a butt ton of money doing it with a 35% win rate, which is something we talk about all the time. How often you're correct is the least relevant statistic of anything that matters in trading.
Quick trajectory there, rejection in TSLL. I'm looking to get back in. I've made some good money. I will go back into it if it keeps flushing down. I'm just watching the action right now. Qs are coming back, so I'm not trying to push too quickly, but at the same time, just watching the action. All right, traders out there, you keep throwing up stickers in the chat. It's good to catch you guys out there.
So we're grinding back to VWAP, but not very strongly. And again, we have VWAP sitting right here. So I need to see us kind of punch through that. We have IWM bouncing well through VWAP and actually well through the pre-market lows. So some really good relative strength in the small caps. Again, they're very short, the small cap, so it makes sense that any downtick is covering. Small caps actually almost back to green from the open, not green on the day, but green from the open. And then we have big spike here in the SPY. Big spike here in the
trying to hang
Qs.
in there. Trying to hang in there. Let's go. Let's squeeze those fools.
They're fighting. They're fighting back.
Let's squeeze them. Let's squeeze them, man. Let's squeeze them.
They're fighting back.
Oh, what'd you think about that? This company that took a stake in Open, big stake in Open. I think it was like a 7% stake or 8% stake.
I still, show me when the shorts are done, and that's what I'm getting out. Until then,
I think they even loaded more.
well, the last report. So here's the last report on Open. They shorted, and this is back up here in the tens. They've added in, right? These guys.
Let's go.
Do we forget GME already?
Dude, I just don't understand that with shorts, you can't have like this long time frame sometimes with shorts. You got to keep them quick sometimes.
Well, and they shorted under $1. Like,
yeah,
come on, guys. Like, that's a little bit. You weren't shorting it at 30. You were shorting it at $1.
A good rule, and you guys know me. I'm more than willing to short stocks. Good rule. Once the stock gets like below like 7, it's almost not even worth it, man. Like, what are you gonna really get, man? Like,
it's just too easy to squeeze, right? It's
too easy to squeeze. We've seen them too many times, right, Michael? Like,
that's why I don't short often at all from the swing trading side, because day trading side, again, you guys see like yesterday or the day before was a great day, and I was exclusively short.
Yeah, would you say you're more long only on the swing side?
I am long only in the swing side, but day trading I short all the time. And the reason I don't short on the swing side is just asymmetric risk reward. I buy a stock and I wake up and it's a zero the next day. I get really mad, but I usually split my account up into like 20, right? So I've lost 1/20th of my account if the stock goes zero.
Yeah.
Imagine you're short QMMM, you wake up the next day and it's up 2,000%. That asymmetric risk reward, it just makes it really, really hard from a swing trading point of view. There's people who do it, and they do fine, but I just think, yeah, if you're playing short, you just tighten up your time frame. You're
Tesla's
not
getting hit
trading
hard here.
for weeks, right?
Tesla looked like a good re-entry there, even though the market was kind of hanging on and seeing the Q start to lose a little
Yeah, that's
altitude here. I missed the
pretty
the
nasty wick
re-add.
there.
The re-add right back at the resistance, the 1970s. I could have re-added there. But hey, not going to chase it now because the one thing I know is Tesla's a dragon. You either tame the dragon, you get really good entries, or you get run over. You get
Yeah,
run over often.
this is a pretty ugly candle right up to VWAP and then just slapped down. So
Yeah, so I'm
we,
looking at a
we got to
different trade,
recover that pretty quick.
like a Rigetti short here. If it's going to crack, it's going to crack probably right around the same levels that it came up right out the open with, and we're right near that level. Let's see if it squeezes above 31s here. I'm going to give it a chance, but you see the volume coming in right now. I think those are people trying to take the same attempt that I'm talking about. Rigetti short here in the 31 area, and they're trying to use prior resistance as that area. Let's see if they squeeze them, though. Through 31, I think they start to get squeezed.
Yeah, this is so. Yeah, again, I'm all long here except my LAC, and so far they've been working great. So this hinge,
I'm sorry,
health,
man,
this
but
SLNH,
I want to see your LAC get squeezed.
that's
You know
fine.
how
I'll
it
take
is,
it.
man. You know how it is, man.
I,
This is the
I've
fun part
got
of trading, guys. The fun part of trading is you're always going to have somebody on the other side. That's the truth, right? And
well, and
that's what
there
trading's about.
because it's a different time frame. There is a world in which
We
we
both
both make
end
money
up,
on the
yeah,
trade, right?
we both make the money. Let's go.
I'm in from 7, right? So
Yeah,
say it stays here for the rest of the day,
yeah.
then I'll make money, and then it gaps up another 50% overnight. Then Mitch makes money, and but for me, the way I look at it is that's kind of a hedge almost against all of these long trades, which
Oh yeah.
everyone is working out except this EWCH, but whatever this SLNH, I don't know what this guy is, but the Solana Holdings. This was an amazing short on this day, and so far it's working out to be pretty good long. I don't want to jinx
There's that
anything, but
squeeze type. Someone got squeezed there. 27,000 shares there at Rigetti when it pushes there to the 86. So they were like kind of shorting here 70s. It pushes through the 80 and they get squeezed out and watch the action, right? It's crazy when you see that. That's a crazy share size. I mean, 27,000 shares at $30 is no little feat, right? I mean,
no,
it's not like it's a
shows you.
$5 stock. It's a $31 stock. So crazy bet. Ooh, SGML pushing, man. That might push your LAC, not trying to scare you out of the trade, but just showing some strength there in the industry. And I do see some strength in that industry. SQM is my indicator today to kind of keep watch today for SGML. I want the big boys to lift off ALB, SQM, and those kind of take the tide. Sometimes what happens is the big boys move and then the algos start looking. Now I'm looking really good in this SGML trade. And I'm just glad I was able to hang in through the first opening action, right? That's how it is a lot of the times. You'll know that you're too big if you start to feel it too much. And even I, at one point there, what I did was I put on, and I'll show you guys the setup right here so that Michael could go ahead and nail a trade here. SGML, so right here, when it was right here at the 645, I was even looking at 644 stops of majority of the position, like 400 shares, just in case it dropped. I was going to re-put that shares right back in on the break even, right? So like sometimes you can do that with swings, and I think it's an important. Maybe let go of the big share size, go down to such a small size that you can let some volatility play out. Then once it gets back through your entry, you step back up, right? Because now you're in the green and now you're stepping up into the green. Where I think a lot of traders get things wrong is to step up into the red too big, too fast, right? So when we step up to the plate and we want to take a big swing, we need to be in a position of control. Position of control is not when you're seeing your thing just go red, 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 red. That is not a position of control. Position of control is being in a play like I am on SGML right now, where it's just starting to take off. Now I am in control. I'm far from the price action. I'm starting to lift. It's a winner. I could be adding here. I have already a big enough size, so I don't have to do it in this case. But that's when you want to be looking at it. The same way that I've been trying to talk about it with Kevin and his like hangover shorts. Once they start working, you need to be able to step up to the plate because this is what's going to give you the return, the big return that you're looking for, at least.
Well, yeah, and especially once you've seen like, and we've seen it with Kevin's hangovers too, is that there's a decent probability that they're all day winners, and it's important to know the difference of the trade, because sometimes you're just going to try to be in something for a scalp. That's the whole
Exactly.
thing, and you should know that on onset. Is this a scalp trade? Is this a position trade? If it's a position trade, then yeah, you need to have that plan to just really, really step in when things are working and understand the trade-off you're making. You're lowering your win rate because more of a chance that a regular pullback will get you out. But what you're making up for that by lowering your win rate is you're just getting a couple of those trades can make a day, a week, a month, a year. When I look back at my trading, even as a systems guy, there's like 5 to 10 trades that have made up my entire year. Problem is you don't know which ones are going to be when you get in, of course, but
Yeah.
you
Oh,
just get something that just rips.
squeezing
Yeah,
action on
Rigetti,
that
did I say
Rigetti.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm watching
saw
that
that? You saw
too.
that squeezing action there?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
popped, and that was an aggressive pop too.
Yeah,
Like that
dude.
was
Those are the ones where you look at your unrealized, you're like, how did it get that big so quickly?
ripped through there. So that's, and we talk about it all the time. That's, they don't know where your stop is, but they probably know a lot of people just put their stop at those highs. And if
31
these
right
things
there.
start breaking their highs, then
Yeah,
they're
and the
gonna.
thing is, it's like the volume profile thing, right? The volume profile is out there nowadays, right? Like, how many traders have access to volume profile? It's not just market makers that see a bunch of the volume lined up at a level, right?
Let me.
That's the thing I think that some traders forget too, is just how much access we have now to volume
Oh, it's
data that we didn't
crazy.
have in the past.
So here, I'll bring this. So what Mitch is talking about is this, right? And all this is usually you see this chart on the bottom and it shows volume by minute. What this is volume by price. So the higher this is just showing. And if you look right where that is, this is the most amount of volume was done in Rigetti at this price right here. The idea
Uh,
being where, just like I talked about with VWAP, you're trying to find where the average person is and where a lot of people exist on the
Yeah.
chart, because that's where they're going to have emotions. They're going to defend stop losses. They're going to, they're going to take trades. They're going to exit trades. They're going to do kinds of, so when you notice quite often, and this is something my buddy Jake trades a lot too, where when you have very low volume nodes, they kind of treat them like, okay, this is a place that price can quickly move through because there's no emotions there. And then if you look at these high volume nodes, these are the areas where price will kind of get hung up because you have very emotional bits. So the idea with something like this on Rigetti is if you can get and hold above this area, which is that same $31-ish zone, all the volume was done between, call it 30, 50, and 31 in this price right here. If you get above that, well, then you don't have anybody. So it makes sense that we're playing a lot of these games in this zone while people defend this trade. And then when that goes, you don't have that volume anymore. And again, this is a very common thing that people do, is they're just looking to play off these zones and say, is there a lot of people invested here? Is there not many people invested here? So if we do that on the SPY, what we'll notice is, right, you can see we're printing a lot of volume right here. Then we have no volume up until this low here. So the idea is that if we start to bounce here, you should expect a bit of just a whip through this zone, and then we get to the zone right here where there could be a lot of resistance. And just seeing, just like everything, it's all support resistances. You're trying to see where are potential buyers and where are potential sellers based off of past price activities, right?
VIX dropping fast. That's going to be good for my trade on the funded account. So hey, let's keep battling. Let's keep battling on the day.
buying some more. Bot just picked up LRMR, whatever this thing is. Lamar Therapeutics.
Lamar.
Whatever
What are
Lamar
we?
is.
Lamello.
A lot of
Lamello
therapeutics
Therapeutics.
company.
I just can't wait for the day they start to like name like these therapeutic companies after like maybe some celebrity.
It's such
The
a weird
Jennifer
world.
Lopez.
Well, it's a weird world that we're in that I'm like, it says therapeutics. I wonder if it's actually a therapeutics company or if they're YOLOing
Yeah,
cheap with
that's the
that.
world we're in. That's the
Like
world
I
we're in for sure.
like what do you actually do? Because every now and then you see advertising and it's just a crypto treasury. And you're like, well, this is why are you still listed? They need a whole section here, a whole sub industry that just says crypto treasury, so you don't have to guess anymore.
USAR recovering. That looks good there for day trade. I like this. I would love to get it back down to 16, but it's already 1620s. Might just rip off of this. This was recently ripping and just pulled back with the recent pullback. So I like this. I like the setup here on USAR. Right back down to the 90 EMA. And been trying to break above 19s for a long time. I think the next breakout on this thing could get up there to 19s and 20s. So it's a good looking trade.
Mm,
I would love for it to come back to VWAP 16, but we might not get that.
yeah, so far, knock on wood, don't jinx anything. Everything is working today. We've got that one short and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 longs. So obviously, I'm rooting for a bounce more than anything, and that's just on the day trading side of things. I told you I looked down, and I saw the bot enter like 6 swings. So it's been a busy day. And the SPY is bouncing now, so that would be nice. But man, is that all we're going to be able to do for a pullback? Is like 2%? That would
We
be
did it in the pre-market, man. It was it looked to me like it was that classic scare 'em all morning, right? Come in the morning from 4:30. What has it been? I'm gonna scare you. I'm gonna
straight
scare
down
you. I'm gonna
100
scare
VWAP the
you.
whole
I'm gonna
time.
scare you. I'm gonna scare you. And then right out the gates, I'm gonna scare you a little bit more. And then I'm gonna recover it, right? It sounds like the classic institution, right? They're like, yo, guys, put 1 million shares short here. Let's scare them. And then we're going to go 10 million long.
Well, and
That's,
that's a game as
that's,
old as time. Remember, do you ever watch Rogue
game, man.
Trader with Liam Neeson? That Liam
Oh,
Neeson?
I got to check that out. I haven't.
That's a
That
good one.
sounds like something I need to check out. What was that, Michael? I got to check that out.
Rogue Trader. It's
Rogue.
old at this point. This is like pre Obi-Wan Kenobi,
I like
dude.
that though. I like finding stuff
Um,
like that, believe it
it's
or not.
based off of. It's not Liam Neeson. It's the who played Obi-Wan Kenobi,
Uh,
the good one.
the good one.
He's
Oh,
Ewan
I know what you're
McGregor.
talking about.
That's his
There you
name,
go.
Ewan McGregor. It's a based off Nick Leeson. That's why I always get confused. Who was the guy who brought down Barron's Bank?
Mm.
Um, and it's like based on a real story. And it's funny because he's trading on the Singapore exchange in like the 70s, and that's the game he's playing, like way back then until things go
Oh, I
rogue,
see it.
obviously, and he broke. It's all based on a true story where the largest bank in England that had the Queen of England as a client went bankrupt and had to get sold for $1.
Rogue trader.
Yeah. And so this is how this guy did it. One trader brought down the biggest and oldest bank in England with lack of risk management. um, so yeah, it's a really good story, right?
Sounds like fun. Sounds like I got ourselves some movie to watch today, guys.
It's a good one,
Rogue
man. I
trader.
appreciate it. It's old, it's dated, but it's
Hey.
it's cool.
Well, I'll tell you one of the rogue traders that's doing well for me right now. USAR.
hmm
Let's go. So what am I doing? I'm looking at the flavor of the day. If I look at the flavor of the day, that's all in materials. The top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, Pony, I'm going to count off of that. So the top 8 out of these 9 on my watch list, material names. So I'm not too mad to be in SGML at least. Let's just say that much. Just trying to ride.
So here's what I'm doing with my LAC. Just because I am long everything in the world and that's working, we've got two kind of equal highs at like 715 or so on LAC. I'm just bringing the stop down and then just putting it above like today's high. Because if we are turning here and we're gonna rip, then the seven long positions I have are really going to pay. So I'll cut this one early. And if we're going to roll over here and push lower, this is going to make a few dollars while those 7 long positions lose, because it just bought whatever HOND is.
ALB taking off makes me feel so good about SGML.
Back.
We'll see if some of these other ones lift. SQM taking off. That looks good. Here's a trade that's an AI trade that I've been thinking about on the swing side of things, Rubrics. So many people talk about this name, and it did a huge undercut washing. I think back to the 84 is really the name on this one. A lot of AI players watching this. RBRK. Rubrics. Keep your eyes on that name. A lot of people love this name for AI.
Wow, it's up huge.
Yeah, it's been doing really good. And they were watching this kind of tight flag pattern that tried to break to 100. And then what happened? They got washed. So they might all be out. And then now the good traders start to come back in, right? The traders that are willing to get out of the trade realize, hey, I might have had it right, but now I have it wrong, right? I'm out of the trade, and I'll get back in it when it recovers support. So it's a good looking trade there, guys.
Yeah, take your slap, take your Mac on the wrist, come back in.
Looking good, guys. Looking good in SGML.
I don't see a camera for a rogue, Kevin.
All right, let me see. Yeah, I don't see Kevin's camera working at least. Let me see if I can see an empty space. Kevin, can you hear us? Nope.
Kevin, are you okay? Are you okay, Kevin?
Blink twice. No blinking.
So we continue to bounce here, right? We've done that red to green. We hit the highs. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but man, look at this is insane.
We're squeezing on some names, right?
So tell me this is not programmatic. In which, right? I went through this morning and I went through each individual pullback, and everything on the way up so far, and this pattern will not last forever, but so far it has been you anchor a VWAP before it, and then you buy a pullback to it. And so far, it's working absolutely perfectly. Again, very early in the day, got a lot of action to go, but this VWAP, man, try to tell me these things don't work.
Yeah, guys, looking really good now, guys, on that SDML, now up 5%, close to 6%. Very close to where I was this morning. This is the big resistance test. So we've gone up to this spot how many times? And I point to that because I always think it's very important to know that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 times now to this 86. So essentially it needs to go. If it comes back to VWAP, I'll just let go of this trade for the small win now. It's like, this is the moment. If they want to send it through 7 and let this really keep ripping today, this would be the moment. There could be small pullbacks here, but on a deeper time frame, like a 15-minute, we're just looking for a close above 86 going to 7. And that will give me the conviction, timed right. Let's hold on and look for a bigger winner here. I'm up like 194 right now, and just trying to keep moving, right? Trying to keep moving in the right direction. And you have to step up on trades that you feel you have high conviction. Right now has been the time to step up. It hasn't been the time to run away from the markets.
All right,
let's bring on the man, the one and only. If you don't know him already, check out today a little bit later at 11 a.m. and you guys can do the call-in show. Have you guys heard about the call-in show?
Ooh. I have heard about this call-in show. Yeah, guys.
What's up, man?
Well, today my account got disabled.
Oh,
fortunately for hitting that 26,500 line. So this team's going to be checking that out. Yeah, it's been a good week. And speaking of high conviction trades, like you were talking on, Money Mitch.
Yeah.
PEPG was one of them for me this morning. PEPG. They diluted all their shareholders. I mean, 31 million shares they threw out an offering at $3.20, and the thing was trading at $7. So I gotta ride that on down.
Yeah,
I got to
hey,
ride that.
congratulations, man. Good for you. Let's do a
We'll see
little.
what the risk team says, but yeah, joining the club. I know you guys are there, and Money Mitch with your LAC. What a play, and another gap up this morning too on LAC.
Yeah, and I'm in one right now, Kevin. I'll show you this one. This is SGML. I've been in it since yesterday, and held all day, right? Was looking for this to make the run. It didn't make it yesterday, but there she goes. Let's get it, baby. And what did I do on this one? Just a daily chart outlook, right? So LAC's news came out. I went searching through every single lithium stock I could find for a good looking technical pattern. And this was the best looking one. That's why I went with it, guys. It has nothing to do with what I know about SGML. It has everything to do with the technicals that this was leading into one of the major players in the space getting a good news, right? And then if you look at SQM, what happens? It just supports the space, guys. When you get good news in the space, you're looking to see that investors in that stock are happy to hear that someone else is looking into your space, right? Someone is looking into it. Doesn't mean it's your stock, but it helps them and they start to lift.
Yeah, good job doing the homework on that. I mean, excellent setup with the lithium play, and just doing what's working objectively. Looking for that, and that same sector, and getting the hype. Sympathy off of the other plays. Excellent job.
Now I just got to continue to watch it because we got to make the money. This isn't the funded. This is money in the pocket, right? And so that's the important thing that starts to switch here, right? Because that's why I'm trying to extend the win right now, right? Because like on the LAC trade, I made like $900. So I got to make some good amount of money so that I can actually get that payout that we're all looking for, right? So let's keep swinging. Let's see what we can come up with. Kevin, what are some stocks out there that they can be watching today?
Yeah, so I got a fresh eval. I'm gonna start working here in a little bit, but SPRC, this one's making some new highs right now. It's where the Warriors are at. It's low float play, making new highs. So just monitoring this one is tapping the 200-day moving average. If you look left of the chart, what you're going to find is some resistance around 10. We see some upper wicks there at 10, but we also additionally see that this ticker's made a big move in the past. So that just gets the low float small cap traders excited, and that's why you're seeing some of that hype today. But PEPG, guys, was the bread and butter. Let me highlight this chart. This has room down further. I mean, I've been milking it from pretty much close to the $7 mark here. This play again with that offering news, diluting the shareholders, is gonna just cause these things to bleed out. You dilute everybody in it, especially at that 320 mark where they just sent off 31 million shares, and so it's been heavy. It's created just a heavy nature to this ticker. So additionally, you could see this just keep bleeding out. So if you're interested in a trade PEPG, I'd like it on pops really against the open. The open level right now is going to be around 590. If this thing curls back around towards 6, I'd probably take it off. I imagine it stays heavy against those levels on the PEPG. So that's what I'm monitoring as well. QURE is a name you guys may have seen yesterday. They came out with phase 1 or 2 trials, positive news there, and they had a large gap up. They had a halt pending news. Gapped up from 13 up to 35. Now, Michael, you might like this ticker because I looked at the short interest. I know you like squeezing the bears out. It had about a 20% short interest, which it's not a ton, but I imagine that's why this thing has sustained so much. Like when you get a gap up as large as QRE did, oftentimes you're not going to see these plays. You're going to see them profit take to a certain degree. I believe the 20% short interest is what's held this thing up. So we'll see if that can continue to squeeze out or if we're going to remain heavy against the VWAP there. Those are a few tickers I'm watching this
I like
morning.
that one. I like I like that short float. Anytime I get 17% or so, but that's 7 days to cover. So it's not the craziest short float, but the beauty of it is that they are very wrong because it's up just so big. So even a smaller short float can be more impactful because
it's just a nightmare. Waking up, I mean, those guys waking up to this gap up 13, they wake up to things at $40. What a nightmare! But I mean, and then
we were talking about that, me and Mitch, about why we don't swing short, and that's the reason. I don't want to wake up to being down 300, 400, 500% on a trade.
You have to be really convicted, man. And you're going to be wrong. That's the key. I learned it from Grutani a lot. I studied Grutani a lot when I was younger.
Likewise, yeah.
And I think Grutani is honestly my favorite shorter out there. Even Ducks
Ugh,
learned from Grutani.
come on, man.
Like
Come on.
Ducks, I've had a conversation with him in person, and also like Ducks is really good too. And what do they do all the time, guys? They're just very careful with when they're stepping up size. That's the key. That's the key to every big trader. They're just really careful when they're stepping up size. They can get into trades often with small size, right? And I think that's the important thing. Marley's having a nightmare, so let me help him out. Give me a second.
I agree with that. I think as you guys out there progressing your trading journey, like dynamic sizing is so like important. You know, throwing feelers on, getting a feel for the ticker, then sizing up to the plate. Like Nos and Money Mitch talk
You're
about a
seeing
lot.
it now, Kevin, right? Now, one
Yeah,
thing I think Michael and I will repeat so that it always is, it's about the time and current event. So the current event will change at some point, right? It doesn't last forever. I think Michael and I are really keeping that in mind, right? But you got to milk it when it's there, right?
yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's like the
this
money is
is.
just falling out of the udder right now. I'm just like, come and get it, man.
I've written like 5 Substacks and to people on who follow me on Substack and that kind of stuff, just saying you're not a genius, I'm not a genius, right? It's no one has figured it out, right?
To the buy
If it's
program
gonna
right
be
now.
like 2000, right? If it's gonna be like, I obviously wasn't trading in the year 2000, I'm not that old, but there's stories of tons of people of I just bought XYZ whatever BS stock that doesn't even exist anymore, pets.com, and I became a millionaire. And that kind of reminds me of quantum computers. If we fast forward 10 years and none of these quantum computer stocks exist, wouldn't surprise me. But there's going to be so many people who made so much money. So it's very much make hay while the sun shines, but just like every day, like a little mantra of this too shall pass. And I was saying the same thing in April when things were looking bad. I was saying, listen, at some point they're going to figure this out. We're going to be at all-time highs.
Putting it on perspective, top end range here on the Qs, we either keep going or we could come back into the range. So I'm putting it out there for traders to be careful around this area, just as we get back to the Qs, right? So just keep that on the radar, and I want to put it out in traders' perspective out there, right? I did kind of have like this buy program in SGML. At least I can see it because look at the bid. Look at the bid, right? Very, very little dip, right? So I'm trying to stay with the program, right? I know that sounds funny, but I am. I'm trying to just stay with the program. As long as the dip buying continues to happen, I'm still looking good. If I start to see sweeps down, I can just take the money and run. And regardless, this is a really good trade and a really good week for the funded account, right? Right now, balance-wise, up towards like 860 on the first week. Can't be mad about that, right? So I'm trying to be smart here. I think SDML can get to like 760, 780s, but I don't need 780s, right? This is already a good trade here, and I got to stay with the short-term moving average. So close below the 9 EMA is going to be the sign for me to take the money and run, unless it gets towards the target area. Target area is to the next level on the hourly. It gets us up there back towards this high here, which is up towards like 735, 740s. That's in the green box that I already drew, right? That's that target area. If I get there, take the money and run. We'll see what we get there today. Oh, man. USAR got me dirty on the break-even pullback there. So we'll see if that keeps riding up higher. USAR out there, guys. I sized in, and then they got me on the break-even. Should have maybe left a little risk there. But this looks good for a 17 break.
We got a visitor here, so don't pick your nose. I'm going to pull you in.
There he is.
I guess
There he is.
do I just do add to scene and I can add myself?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Down
Yes. And we'll give you an even.
I don't want to just dump in and start pressing. Yeah.
Dude, you are.
Yeah,
on
I don't want to like start
editors-
pressing buttons. Next thing you know,
You
this thing-
are on editor's access, so you mess it up. It's on you, Josh.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen, So I'm just slowly easing my way into this.
No worries, my friend. It's good to see you. And then the thing is, I turn off the offstage feed because it just blows my brain when I hear somebody that's talking, but they're really not on the stream. But that's just a part of it. I don't know if you guys know that one on the bottom left. We got that offstage feed.
Same.
Because if not,
Yeah.
it just blows my brain.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
it
hearing
just
voices. Where am I hearing voices?
yeah. Like where's the voices coming from, man? But hey, good reversal day, guys. I don't know if you guys are jumping on this reversal, but we were looking for it, and it's been really good so far. Let's see if it can keep squeezing up there. IONQ right back to the VWAP. So I think this is an important one to watch today. If it can squeeze, I don't think this market's coming back at all. But if this goes and gets a takedown back to 68, that's also the sign for me to be on alert, right? So riding the wave. Let's ride the wave, traders.
Excellent work. Riding that wave.
Let's
Josh,
do
what
it.
have you been working this
You
morning?
guys liking?
What's
Josh,
that,
and
Kev?
Josh, what you
What
like?
you been working? Are you on that
Small
SPRC?
cap. No, Pep G was my baby today. Pep G was
Oh,
the best
yeah,
play.
same.
But I was watching
Same.
SPRC and did get a trade on it. But Pep G was. Oh yeah, I didn't add my scene back. My bad.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah,
It
Pep
says stop
G
share
was
screen.
It might
Pep
be me.
G was our
Go ahead.
baby too.
Adjust this right quick. Let me make sure.
Yeah, and like we were talking about as far as conviction, like one of the better traders over at the
Sure.
green team, was killing it on PUBG because he was so just the conviction there, the conviction on it, so strong, and so just going for that, swinging when the conviction's there, like we discussed. So PUBG, yeah, with that dilution, it was just a great trade. How are you working it, Josh?
Trend line to VWAP crack, my friend. So yeah, just a trend line. There was a nice trend line to VWAP crack, and it just shot down from there. And then once it cracked 6, it dumped some more. But I'm all about putting lines in and trading my lines, my friend. There was just a gorgeous trend line, and then it cracked the trend line at VWAP pretty much about the same time there, and then it just dumped right on away. Beautiful.
Yep.
And yeah, SPRC, leaving that one alone for now. It's definitely fun to watch. It's hitting some of my levels
It's
for bounce
popcorn
plays, but
trade,
plays that
yeah.
start halting. Yeah, it starts getting a little worried. I'll get a little worried. Looking to try to trade some. I've been loving some Tesla, TSLL lately, trading Tesla, but not so trading Tesla instead.
I traded Tesla short earlier. Was able to make some cash there. We'll look to see if it keeps on riding up. But quick trade there.
I like Tesla.
USAR though continuing to move, man. That thing stopped me out and then just ripped through the 17. This is the move I was looking for, but I kept like loading in, and when I get too big, I get to a point where I start getting that emotional attachment and I go break even a lot. That was probably the concern there, that maybe I maybe got too big, so that's why it was
That's such
break-even.
good self-awareness.
But
Yeah, I do the same
it's a part of the
thing.
game,
And that's
right?
why I'm like, when I look back at the stats, this EVAX, by the way, guys, heavy against VWAP right now, too. I know
I
Josh
love
likes
that
his
name. I've
lines.
been watching it this morning. I got
EVAX.
stopped out earlier on EVAX. Let's
Heavy.
nail it, Kevin.
Yeah, I think so. Against VWAP, very heavy there. All the traders in small cap are on SPRC right now, so we could see this one continue to fade. I want to remind myself of this news real quick, if there was any. Okay, the company out-licensed its vaccine candidate to MSD for a $7.5 million cash payment. Okay, so they got what appears to be a little reputable news there. We'll see. It's not gapping up too much off of 330, but again, we're trading the chart heavy against VWAP there. What are your thoughts, Money Mitch, on EVAX?
I'm looking for the liquidity search. It just did a big volume bar, so volume got in there, buying 450s, looking for the breakout towards 470s. I want to see this thing go back to like 420s right now, wash them back through 450s on the long. Cut downs would have to be below 4. So you would want to see that big red bar going down to 4, and then you can use your lovely 20-cent signal, Kevin, like 420 bounce. That'd be the kind of get short.
Speaking
there.
of that, this AMPY Magic 20 right off of an elevator down. This is an energy play. Kind of missed that one, but yeah, exactly that 620 liquidity grab, just like you're saying. I kind of relate it to what to another ticker. Yep, liquidity grab. So I agree. I mean, EVAX, especially since it's not up like too much either. We could do that liquidity grab and then curl back on around.
IONQ trying to squeeze. I think this is so important to watch this one because it's the biggest move, right? So I'm looking at the biggest movers to keep watch on those. Keep them on the radar, guys. Let's keep going. Let's nail some of these small boys.
I see CR Trader in the house. Good to see you in here. Yeah, SPRC. I knew you'd be looking at this CR Trader for that 10. Yeah, you're looking for that magnet up there to 10. You got some orders ready for it. Good alert there.
Bot is starting to lay on some shorts here with LEU and Tara, whatever Tara is.
LEU, okay.
LE.
That's definitely a runner.
LEU.
That's a runner right there.
This energy play, I go pop over. Where?
Yeah,
am I
Rigetti topping
here?
out a little bit there, starting to see a little bit of some decline coming through. And this is when I tell you guys that we might get some chop today, right? So where it feels like the Bulls have control, the Bears have control. The Bulls, the Bears, right? Right now, definitely the Bulls. He'll have it.
Oh yeah. No, it's a nice buyout. And this is, again, I'm always looking at the reason there's always so many trades is I'm looking at this as like always like a portfolio, right? What is the net of everything is all that I care about, right? And you can see on the open, as things were selling off, the bot was just buying. And now that we're ripping, the bot is shorting and shorting and shorting and shorting. So the bet is always that, right? The thing that's down a little bit overextended based off the metrics I use, and the thing that's overextended to the upside, that both of them just kind of revert back a little bit. And trying to be somewhat neutral, because then if the market moves up or down, who cares? So I know that if we rip all day, these shorts are going to lose money, and then if we sell all day, then the longs will lose money. The hope is just net of all of that, there is profits at the end of the day. So I've got
Seeing some pullback.
lots of positions.
Yeah, I saw you're sending your bots over into the crypto land. I was watching that video. I'm excited to see how
Yeah,
that goes.
that's next,
Yeah,
and I think
Tesla
that'll be
coming
cool.
down
I'm
here.
going to do a lot of that building in public, but yeah, I think crypto is just so untapped
Short some
from
Tesla.
the quant side of thing.
Yeah, could
Let's
see
just
that.
shorten this Tesla. Okay, and it's a good relative weakness, right? Let's compare that. So you look at the Qs,
100%.
broke its pre-market high, or broke its not pre-market high, but days high, went green on the day, and then kind of not green the candle, and then ripped, and then Tesla just couldn't get that bounce, right? Bounce was way more anemic here on the Tesla side of things.
All right, guys, we might get pullbacks to VWAPs here. This is where I see LAC starting to break, so I might just run with this SGML trade. One of the things is, of course, is that I could maybe let this continue to run here, but the idea is for me to take profits over, like, especially 300. I'm sitting at like 288, got in 300 three times. That's when it's like, hey, am I being too greedy here for 500, right? And it's okay to take that trade if you see the market working in your favor and things working, right? But the moment that I see that switch, I'm going to go into more capital preservation mode, take what I can get and keep moving on.
We would call that at the prop firm being a dick for a tick. If you're just trying to get that extra buck or so out, and it would always come back to bite you, right? If you get 90% of your gains and the market's starting to look a little heavy, it's better just to take it and then, kick yourself in the butt when it continues to go.
Yeah, like think about it this way, right, guys? I'm up 9% on the swing.
Yeah.
What else am I really expecting, right? Am I expecting 20, 30? That might just be a little bit too far, right?
Now you're talking investment territory, right? This is a swing.
Exactly.
You're supposed to get in, make a couple bucks, move on with your day, that type of thing.
The key that I'm focusing on, and I told you guys it real early, and trying to do what? Sometimes when you set rules, just listen to yourself, right? Which is the 9 EMA hold. The 9 EMA is holding, so I'll hold. But if I see that start to break, no, the money is right underneath it at the VWAP. And so at the end of the day, we need to see it continue to trend in our direction. We could see some turnarounds in the market here, and at least a VWAP attempt on the Qs, right? Where it comes down to VWAP and then bounces off of that VWAP. So just be on alert, guys. It's not just straight cash today to the upside. And we're not just calling it a crazy breakout rally, right? We're trying to stay humble in our longs right now.
Yeah, speaking of being humbled, I mean, if you're not I was telling my wife yesterday, the market humbles you. I mean, if it's traders, like we all have similar characteristics. Because if you're not humbled, you will be a humbled trader.
This is what I was talking about. There's that quick dip. Now I'm putting the stop at 490s. If I need to get out here, it will just hit me, right? Because at the end of the day, the idea is to keep moving on in the right direction, but know when the turn comes. And there was a quick turn there.
Yeah, speaking of quick, SPRC, big reversal off that downtrend right there. Nice little flag up top. But just again, watching this, I wouldn't mind a bounce play on it if it starts to slow down a little bit like it did earlier. It just got the volume and the mob overall. When the small cap land, there's not a lot to trade today. It's pretty much been ghostly out there for the big ripper, so to speak. And those degenerates, they want some spikers. We want to see some spiking going on. Looking like another halt down coming up here for SPRC. I do like your EVAX trade too. That's a nice slow and steady uptrend channel trade there, Mitch. That's a nice slow and steady move up.
Oh, it
We're
did
all
do that 420, 430. This is back towards 456. That looks interesting there.
Yeah.
XXII is nearing 220. A lot of pre-market resistance there too, guys. Hit that one on a short again. Put the stop up towards like 230.
Volume's
XXI.
not doing well there, guys.
But Josh, we're all trading degenerates. Come on, you know we are.
No, not all of us. I don't think all of us are.
Well, it's as a compliment, right? We're degens. We're degens. At least I am. Got the trading degen life. But one of my traders said the degen demon comes out here and there. So we got to tame that. We got to make sure that she's tamed. Trade with discipline.
Always.
Right.
Always.
XXI against 220. That's what I'm working right now.
Yeah, that evac starting to work there. 460s is like the reload right here. I'm looking for that entry, and then I can risk off 450s. There's 460s. Let's join the party.
It is the best tuition. TAC. Yeah, absolutely. We really only learn in the
Let's
drawdowns.
go.
Really
Let's
only
go.
learn in the drawdowns.
Evacs. Let's get it.
XXII. Beautiful, guys. Hopefully some of you guys took that with me. Magic 20 holding up there.
XXI,
Yeah, definitely. You see that
that's like
across
the
the
smoker, isn't it? Tobacco?
What's that?
No,
Oh,
XXI. Yeah, tobacco, I think.
All right, now I want to see this lift to 5 real quick on evacs. I'm long, guys. I got it. Let's get it.
Yeah, if it gets over 280, that thing's going to really start to rip. Well, say rip. It'll see a nice good spike to 5. Yeah, and I like that beautiful uptrend channel that's in.
All right, trying to get a 1-minute recovery on the SGML. It's right on the 90 MA, so I'm giving it this 7 to see if it recovers, guys. And for evacs, I'm already in. Stop placed at 450s, looking for a rip above the 5. Remember I talked about the undercut of the 460 reload? So the stops are at 450 right here. I think everybody stops at 450. So let's just see if it goes. This is where I tell you guys, like, everyone's aligned in that one spot, so... You think I'm the only one that sees that 450? And nah, I ain't the only one that sees it.
Did it do enough of that liquidity grab for you? I'm taking a look at it.
There's volume. Volume came in on
yeah,
the undercut of the...
yeah.
Remember when we went above the 460s and then we went below it? When we crossed back through that 460, the volume came loading in back in. So there's longs off of 450. That's my thinking.
Yeah,
440s is probably their stop also. So you got to think 440 undercut. That's when they wash them. Right now they're trying to buy pullbacks. Right, you see it as soon as it pulls back. You see bigger volume coming in on the tape. Right, that tells you more and more. What are they doing? They're throwing bids. They're throwing bids right underneath the spread. So when it comes back, they're getting filled. Let's see if they send it. Right now, I think it needs to hit 475 real quick. There's the 450 stop outs. You see how it hits it and it's immediately back up? That's just liquidity search, man. That's just liquidity search. It's crazy how it works. It's right there. And so everyone's there and it just ticks it. It went to 450 exactly. Not like 450, not like 449, right? 450 exactly. That's everyone stop, same spot. Let's go take it, and then let's see if it sends. Now I wouldn't want it to touch 450 if I was along, right? Now it shouldn't touch that. It should just start going here. We'll see if it gets it, man. That's how it is with these, and you got to be quick, right? Like I lost there, on that trade? $64. It's more than fine. There's the lift. Let's see if they send it now. 470s. You're seeing some more on the tape getting bought there. You see why? Because you're starting to see more and more of the offer also get picked up there. So I look at that on the tape too. A lot of times you want to see like what you're starting to see, which is a lot of bidding on the DOM, on the pullbacks. So I'll show you what that means right now. Let's show you guys this. This is stuff that I kind of look at. And so once you get that real price action that you're looking for, you see how the bids are more than the offers right now. There's not much on the offer side. There's a lot of bid. So they're like willing to take pullbacks, willing to take pullbacks, willing to take pullbacks, willing to take pullbacks. You want to see this kind of switch. When this gets really big, that's going to be the time where you maybe start to see that quick declining action come in. See how, then I would like to see where's the high of the day and how much is set up there. See, there's like 2,000 shares. It's not much. If that was like 30,000, I'd be a little bit concerned that this isn't going to get up there. But right now, you got some bidding action until the 450s, 456, 455, 452. These are algos, man. This isn't a person. A lot of times, this is going to be algorithmic looking for pullback fills. So there's now finally a seller like, get me out at 465. I've been in here for too long.
Yeah.
SPRC just opened back up.
Nice.
Getting a little pop off of that. Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
hold
Some
down.
traders are focused over there. I'm on the popcorn with SPRC. I'm not really going to trade it. I mean, at CR Trader, I like his trading premise there. $10 that magnet. You could look for have some orders there perhaps, but just kicking back there. Josh, what are your thoughts there? I know you're looking over there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna wave. I wouldn't mind if I was saying when you stepped off. I think you stepped off the mic a second ago, possibly. But I was talking. I wouldn't mind a bounce if it slowed down. I love bounce plays. They've really been money today and most days too on these runners. And so I'd want it to slow down and back down around that $6 area. I still like bounce plays below the VWAP. They work out all the time. Here's get scared to take them. I don't. But yeah, so then back up top for that reversal at that magical 10 that we always talk about. I really love TSLL too. It's just a little slowdown. Same with Tesla. They've kind of gotten into this channel, but getting some more reversal on it for short, kind of like Money Mitch is in on that trade too as well. So, but yeah, SPRC popcorn for now. Leave it alone. Let it slow down unless you want to trade the bouncer reversal up top.
Well, and we got to remember, right? We've had two massive moves already today in the markets, right? We had the sell off before the open,
Right.
And then we've had this huge bounce. So we just might need to take a little bit of a breath, and that would be the same. Not with these small cap guys; they don't care, but the more large cap names might just want to chill out for just a little bit.
All right, getting some support on my SGML. There's a 14,000 share order at 695 that's helping the action come off of that. But it could act as a magnet, so keeping that eyes below 695. So I'm going to take the SGML trade off.
Cool. And EVAC is just beautiful. That's what I was talking about earlier. That I was showing, or this beautiful uptrend channel. It just keeps working, just like paint. It's like playing Pong back in the day. I feel like I'm playing Atari. It's just boing.
And this is why sometimes it makes sense to buy off support and risk underneath support, right? Like, or same thing, like short and then risk into the empty space versus where there's been price action in the past. That's where I think,
yeah. XXII, my adjusted stop traders is going to be over the highs. That's where we got the volume. I'll pull up the chart there.
Yeah, that was a good short right up top. Like that was nice.
Thank you. I mean, it's the it's the Magic 20. In addition, a lot of the Magic resistance. That's so magical, but you just got the after hours pre-market resistance up there where longs are looking to cover psychological levels. So adjusted stops can be over the highs. Otherwise, ride it under VWAP on XXII. But yeah, these I tend to like these more slower plays. SPRC. In my old age, as Nos says sometimes, it's like the heart attack is awaiting. The heart attack is awaiting.
Yes.
You always got to think about, and it's something that, again, some young bucks don't think about. You got to think about longevity in this game, right? If you come up with the best trading style, it's going to make the most amount of money, but you're just redlining your adrenals all day long. It's not going to be the move, right? For long, you better make enough money to not be able to do this later in life, right?
Yeah, you got to take big swings.
And just make
Big
sure
risk.
you're done by the time you're 30 and you look like you're 75.
What's that? Have y'all seen the movie Along Came Polly? Right with
Oh
Along
yeah,
Came
that's
Polly?
a good one.
Classic.
And so remember, he would be like that guy telling us, like, you do not need to be trading small caps forever. No, I can't give you. I'm not going to insure you. You're going to have a heart attack by the time you're 45. What are you doing?
When you even notice, like I've noticed after QMMM, I follow a bunch of systematic small cap traders, right? They're mostly shorting, but right, it's just pure robots doing it. And there's a lot of them saying, you know what? I don't need to do this anymore. One guy I know is is multi-millionaire. Right? He's had 7-figure months doing this stuff, and he's like, you know what? After today, I don't need to do this anymore. I'm gonna go and build some systems that are going to make way less money, but they're going to do it in the large cap space. And at least I'm not sitting there white knuckling my screen all day.
The idea is if you're trading the small caps, it's to get to a rich level that you don't need to trade the small caps anymore.
Yeah, and that's what he really
that's
interesting.
the idea, guys. So
Right.
why you think Tim Sykes is a perfect example. I know that a lot of people say he's probably fake and all that, right? We can get into that battle. That's another day. But more along, what did the guy do? Make a ton of money and then just start doing programs about trading that type of money. But the idea was that he made his money and he'll still trade these, but he's going to trade them probably with 1/100th of that volume, right? He ain't going to trade it big anymore. So.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
exactly what I talked to this trader about. You know, we had a phone call, and he was like, kind of like, well, what do you think of me backing off? I'm like, listen, you're making way more money than I could ever think about making. I'm like, why don't you take, like Mitch said, take 1/5 of your account or 1/10 of your account and trade small caps with that, and take the other 90% of your account and do large caps. And then I'm like,
Allocate.
you're kind of treating like a call option at that point. And if you lose that, and I was like, set it up under a different corporation and a different broker in a different state, and it like just separate it as far from you legally and financially as possible. And it's like, you trade this with small caps. I even talked to him about, you know, trade the pool. I said, listen, if you think you can get inside the risk limits here, like, then you've capped your upside or your downside, right? And just don't deal with it. You know?
Learning lesson here, guys. Just to interrupt there, look at the size order on the 702 now. 41,000 shares on this SGML. So that's what you call bid support. That's a spoof order. I don't care what anybody tells you. That's a spoof order. They don't want that to fill. They're putting bid support. They're trying to put in big size because they are big sized. And so they're putting limits out there that they don't expect to fill.
Smoke and mirrors. I used to pay so much attention to that. You know, I hardly look at it anymore these days.
So now
I know prop firms that used to get shut down doing that. They played, they would play the game. They were all sitting in a room. They would find some liquid stock that was in play that day. They would all nibble it up and try to buy as much as they can without being noticed. And then they would max out the rest of their buying power for the entire office, putting out huge fake bids, and then trigger other traders, but then also systems, because the systems were really dumb at the time. They would see all these bids coming in and they'd buy it up, and then these guys are selling to the system and move on. Highly illegal. Very hard to detect if you're doing it alone, but if you're a bunch of idiots doing it together in an office, someone's going to rat eventually, and you're going to get shut down, which is what they did. But yeah, it's one of those, it's very hard to say, because they have to prove that you didn't want the trade. And you're like, you can't. How do you prove my state of mind that I didn't want the order? So again, I like the way London does it.
How do you prove that? You can't prove it.
You say, oh no, and you know, I put it out there, and then I say, well, why did you cancel the order? You're like, oh, well, my analysis changed.
Yeah, that's all you have to say. That's literally all you have to say. I didn't feel like putting the order in anymore. I felt it was too much risk.
Yeah, that's just my, I thought it was a good buy here, and it's no longer a good buy. So yeah, what London did for their exchange is if you put out and cancel an order too close to each other, they charge you for it, and it's a small fee, like pennies, but it kind of gets the people who do it over and over and over again, and it's like a penny per share, and then
kind of like a pay to play,
Yeah. If you want to put out the order and then you cancel it within a certain period of time of it not getting filled, you pay. Now, pennies doesn't sound like that big of a deal, but these guys aren't doing it on one stock. They're doing it for, like Mitch is saying, like 40,000 shares. So it probably costs the guy $100 to do it.
Yeah, 40,000 shares is no joke, even if it is $7, right? I mean,
it's a slight deterrent is sometimes all you need as a deterrent to kind of even it out a little bit.
Yeah.
This TSLL, I think it's going to drop like a tank, guys. So I'm trying to hold on to this bad boy. Let's see what happens.
I'm looking to add into that too as it does that, by the way.
That's good because like we said it the other day, right, Josh, where we passed each other a play. Let's pass it again. I will short it, and then you can go ahead and long it, my friend. We won't be mad at each other, right? That's what trading's about. And I think that traders need to learn from that also, guys. It's about finding, even if your best friend is shorting the play that you're long, it's not about attaching emotions about that. Understand there's always someone on the other side of the trade. It's about understanding where can we learn from this, right? If I want to short this chart and he wants to long it, what's the thing that's differentiating factor here? It's time frame usually,
Yeah.
right? I think Michael would say that also, time frame, right? How you could be short term trading, and then that person could be in more of a medium term.
I forget who said it, but I saw a trader on Twitter was like how some people put their like pronouns in their bios. Like all traders should be forced to put their time frame in their bios, and that would solve like 90% of Twitter arguments, because someone could say, "Oh, this chart looks great," and then the other one goes, "That chart looks shit." It's like, well, what if one's talking about it looks great for the next 30 minutes, and the other one's talking about it looks like crap for the next 30 days? Like it's a different environment. So if we all just like started every conversation with, for a day trade, I like this, or for a swing trade, I like this, or for an investment, I like this, it would make a lot more sense to a lot more people.
Yep. Yeah, I love the short right now, what Michael I love what you're saying. I love what Mitch is going after. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just that's so funny. That would be awesome if most would do that. We went to school and we had like this proper English etiquette, and we're like, well, in this time frame, this looks very good,
Yeah.
This is why I talk about when traders talk about trade ideas, you need to ask immediately. The first question is not how much money I'm going to make; it's what's your time frame.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know the difference between, let's say, a media anchor and an actual trader. This is how I find out if they're an actual trader or they just somebody that goes on the media and talks about trades.
Nothing else matters, right? You could say, "Oh, I told you this thing was going to go up, and it went up for like 5 seconds and right back down." It's like, okay, you did, but. Or, "Oh, look, I told you this thing was going to go down." It's like, okay, you did, but again, it just depends for how long. And also, right, people
look at the spoofing, man. I'm trying to point this out because this is just ridiculous. Look at the spoofing. 82,000 shares now. It went from 60 to 80. It was at 40. It went to 60. Now it's 82,000 shares.
Yeah.
That is the spoof is get, man. I laugh about this stuff because I like to point it out. You guys hear me sometimes talk about the SEC. It's not that I want them coming after me. It's more that I just see it all the damn time, and it's just unfair, right? That's why you see there's some traders out there.
SPRC halting down. Sorry.
Oh,
SPRC halting down.
Good incorrect. Good call out. I mean, you got to call those out. There it is. And that's a hard cut down. Tesla's starting to cut down too. So just to put that
Speaking
out
about the SEC, what do you guys think as far as the PDT?
Oh, the PDT rule. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, man. This is a great conversation.
I'm surprised y'all didn't. I'm surprised y'all hadn't brought that up today. Yeah, that's a good.
That'd be crazy. They're taking out the PDT rule, and Robinhood's allowing people to short.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Who can preference what happened yesterday so that they can talk because I'm focused.
Yeah, well, it's simply so. There's this pattern day trader rule that they said was to protect investors, and you needed $25,000 in the account. They put that in like 50 years ago when $25,000 was a different number than it is now, and they never bothered. Seemed like one of those things that nobody just cared about to update forever. And then recently they said they're going to lower that potentially to $2,000.
Spoof is slowing down.
For the people that are in Canada, and you don't know what this phantom law is that in the States, you needed over $25,000 in your account to essentially get margin and the ability to turn over your trades more than 3 times a week, which again is just dumb. It's like there's no human being who I've ever talked to who gave me an explanation to why this made sense at all. And it looks like they're going to get rid of it. So it means that you could open up and start day trading with as little as $2,000. Now,
Spoofer guy.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not is going to tell. I think it's going to just accelerate everything. I'd rather someone blow up a $2,000 account than a $25,000 account. So I'm all for it.
All right. So the spoofer just got hit there. 34,000 shares went through at 710. Then
so he's real.
45,500 at 704, 11,000 at 704. So either somebody knows something in this stock or I got to hang in here, right? So this is the part where I got to just determine what's the lowest amount I'm willing to take today, which is it cutting 7 again. If it cuts 7, get the hell out, right? Because there's no point. Right. Now, if it keeps going above 710s, it could go to 750, which is the difference is like $250 or like $500 or $600, right? So we'll see what happens here. I can see it immediately going down towards more of that spoofing order, back towards the 705s. It's back at 701. I'm about to put out the order to get out here. But I don't want to show the hand too much. I'm just waiting for 7 to break here. And if I need to, get out, right? Showing the hand, I'm telling you guys, it's an easy way to get your, like if you want to show your hand, that's like just take my money and run, right? So right now, I'm just looking at it, looking at the price action. There's 10,000 shares just right there, immediately at 7, right? So they're trying to buy the 7 pullback, might get a dip here, and then the rip higher, but I got to be smart and take the money and run, right? Big short on Tesla, TSLL. I got 2,000 shares, 1970s.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm
but
taking
going
shots,
back to that,
guys. Taking shots.
yeah, you are. You're swinging, baby. You're swinging. But yeah, back to that
Swing
PDT.
hard, baby. Swing hard. Now that it's back at 703, stop is out. This is when I'll show my hand. Remember I talked about like trying to be in a position to control? So now it's like it's either going to go or it's just going to take my money and run. So now I can show it, and now I'm comfortable in the trade, right? Until you really put out a stop loss in the green, you're probably not going to be comfortable in the trade, right? So at this point, let it go, and look how the spoofing orders are gone, right? So that guy that was wanting to put like the 60,000, 80,000, you see how it's completely off the tape now. Completely off the tape. Like there's no one even near 10,000 now on that. He's like, yeah, I have enough share size. I can't fill anymore. So
Money Mitch, I think EVAX did the liquidity move to 420 you were looking for, just FYI.
Ah, there it is. There's
Yeah.
the liquidity move to 420 right on the dot. So now you look for, does the price action change immediately after that candle? So what do you look for? Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher low trend. And that one's, you want to see that stay
420
after
the
the
good
wash.
stop right now. Yeah.
We'll see what happens there, guys. It's a fun day indeed, and overall, going to be an amazing day in the funded account, guys. Regardless of the fact I'll be in the green, like, because yesterday I got a 200 down day, right? So back with this minimum trade is 249. Really good trade on LAC, just pushing forward, right? At the end of the day, I'm looking at more of a weekly goal now. If I can finish the week up 800 on the new funded account, in an account that normally has a target of 1,500, we're doing awesome, guys. So
Yeah, great work there, man.
let's keep working, guys. Let's work as a team. Let's work together. It's 10:54. We'll be wrapping up soon. I'm going to kick it to Michael Noss to kind of go around the market, and then we'll go to your boys as we let you guys take over the show.
Yeah, so I was just watching that same EVAX thing you guys were watching on. It's been, doesn't look like it if you just look at the numbers. Well, we're down 0.3% or whatever, but it's been a pretty monumental day just overall when it comes to the market action. Because we've got to remember, we gapped down huge today. Huge for the low volatility we've been recently, about 0.4%, and then sold off all morning. And so far, if we hold this low, touch the VWAP, and remember, just for those who missed it, so far all year, it's been you take the last pullback, you throw a VWAP on it, and that's the low of your next pullback. And this has just happened over and over and over again for literally since the low. It's kind of eerie how this is working. And so far, it's continuing. And I don't do this to say this is some sort of magic or anything, but just to show that there is programmatic buying that's been happening in the market. Right? The VWAP from here was the low right there. The VWAP from there was the low right there. So on and so forth, kind of all the way up here. So I really think it's all about whether or not we hold this low now over the next couple of days. If we do, we're probably back to all-time highs pretty soon. For me, I think this is how the offside shorts we've been talking about all year are covering. They're using these little down ticks to try to get another position without getting too killed. And same thing all across the market. We have the Dow green. We have IWM put in a really strong bounce as well. Relatively strong there on small caps. We have the Qs through yesterday's low. So just huge gap down, huge bounce. Now we just need to wait a couple days to see if this thing holds.
And SPY holding sideways here, but we'll see if it just continues to climb the wall of worry. As the shorters came in and the media came in with their scary AI titles. You saw them real quick start talking negative about AI. And then you've been seeing now even Mark Zuckerberg and other major players starting to say that AI is a bubble. Well, congratulations, dude. I've been talking about this for 6 months. But, I mean, hey, it is a bubble. Let's ride the bubble. The bubbles go longer than most people think. though. That's one thing that I will say.
Well, it's funny because a lot of people are taking what Jay Powell said about, highly priced, fairly highly priced assets and saying, well, this is the Greenspan irrational exuberance moment.
Oh,
And then they get their history all wrong, where if you bought when Greenspan said irrational exuberance, you got like 4 years of the greatest bull market of all time. So I hope it's his irrational exuberance moment, because that means we have 4 to 5 years of the greatest bull market of all time. It wasn't, a lot of people remember him saying that being some sort of a top, but it certainly wasn't, right? People got more irrational and more exuberant as time went on. So, I'd rather be part of them than part of the other side.
Ooh, leading the rally is, oh man, you guys, these are the moments when I look back and be like, yeah, you know the word I said there. Look at this chart. Remember, I was trying to load in USAR because I was thinking this was going to break 17. I was loaded at 1680, 600 shares. This thing ripped towards 19. It's been a materials day. I called it early that the materials just seemed to be the area where it was getting the strength. This recovered really quickly, right back up, right? Like straight back up. We're getting some buying programs on these metals and minerals plays. That's what I see. Like FLNC right back up, right? I'm not fighting that by any means. ALB doing well. That Rubrics one, look at the recovery, Michael. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is that undercut. Well, I scared them all out. Now I want to rip this thing back up, right? So look for that type of action. Another name that's recently pulled back, I'll be watching to see if it gets hot later in the day, is Tempest AI. I did see some dip buyers talking about that they were looking at that name. But SGML, last call out there, guys, continuing to work for me. Now I have the stop placed, and it's just working. So at this point, I look for the breakout above 710 to try to get to that 740, 750 final sale. But I already know no matter what, I'm taking 697. So at this point, we'll just keep letting it play. Good action on the funded account, and really not even using that much exposure. Only 3,200 exposure on that play, up 9.15%. Can't be mad, man. Can't be mad. The fun part is we're going to look at the risk to reward. Once I close this trade, it is so massive on my account right now because of LAC. It's literally, it looks like a joke, guys. It's like 1 for like 62 instead of 1 for 4. So just trying to ride the waves. And that's what you want to be doing at a time like this. Riding the waves and seeing what you can make, right? All right, guys, 10:59. We'll let the boys take over here into the small cap. You go.
Later, guys.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. It's great work today. Good work on the funded.
Take care, Michael. We'll see you.
Yep.
All right, there he is, and I wanted to hit the out button before he got out. There he is. All right, guys, so I'm going to boot myself and go check out the other scenes and make sure I don't just come sweeping back. But before we go, just a real quick mention. Guys, if you haven't done so already, please go ahead and do it for me. Go get after, of course, the Ackman competition starting on the 8th. You guys, I'll throw up a link in the comments again here, but 8th through the 13th, 8th through the 10th is going to be the first battle, beating Ackman. That's how you get yourself into the final day, which is going to be the 13th. Everyone wants to be a part of the final day. That's where the P&L competition is going to be, and we're going to be at Trader TV Live, getting after it. So, hey, smash the like, guys. We'll see what happens in the Ackman challenge. So we'll see you guys. Definitely go ahead and sign up right now. All right.
You'll be seeing me on the 13th. It'll be Monday, Freaky Monday the 13th. It'll be that's me and my wife's anniversary.
I like it.
Before that, I'm bringing the heat, baby. I'm bringing the heat. I'm going to put my Thanos gauntlet glove on. I'm bringing it. Okay, I'm bringing it.
I'll give you guys my saying. When you're coming onto the stream or you're going anywhere that you need to feel the power, what you want to say, coming in hot. Just say that line right before you get on, man. Coming in hot. Have confidence in your abilities, man. And all you guys that are trying to work in the day trading space, it's all about what? Building our own decision-making skills and having beliefs in our own abilities. Believe in yourself. Don't get irrational, but believe in your abilities, work to those habits that you need to improve, and you just might find success. Kicking it to the boys. Have fun, guys.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly. I just want to go off of what Money Mitch said there. Especially with the PDT change into 2000, I want traders out there, just please, for the love of God, just be mindful that the market, the best traders out there realize the unpredictable nature of the market, and they trade with clarity in that uncertainty. Like what us we all aspire when we start trading, and with the guys that are going to be doing throwing $2,000 at these PDT accounts. When they lower it, traders they have expectations. That's a visual representation of what you think's going to happen. But we got to eliminate expectations. It just have zero when we enter trades. The only thing we need to know is what we're going to do in the face of uncertainty. That's what separates the best traders from amateurs that want predictability. They want each individual trade to work out, and they trade with expectations. So try to eliminate those. What are you looking at this morning, Mr. Josh?
I mean, nothing really right now. I'm not seeing anything that I want some Tesla, which we've talked about that and add into the long there, but nothing for me on small caps. I like SPRC if it would slow down back for a bounce play, possibly PepG is not doing much. EVAX was a good channel play, but I'm not a channel trader. I'm not. So that really just sitting back right now. PepG was great this morning early on, and then now just kind of sitting back and relaxing. Don't see a lot, and that's what I'm doing on. Like I said, we've always kind of talked about this on Tuesday and Thursday when we get to this portion of the morning. Just patience is the name of the game. If you're looking to take a trade right now, there's no reason to try to force and wait for trades to come to you, whether there's certain levels that get hit you're waiting for. Like Doug was talking about, I guess, Kevin, of course, you're teaching traders that I'm teaching traders, right? Going past our history and going up and to the left, find your resistance support areas. You're trading, off of that, but you have to wait and have patience right now, especially if you are in small cap and even a lot of the time in large caps. We've talked about that when the volume liquidity kind of slows down here and you have to wait for the next best setup to really come to you. And that's really the next 3 hours of trading before we kind of get that heat up session right before you get into power hour and sometimes get some volume burst. It slows down. The tendency is that. And so I'm just always would remind myself back in the day and just at this time of the day, I wasn't as successful if I was trading a lot. If I sat back and waited for a setup, I was way more successful. I'd rather be 1 for 1 in this hour than go 1 for 3. I have like 2 losers in one, or whatever. Like, just wait for the one trade in this hour if you get it.
Yeah. So the thing is, when we have the unlimited freedom to trade, we think that that unlimited opportunity in the market that we need to capitalize on in every moment. And so I've used that analogy a lot because I've made every mistake you can possibly think of. That's why we're able to help traders out with these things. Over trading is one of those things. You start over trading because you see hands that are like not good. Like your pocket pair of ace hand. You're trying to visualize that and populate that onto like a 7-2 offsuit. You just over trading so much. PepG. So I mean, I saw one of you stopped out on PepG. I mentioned the risk. So this is off of, this thing has dropped from 770 down. PepG again. They came out with that dilution, the offering at 320. So if I was going to get in down here, I'd have to size in smaller. Again, this is dynamic sizing, and then risk off of those 6 levels. So that's how I would trade at this point. I had a 7 entry where I was heavier, but I was re-stabbing at it with like half size at that point, since you're not, you've already taken predictable pieces off and you're down, a little bit too, because it could certainly get a bounce as it's heading down there towards, its dilution level. That was the analysis there with PepG. Right now, my eyes are on this cheap DVLT play. We're coming up towards resistance. Doug just pointed out we look left to predict right. In fact, he just mentioned that as far as the PepG trade went. It bounced right off of a resistance level. So that's why we always look left to get an idea of the personality of the ticker. What does it do with this relative volume, compared to a day where it had similar amounts? I'm seeing resistance on DVLT up towards $1 and, of course, $1.20. We've gone over that many times. This is an edge. I particularly like to trade that dollar area because of the bid price rule. These tickers have to stay over $1 for 6 months consecutively, or they get delisted. And so that's a very critical resistance level for these tickers, that dollar mark, and especially when you pop up quickly, I like to short those. So small caps, I know we were discussing a little bit. I just got my account got disabled today because of their risk management teams taking a look at it, because I hit that mark. I hit the mark for getting funded with the 25,000 max account, and I only trade small caps. So there's certainly profitability and we have EV, expected value, in this land. You just got to know your edge. I know some of you mentioned that it's either feast or famine in small caps, and I agree it can certainly be that way, but it doesn't have to, especially if you're just trading. I just trade the hangovers, the backside plays where they're a lot slower, and you just fade them on, like XXII, for example. I took the short here, it worked out fine, great, hit it, and it's kind of descending triangle right now against the VWAP. I took it off down here at 199, but there are predictable setups, and you don't have to trade like the feast or famine SPRC trades. You know that they're kind of the feast or famine plays based on Josh and I, when we're like, okay, we're pulling the popcorn out on this one. Additionally, you can always just wait for those setups to develop. I'm heading over to you, Josh. Sorry, I was a little long-winded there.
You just need to take a little break. Go, whew. Yeah, take a little breather. No, you're fine, man. No, trust me. Go back and forth. Just good information that you're handing out. So, SPY finally getting the pullback there with Tesla as well. So that Tesla, like I said, I like that short. That's what I was trying to get filled at 20. And the VWAP never got filled, so I usually leave that trade alone. But still, not bad. Money Mitchell's trade is working out there. I love that short up at 20. I didn't get filled though at the VWAP, so I was just I didn't get filled. Should have honestly just market ordered in at that point, but it is what it is. Now looking to get filled kind of at that low of day area. But yeah, SPY finally getting a pull here. So we're getting that little bit of a rug pull across the board. I say rug pull. At least the tickers I'm looking at. I'm going to get done looking at EVAX. It was just fun to look at in that uptrend channel. I'm not a big channel trader, and especially when I go look at a chart. I know it's at a 1 minute time frame, but still all those wicks that we have there. And that's really, like we talked about earlier, how you trade that really in the end. If you're looking to trade a chart that looks like this, that has this beautiful uptrend channel, I don't trade trends and channels, but you can see where the resistance is at and where you'd want to go short, essentially like Money Mitch was saying. So you'd short up here and you'd cover down here and then buy down here and, sell up here and just keep doing rinse and repeating that process till finally it doesn't work out on the buy side, and the buy doesn't work out. You stop yourself out, but you've had however many successful trades in that trend. We'll go over here and look at it because I do like this play. At least it is moving up. DVLT was a nice little mover here. So DVLT, nice move up. Nice little move there. And yeah, $1.20. And of course, past chart history, same thing, looking at the same thing that you would be looking at here, which would be there's your $1 to $1.10 resistance, which always comes in. There's your $1.20 area, which you can already see a fail in there. I love the standard deviation channel, and you can see how well it works out. So we're just working our way down into it. So
I like to start these, because sometimes they don't quite make it like it's doing right now. Is in the 200-day, additionally, multiple variables. The 200 days right there under $1 too. But I like to start them just because sometimes they don't quite make it there. This one's pulling back a little bit. We'll see if it can climb back up. But yeah, still looking at for that dollar break to short into it.
And yeah, if you're point me at Tesla, just so you guys know, if you're taking a look at Tesla, SPY just came down. But if you're in the short here, if you did get with Money Mitch and you're looking more of a day trade, this area is where you're going to have to start taking some profit. So this 1940 to 1920 is profit taking zone for you guys. I just want to let you know that 100%. And then we got James coming over, my boy James. Is this James we've been talking to? Is this our boy James?
Yeah. I came out with the video yesterday. I'll send it over to you, Josh.
Sweet.
Call with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
James, we're gonna have some, this pre-market or after hours, I should say, resistance from yesterday, right around 6. But a lot of the time, what I've noticed that after hours resistance sometimes doesn't hold up nearly as well because traders aren't looking at it really anymore. It is trying to, and you can see there's gonna be some selling on the tape there. One thing that I noticed these plays when the VWAP just runs racing up with it, in this volume, surging out of nowhere like you have. Usually it's a liquidation. Usually it's kind of trap you in that, in my opinion. And so watch for this trap and a big sell-off to come back on down out of nowhere. I mean, this doesn't have news. We know that. So a lot of the time what happens here, you get the pop up, but here in the next, I would say, minute or two, you're going to see, we go back to past chart history, of course. Who was that talking about that? One of your boys, Doug, going back to past chart history. It happened, it looked like just in the past week. So
I like that. I love that when it happens recently, there's a lot of resistance there for the short. Yeah. I like when Yep.
Yeah. So you're going to see that same thing again. I doubt it gets up that high again, but yeah, a lot of the time when you see that VWAP catch this play as it starts racing on up, it's going to trap a lot of shorts at first. It's going to keep popping on up. And then, of course, then long get greedy. And then eventually everyone just sells off, and it usually kind of ends up being in a random spot when you get the spikes here, almost 2 hours after the opening bell. And you get this, like I said, little liquidation trap there. It's really nice to see that. Again, it's not bad for longs. It gets a little scary and it's choppy here. There's a little bit of a spread too. If you go look at the spread, that's chopping around there. But these usually pop up and go up a little bit stronger, than you would anticipate. But I'm missing it. But for right now, James, if you're looking to trade it, most likely this play is going to fall over and coming right back on down to 5, I would imagine, here sometime in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm interested in a short up towards 650, risking 7.
Yeah.
And really even like up towards 8. Like these, like you're saying, these things reclaiming the levels. I'll show my chart real quick that they just recently hit. It's so unlikely.
Right.
This is an edge I do like trading because again, you have longs that are bag holding this from these levels, 650 to 7 to 750 to 8. Very recent. And you got to understand how a lot of these long chat rooms think, and I certainly know you've been a part of them too, Josh. So we know what they're thinking, right? We know that a lot of them, that if they want to have like a breakout on a ticker, they don't want it to have made that move a few days ago. They want it to be like months ago because you're more likely to sustain that move because you're not having a ton of bag holders, in it that create a level of resistance. So, yeah, I like QLGN. I'm monitoring that one for a short, maybe up. I don't chase really. I don't chase tickers, So I'll wait for. I like to short into strength. I mean, that's
short
into strength, buy into weakness, buy high, buy low, sell high, not buy high, hope higher. Oh man, buy high, hope higher.
Speaking of PEPG, PEPG is one I'm looking at. PEPG here, if this can pop back up, 560 might be the reversal area from earlier where we cracked down, but I like that back into the VWAP and $6 where we fell to. So if we can get PEPG back up into 6, definitely would be going short on that play at that $6 area. Yeah. And like I said, QLGN, here comes more of that. If that starts cracking through the VWAP, you may see more.
It may just go straight
more
up, straight
sell
down.
off. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It could be right back to 5 before you blink an eye. So
and SPRC, good alert, Sterling. Great setup by the way too. I mean, look at this. So level of resistance turns into support, and then it creates that descending triangle. So again, we can wait on these for the predictable setups. You don't have to just. And it's right under the 200-day too. Like it pulled right under that 200-day. If you don't have that on your daily chart, throw it on there. The 200-day works so consistently. I see it every single day. These things, I'll pop over it. They'll retrace the move back under it, and you have other variables to create that where the stars align that create a higher EV expected value for the trade, to work out. So you could take the short against that upper trend line as it snaps, but profit take along the way, and really leaving leftovers on something like this to just fade because volume has faded, and the attention has moved on. I mean, to something else, QLGN perhaps
faded,
which QLGN's about to tensions on.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, so I see the bull behind you. Have you ever gotten a picture taken with the bull, the old famous bull in New York? There it is. He said, "Let me show you, buddy." Good. Yeah, that's awesome. That's sweet. Yeah. Looks like it was a rainy day.
I wish it was a bear. Yeah, it was.
A bear.
But,
yeah.
I'll take the bull. I'll take the bull. Whatever.
Wouldn't that be cool? You think about how many more bears there are in America than there are bulls as far as actual animal. You figure they would put a bear up like somewhere beside it. Like, come on, there's a lot of bears out there now.
Dude, they wouldn't put a bear. They don't. They want all the longs coming in.
I know. Well, for what they're promoting, I'm thinking, us, we're like small caps. Like, hey, what about us? Not the
we
large
need a bear
caps.
headquarters.
You want those to the moon.
Exactly.
But one thing before we do forget about it, because I don't want to forget about it, man. The PDT rules. I've gotten that ass. I mean, since I first started the PDT.
10 years ago, dude. We're old, man. We're old.
Yeah. People have always asked about it. What's the deal? But that's going to be. I don't know. And just like Michael said, never had a reason why I've always even looked up why 25K, why 3 trades, like why not like 5, why not like 1 per day, why not like 10, so you get 2 per day.
Well, they went from T+3 to T+2 to T+1.
It's
now
just
dry.
So it'll be interesting. It really will be to see if what kind of change influx in the market we have there, how much more volume there could be.
Is your glass half full or half empty with those traders that are going to be jumping in?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I think it's increased volatility, which the traders who know what they're doing, they want that. That means more money to be made with that volatility. That's what we look for as traders. I worry, of course, that's how I am. Like the trade, my students are my kids. I worry. We'll create some content.
There'll be a
on
lot
it.
of blown accounts. There's going to be a lot of blown accounts. I say it. Listen, let's just be honest. There's going to be a lot of blown accounts, 100%. Robinhood's going to just be like one blown account out there. I wish there was an actual statistic that we could go to. How many accounts blown per broker? So we could be like, which brokerage has the most blown accounts? And just watching that graph as it goes on. But that would be very interesting for sure to say.
I worry.
It'd be fun.
I'm still going to recommend, everybody utilizing the evals. I have seen so much benefit off of these evals. I want traders. I know traders are, they're going to want to hit the gas pedal, but
I think it'll be a lot like 20. I think it'll be a lot like 2019. 2020 helped because of COVID, but I think it'll be a lot like that. When I remember when I almost said trade the pool, but when Thinkorswim, E-Trade, all these brokerages went to, I think Robinhood was one of the first ones where they went to commission free. I think Robinhood was the first one, if I'm not mistaken. And the next thing you know, everyone's following suit. And it definitely brought in a lot of extra, it seemed like, volume for sure, and validity. But nothing that I went through that I couldn't sustain. Now, would be way different but definitely different for sure. But that, I would imagine we'd see a lot more volume. Does it get crazier as far as
I saw this video yesterday. It was like in South Korea. They had this whole stage auditorium for trading, on the big Megatron, people's screens, and it was like a competition. I was just thinking about these companies. I'm like, all these people trading these companies that don't give a rat's booty about the companies. They're just in it, to capitalize on the small fluctuations.
Right.
Like, oh, poor companies. They're like, my company is just a vehicle for people to buy, just to exchange money betwing each other. Nobody cares about my company, but that's how it's always kind of been anyway. PUBG kind of creeping up there.
I know. I'm waiting. I got my eye on it. I'm creeping on it too. I'm I'm watching you.
I got one eye peeled on you. Yeah.
I'm watching you. Exactly, Angela. Eval's got to do that. There's so many free. Even on Thinkorswim, they still have paper trading, right? So go to that. Revert to. You got the demos. You have evals. There's other ways you can at least learn to train yourself before you want to go risk your own
I saw somebody. They were asking. They had just borrowed. They took a loan out for $50,000, and they were starting to trade with that. And they were like, my plan was to take that $50K, double, triple it, pay off the loan, and then. And they ended up, of course, blowing it. So that's my worry for newer traders. Please get the evals, because the only way to learn is by essentially losing. That's the only way that traders learn, in the drawdowns. Right. The quote I gave the other day, Edison, he didn't fail 1,000 times. He learned 1,000 ways not to make the light bulb. And that's exactly how your trading is going to go out there. You have got to learn what doesn't work, and that only comes by pain, by emotional pain, and it sears into your memory bank. And then that, you know not to press the button at, when the ticker's shooting straight up, like SPRC. I know now not to buy high and hope higher, because I've experienced this pain of buying at 890 and selling at 648. It's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of blown accounts, but we'll set them straight. As long as they don't blow all their capital. That's what it is, right? Not blowing your capital. It's capital preservation in trading. It's at least when you first start. We know. Right. We've seen it time and time again.
Earlier talking that's one thing that's hardly anyone ever wants to get into. Yeah, taxes. Earlier I was mentioning, taxes definitely suck. And that one main thing I would just say is, down the line, you don't once you start making more money, you want to get an LLC for sure. But I just have had help along the way for taxes. It's not one thing that I would dive into and can give you a ton of help, because I luckily went to college with the guy that, anyway, ended up, that's what he got into and does. And so I got help. And so that get
Well,
help.
taxes
Is what
on
I say.
taxes with payouts with with the evals are different too. But I'm
Right.
not a CPA, so I
Yep.
can't speak on that. But look into it because it's very interesting. It's a little
Yep.
different, too. Yeah.
Right. 100%. Yeah, looking to get filled here down low here for SPRC here because it slowed down. I like this 6 to 615 20 area for a dip buy. I'm not going to go in big on it. I'm just going to go in probably about 250, 300 shares here, maybe 500 shares. Love this support area. We haven't had a bounce yet. As we've just been winding down from 890. This is where we got our bounce. The only bounce
What are
from
you thinking?
earlier was right
Risk the open? What are you thinking risk wise?
Yeah, we're right below 6. So essentially, if it cracks back below 6, then just
Okay.
be out of it.
So
Yeah.
right or right out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because then it just starts dumping back on down. And I don't want to be a part of that trade if it's going to be one of the just really does buy back on
QLGN
down.
guys out there looking to short. I mean, this curling back up, risking the highs. It's got clear high there to risk off of. QLGN's not terrible. Testing the VWAP right now. I'm still monitoring as well. One of you mentioned EVAX is heavy, very heavy. Yeah, EVAX very heavy.
SGML
SPR
new high day, by the way.
Which one?
SGML new high of day here. I forgot about Kevin's or Money Mitch's play. Not
Money
you forgot
Mitch.
Kevin.
Yeah,
Money
yeah.
Mitch.
He's killing it
SGML.
there.
I don't know if he stayed in. I think
Excellent.
he was long, wasn't he?
Pep G is he is. Pep G is getting there, dude. I like this. Pep G.
Okay,
We have clear risk. Go ahead.
My dogs are going nuts right now, so I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
I'm here by myself. My
They're
dogs
like,
are going
Daddy,
crazy.
Daddy,
Literally,
stop talking to
one
yourself
second.
in there. All right, Pep G, guys. This one curling up. We have clear risk levels like the open and VWAP and, of course, 620s. I mean, there's a lot of risk overhead. And, of course, the dilution offering news. I think I'm going to have to stab at this. When I say oftentimes, like, let the trades come to you versus you trying to force trades and you finding trades. Just let them come to you to the point where, like, you do this enough and you develop that gut, which is the combined experience over time that just tells you, take the trade, it just... when to listen to it. Essentially, it's that trader psychology in the gut. So the gut's kind of screaming at me on this Pep G. I mean, it is curling around. We could see shorts. Perhaps it could squeeze out shorts, but there's so many levels of resistance here. I think I'm gonna hit it against 620. Good short, James, on QLGN, and that one's given another entry too against the highs. Pep G. Man, what a curl there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit Pep G against 620. I'm gonna give it to 620 there and scale it towards 620. SPRC Jason in short at 671 on SPRC. Let me go ahead and take a look back over there, SPRC. Heck yeah, dude. And great patience with that too, Jason. So you took it on the VWAP crack. I like that. It was kind of bear flagging out. Excellent work. Eli, I use Thinkorswim for charting, and I've been trading with, I got an eval and a funded one over at TTP right now. So Thinkorswim, I've used their charting for 10 years. It's like, I'm an old dog. I can't learn new tricks. That old saying. I love Thinkorswim for charting, so it's hard for me to get off of it. Yeah, SPRC, excellent trade there, Jason, and good patience. So again, like with our winners, I say this often, like we got to be rigid with the rules. Please write this down. Please, if you're out there and you're not in a trade, or put it in your mental bank. Rigid with the rules, flexible with the profit expectations. You have got to be rigid with the rules, guys. It's like there's a few different scenarios. We go over this. I know Josh has as well. In trading, there's only 3 outcomes you want to have. A small win, big win, or small loss. You want to avoid the large loss at all cost. That's what you want to do. Now, you can be convicted on a trade and it not work out, right? That's happened to me very often. In fact, with this Max account, at any time that I've made a mistake or a misstep with the Max that I just crossed the funded line over, we'll see what the risk management team, when they look at it, fingers crossed, all goes well there. But anytime I've made mistakes, like the Max I can lose on the Max is 250. So I'm going to go over that chart. Michael Katz and I are going to go over that. The equity curve there, and I got a lot I want to share with you traders, a lot, because I want every single one of you to be funded. So we got a lot to cover there. So PEPG, shorting this one. Let me see. I'm going to hit it against 620. I'm going to size it. So I only took 250 right now. I'm going to hit it for another 250 up towards 6. I got it right here, 571. Hit it up towards 6 and then and then I got the stop at 620. But outside of that, I'm just flipping around. I like to be in multiple tickers at one time too, so I'm not tunneling in. It distracts me from like getting over convicted and tunneling in. Oh, there's Josh's dog. Both of his dogs. They're coming in to trade. 3 of them. You got a zoo over there, Josh. How many dogs you got?
You really would? Oh yeah, 14.
Oh, 14.
Yeah. So we got a few over here. I got a few over here. I got a few behind me over here. Look at this monster. Look at that massive guy right there. So yeah,
that
14.
Sounds fun but busy.
Wife is oh yeah. Wife's out of town with 2 of them, so I've got 12 here with me currently, and we have 2 cats as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm working. Well, SPRC. Jason killed that one. That was excellent. He shorted that VWAP snap. So good work there on the backside. Let's see. EVAX has been slowly bleeding. PEPG, I ended up hitting it, Josh. I'm going to hit it again at 6 and risk 620. I got a lot of resistance overhead here. VWAP, 6, the open, 620, the dilution news. So I'm going to swing it over to you, Josh, though.
Yeah, baby boy. Yeah, so I'm in 250 shares. Yeah, you're good. I'm in 250 shares at $6 on the dot for SPRC. And yeah, good job. You guys are doing good. A pile of 14 dogs, 2 cats. We have two cats, 2 turtles. Yeah. So and we're unfortunately down to 1 bunny now. We did have a bunny pass a couple of weeks ago. It was very heartbreaking for us. So any of our animals that passed, but it was. Bunnies are very finicky. They are very finicky, which my wife, she knows, unfortunately. And I'm like, well, why do we get animals that aren't going to live that long that are finicky? Well, some dogs can be that way, though, too, as well, unfortunately. So, but yeah, no, it is a house full over here for sure. It is a house full. Right now, honestly, your best plays, Q, one of the best plays on the top. Thoughts on LAC? Oh, is LAC still in the downtrend, though? Let's go over to LAC real quickly. Here. Is it still? It finally broke the downtrend. That's exactly what I was looking for. So if you did take that downtrend break, nice candlestick confirmation, got even some more move up from the candlestick confirmation there on the way up. Candlestick confirmation is when you have a candle that closes and opens above whatever trend you're looking to trade. And we got that nice good move back up. What a lot of times you'll get is a bounce play back down on the downtrend line. So right around 710 would be your area for supporter to add back into that VWAP, of course, being the risk area below. You could even risk down here, which would be around your 675-ish or so area for the long potential. My risk would be a little tighter, just knowing if we crack back through the VWAP 9 and the 9 EMA. The downtrend, I should say, all 3 of those combined should be some nice support, though. Do like this play for LAC. I liked it earlier in the day, and then again, I was like pretty much always go over to and starts calling it. It becomes lackluster, and there's not a lot of movement to it. And then out of nowhere, boom, you get your downtrend break and you get some volume burst to come back in. And always look for that. Look how you have a downtrend break in volume. So literally on Thinkorswim, which is really cool, I can add a downtrend line to the volume. It's really crazy. I don't know if you can do that on other brokerages, but you literally can on Thinkorswim. Beautiful downtrend break there in volume for LAC. And so I like it. Like I said, this area is going to now be support as it kind of pulls back on down. So that's beautiful. Bounce play there on SPRC is working out. Target for me would be just getting it back up into this 250 range. I'll take some shares off there, then possibly back up to the VWAP. And there you go, Paula. Short entry on PEPG. Yeah, PEPG, I wanted this back up top. Yeah, PEPG, if we can get this back to 590 or 6, I would hate for it to reverse here at 575 and come crashing back on down. Would absolutely make me want to cry. QLGN, there goes crashing back, because I say that because I want that short at that VWAP into the downtrend right there would be nice, and the reversal from earlier. QLGN coming back on down for some more there. TR trader looking for a retest of 5-day. That's what I thought you mentioned. That'd be a possible good short possibility there if we could get it. And SGML, beautiful. SGML, beautiful move right here for Money Mitch. SGML, he's always finding some really good longs. Love his longs. Very good, very nice. You'd be looking for a bounce play back at either 710 or back down here around 7 or to 695. Of course, safer areas you'd put down this. Hey, if I get filled, I get filled. If you don't, you don't. And that's how you have to look at the trade. Up here is more of I want to get filled. I want to get filled. I want to get filled. Bounce play right there working out. If you went bigger shares with me here on SPRC, if you went bigger shares than I did, then take some profit, as we hit this first area right there at 630, 640. You can see this old support area is going to run into a little bit of resistance as we move up. Take some profit there if you want to. It's not a bad idea always to lock up a little bit of profit here as we move into the 635 area. I may even shed off about 100 shares there. Nice little moves. There we go. There we go. I'm going to take, there she is, baby. Now I'm taking 100. Let's go. Down to 150 shares there on SPRC. You just went 250. You get, this low on a play that's been winding down essentially from 9 back down to 6. You don't want to go too big on the day. Maybe if you get a bigger account, go 1,000 shares at most, something like that. You're banging out hundreds right now. You're banking. You're doing good. You got gas money, you got lunch money, now you got haircut money. You can make it through the week. You got more than lunch money. You got, you probably got dinner money and maybe lunch money tomorrow now at this point if you want 1,000 shares. Beautiful move right there. Beautiful move. Nice little bounce off 6. Just put the limit orders in there. Trusted the area, even though I had to go get the dogs. They just start barking and yapping it up over and over and over.
Did I hear haircut money?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Pep G's working out too. Okay.
Yeah. I got your text, but I'm down for that if you want to. It's up to you if you want to. Whatever you want to do, man, I'm down for that. I got all my packs settled now, so I'm good to go.
Okay.
I'd love to do that if you want to do maybe the call-in show.
I'll have to go to that studio and just copy and send it over here. And then
you let me, if you want to, we can. I'm down for that. At least try to get someone in if they want to.
we can try it out, and then we haven't been able to test it out too much, so we'll see how it works. But I think I got a formula for it, so we'll test it out again. Yeah, I'll head over. I'll get off in about 20 minutes to go send that studio over, and we'll do a call-in show. So guys, get some questions ready. We'll take a caller or two and pick the theme today, Josh, or let you guys pick the theme. Whatever theme you guys want.
Biggest win last week was biggest loss. We can just go straight to the opposite side of that. The biggest win ever, how you felt, how you dealt with it. Did you lose your money after that? Were you able to keep those gains? Was it something, again, like I said, did you lose it within a trade or two afterward? What was the setup? Is it something that you attacked again and again and again and made profit from, or was it like a one-hit wonder kind of thing? I think we got the theme right there, baby.
All right, let's roll with it.
Let's do it. So, guys, you just heard. I'm down with that. Just rolled off the top of my head, tip of the tongue there. But yeah, biggest win ever. And then what'd you learn from it? Did you learn anything from it? Was it a one-hit wonder and just a one-off? Was it something that you attacked, over and over and over? Did you lose your profit right after that? Was it something you made $1,000 and then the next day you lost 3,000, or something like that, and then it became your biggest win and biggest loss ever combo? So let us know. I'm down for that. I'd love to hear your stories on the biggest win ever. I think biggest loss ever. I'm sure some traders may not want to come out and tell us everyone, but hey, biggest win ever. Let us know about it.
Yeah, again, the phone's going to be like ringing nonstop today. Last week it was like,
I don't know if I want to talk about the biggest loss ever, but
they were excellent calls though. You really don't. You know how the teachers say there's no bad questions. There's no bad call either.
No. And just the thing is that people can learn from it. People are going to hear your story, learn from it. It's just one of those things. That's what I love this stock trading, building a community, in my opinion, like this. Like you have yours and I have mine. We're bringing them all together here. And anyway, you have a tight knit community that you trust one another. You feel like you can talk to one another. That's your brother. That's your cousin. That's, whatever it is, that you can go talk to your sister.
Trading community. This community's so good because of that. I mean, we really, everyone comes together. I mean, we know the struggles and the pain, and everybody does jump in when traders are hurting or blowing up or making mistakes. Because we've all been there. We all have human behavior.
Just to get a little taste of what it's like every morning with me in here, buddy. So here's the thing. Check this out. So there's a Great Dane. We got Lab, another Great Dane, a Shepherd. Let's see, a pit bull's lost in the mix. Right there's the pit bull right there. Anyway, you can see a little white guy. And then we got this massive, where's he at? Merlin back here. Look how big he is. I mean, he takes up freaking half this room. Then we got dogs over here. We got the little guys that hang out on this side of the room. They're like, hey, what's up, Dad? How you doing? So then every once in a while I don't see him in here. We'll have a cat or two in here. Everyone.
That looks like therapy on a red day.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Much needed on a red day, yeah, for sure. Or again, like rainy days, you just get to cuddle up with these guys and you're just out. Everyone's sleeping and they're so warm and good for the winter too.
That crazy pop. Yeah, James, on C pop. Wow. That was a
What
play
happened?
this morning. Dude, so yeah, I'll share that. So C pop this morning went straight to resistance and sold off from there. And what a pop we're having right now. Good
Oh,
eye there,
halted up.
James.
Yeah,
Is it
halted
halted
up.
up?
Halted up. Halted up. 35 after 21 seconds. Nice,
There's
nice. Halt
no
up right there. Good alert, James.
So
Good alert.
Josh, C pop their news this morning, I recall was they plan on this year accumulating 1,000 BTC. That's their plan now.
Okay.
Of course, plans don't always work out, but yeah,
Hey,
it was
I plan to have a Porsche GT3 and a Ferrari F8 at some time of my. Will I get it? I don't know, but I
I know
want my
you'll
G.
see. You'll see
Anyway,
these. You'll see them like that. These PRs kind of often because they're looking for liquidity, right? They're looking for that
yeah. Oh,
liquidity,
for years,
and
for years. Or you'll see the projected price target of $100. You know, like their company comes out with, here's our projected
yeah.
price, whatever, and you can see. I'm like, yeah, okay, 38 cents, huh? Yeah, you're gonna get there some decade, some century.
So
But
C
yeah,
pop halted up. Yeah, there's a. I mean, 208's the line right there. This thing that would be quite the little VWAP or V-shaped pattern here,
yeah.
Josh. That would be quite. It looks like
And
there
it,
was. I mean, just a manipulation squeeze right there for shorts that
yeah,
perhaps may still be in it.
yeah,
Bounced right
yeah,
off the
yeah, yeah,
magic 120 though.
yeah, yeah. No, it's one of those things when you see that at this time of the day, yeah, you know someone came into that and just kind of went pump, pump, pump away there. Pump, pump, pump it up. Go back to what Jay Budden, what was Joe Budden? What was that guy's name back in the day?
I
Anyway,
think that's
pump
right.
it up. And you'll see pumps. You'll see pumps. And that's why they call them pump and dumps, because it'll pump. And then next thing that happens, they all sell their shares and everyone runs away from it.
It reminds me
You
of
know?
those old sneakers too that had the little pump basketball on
Yes.
them.
Oh, yeah. Reeboks. My brother had a pair of the pumps. My brother
Pump
had a
it
pair of
up. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm just working in PEPG right now. I mean, it may be slow. This is higher conviction trade. I'm going to let it work against 620. That's my idea on it. And we'll likely hit it again if it pops back up there too. I got the feeler on it. DVLT is interesting. We're still at the highs there. A lot of resistance overhead. So again, but if you're at TTP, you got to remember the 10-cent rule there. So make sure you capitalize on 10 cents if you're going to trade that. Outside of that, C-Pop's halted up. A lot of resistance overhead with C-Pop, but they plan on buying 1,000 Bitcoin this year. I got plans too, like Josh said.
I just shed a little bit more of my SPRC just to take some profit there. It's getting right, and this is why I love this old levels. You can see this old support area is now the new resistance. So right when you stepped out a minute ago, we sold into that. I don't know if anyone was in with me, but I sold into that pop up, and so now I just took more shares. So that way, if we do crack down below, I'm in very, very little share size now. So that way, it's kind of like just let it run. Just kind of let this last 50 shares here just roll on.
Yep, let her get the runs.
Let it run. Just let her run. Let her get the runs. I don't know why immediately I thought of Dumb and Dumber in the scene where Harry Dunn is on. Let it run, Harry Dunn. With the toilet scenery, he's got he's got the explosive coming out the back end, and it's a very funny GIF if you ever want to send it to your buddies. Oh, Harry Dunn on the toilet. That's a good one. Oh, Dumb and Dumber.
C-Pop should, if it's a 5-minute halt, C-Pop should open up here shortly.
I'm leaving that one alone, but again, it could be one of those plays where if you're looking to short the top there at that 210 area, it's not bad for C-Pop.
Opened up. She opened. See what she's going to do.
Oh, yeah. When they usually open up with a little bit of a gap down, usually not going to see too much continuation if you do see any. Traders are already starting to sell, that are in that. There's a little bit more of a pop.
Oh yeah. You got to imagine all the longs that were in that this morning are like, wow, my prayer worked. This thing's coming.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm in at 208. Thank you, Lord. I'll take a small loss. That's all right.
Yes. Oh, gosh, yes. Because we see this every day where it's, it seems like every day I see in chat where it was somewhere across the board. I think yesterday was on the one of the free streamers or whatever that I see on YouTube every day that has the trade ideas up. And they were like, I'm still in this play. And I'm like looking at the chart going like, oh God, no, why are we still in this? But that's what they're holding and hoping for this somehow push or pop or some random squeeze. Because that's all that's going to happen. It's not going to be. It's otherwise, because I remember in my head, because I was going live and I'm saying, you're waiting months. I'm like, you're going to be waiting months for this to pop back up, and you're just holding and hoping for it to do what it did today and release another PR. And then and I have traders that I work with that truly do that, and I try to talk to them about it, and they and then I'll still see them, talk about it, or I'm still in that. It's popping up, and I'm like, I thought we talked about it. You're still in that. But yeah, they just hold and hope for that next pop. And I'm like, don't hold and hope. That is just never a good strategy.
Yeah. And we know that from personal experience, at least for me.
Yeah, I did it once and I never do it again. Yeah.
Oh, you only did it once? Good.
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Well, my problem was, I think what happens is, like, you do get lucky that one time, and then you're more results oriented. So you get lucky, and so you see, oh, well, that worked that time. So it honestly pays you more in the long run to lose the money the first time, like Josh, so that you don't do that again. Because if you get rewarded for bad behavior, you're going to repeat it.
I lost $1,000. $1,000 on a $3,000 account, just sitting there holding and hoping.
Well,
like it's got merger news.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, oftentimes we don't even look at the news initially. Then we're like, I'm stuck in this now. What's the news again?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And that's
I'm a long-term investor now.
Yeah. That's why I just learned to trade the chart. Just trade the chart. What's in front of you, trade that, and in that you'll be way more successful versus, just going back over to, like, say, TSLL. I mean, what was the one that did pop up here just recently that was alerted? Gosh, what was the one that just popped up? Not Fofo. I can't remember now, but it was alerted by James, or was it one of the traders in chat? They said, what was it? Oh, gosh, what was it now? Not DVLT. I said you were looking maybe possibly short if it popped back on up, but I said it's going to crash back on down to where it just came from.
PEPG, right? Or
no,
DVLT?
Was it
DVLT? No. Okay.
What was
I'll have it on QLGN.
Yes, it was QLGN. That's the one. QLGN. That was the one right there. That was the one. Yeah,
I can remember tickers now. If my wife asked me where's the catch up, I don't know, but
that's the one. That was the one, because I remember then CR Trader said he was looking to maybe short that double top, and so the one that I said it's probably going to go back down to 5, and it pretty much has just gone back down to 5. But that we just see this so much, and so I've seen this so much, so we see it pretty much happen again with CPOP. Random move out of nowhere, and then I'm sure in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, then it just, but it's just that rinse and repeat, seeing thing day in, day out for years on end, and then it just makes it much easier to understand what to trade, when to trade, what to be looking for, and all that kind of stuff. But it just takes a while to build all that in, build it in and see it. But at first, just good. Yeah, it's so funny how you don't have any plan at all at first, but you feel like you do. It seems like, or seem like you did. Like why am I not getting this? Or something along those lines. And then you're just like, I would remember there was that time when I checked. There was a bag holding that one time. Luckily, hold and hope. Did it once. I'm like, I'm never, and I was like, never doing that again. I'm like getting out of trades, and that's where I started doing middle stop losses and had really tight stops. Anyway, and then worked my way to then chase the third halt up, and got burned that way on trying to trade breakouts. And then I'm going to chase the top essentially. So I learned that with one trade as well. Like, I'm never doing that again. And then after that, I was like, dude, you really don't have an oriented plan every day. Like, what are you doing? You're trying to trade this setup or this setup or this. It's like, what are we even doing? And that was not working. I'm like, I've got to figure out what it is. And that's why I always go back to that journaling system and tracking and going over what you're doing every day, and then figure out who you are as a trader. And then when that happens, you can trade day in, day out, and do the same thing over and over and over. But so many people at first have.
They're alerting you, Josh. It's giving you the entry. I'm smacking it again here. 620 still my stop.
PEPG. I'm not even looking at that. I'm still looking at SPRC because I'm still in my SPRC.
Everyone in chat's like, Josh, come on, PEPG.
Hey. Yeah. Sorry, I was locked in the story right there, man.
You're missing out on money right now.
Yep. I'm going to go in, same thing here. Like I said, 250 here. I'm just in 250 shares. I haven't got filled yet, though. I wanted this a little bit higher. You could stab at it now if you want to and start getting filled, like feelers, what, Kevin loves to do. Get you some Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, the feeler didn't help too much on this one. I hit it again, average 584, 500 shares against 620. That's what I'm working right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm securing the small profit that it is for the day. SPRC bounce was money so far. Not that it's a lot of profit, but it is working out gorgeously. I love that 6 support. And then, here it may fail right here at 6. It's funny. I didn't think about that. Bro, I should have got in at 6. I am long on SPRC at 6. I should have went short on PEPG at 6.
That was your
That would've-
plan. Why did
Yeah, it was. I just wanted a little higher because I wasn't looking at it. So when I didn't
You
have
just hit
orders
it though,
in.
right?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
Good. Sorry, you made me nervous. I'm like, this is a great entry here.
Yeah, I was like, this is whole. I just thought about that. I was like, this is hilarious. Like, I just now thought about that. I'm long on one at 6, short at the other. Really want this to get back down into this 580 area, get back off that plateau into the support at 560. Then we'll be good. We'll be good once we see the 580 mark. Once we see 580, we're rolling. And did you ever trade or get out of XXII? Because I just saw a massive, nasty reversal.
I took it off at. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why I was watching it over here. Still, I was like, oh boy, that just dumped off hard.
Yeah. Again, that's just shorting against pre-market resistance in the Magic 220s, guys. Worked out great there. I took it off at 199, so we're sitting at one. If you're still with it, great work. I mean, that's
Right.
Great work, guys. You could have hit that double top up there, 215 as well, traders.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. Now I'd be locking that up if you're in that still. That's kind of where when you're looking at that team, I'm just letting traders know when I see that massive nasty reversal, just lock some of this up right now, if not all of it.
Yeah, take half, 3/4. Let you know.
If it leave a runner,
move like that. Yeah. I mean, if it snaps hard like that, sometimes it does bounce up quick.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
don't forget
PEPG's
Collins,
I'm about to head over there. And
guys, anyone, Corey, Jason, biggest win ever. We want to hear from you guys. James, Doug, Paula, CR Trader. Come on, Jay Angelo. Where we at? Let's talk about it. I can talk about my biggest win ever if we want to. Or the biggest loss ever. I just talked about my biggest losses ever again.
Oh, we do enough talking.
I know. I'll talk to you too. That's what I asked. Like, here we go.
Probably by the end of the day, your wife's like, man, does Avery? She's like, do you get to talk to her, or are you just talked out by the end of the day?
That's the thing. Some days I am so talked out, so she doesn't mind it because I'm in here all day. She's gone right now visiting her family up in Northwest Arkansas. But yeah, here we go. There's 580. I'm gonna lock up 100 of the 250 I'm in. So I'm now only in 150 shares. I'll take 100 more at the 560 mark. But yeah, no, I'm so talked out some days. Like Saturday, when I wake up on Saturday, she knows now. Like I'm like this on Saturday.
Let's go, PEPG. Come on, baby. Come to Papa.
There we go.
Dude, look at that lower wick. We just got that thing at 560.
It's all right. Take some profit here, though. Take a little profit if you want to.
I'm riding this down. But yeah, smart thing for you guys to do. Smart thing for everyone to do. Locking along the way. I'm kind of got a bigger. I got a bigger picture in mind here.
Good long at 6, good short at 6. It's kind of funny today that we're seeing this at the same time. Right here on SPRC, gorgeous bounce at 6, still holding, and then we've got this double top fail here going on at 6. And essentially the same thing. Flip it upside down, which I love. Thinkorswim that you can do that. Just put the negative sign over there and look what we're doing. On PEPG, or essentially what we're taking bounce plays at 6, baby. We're taking bounce plays at 6 is all we're doing. If you think about it that way, let me turn you upside down. The upside down. Let me take you to what's it called?
Turn it upside down. Yeah.
I love it.
If your equity curve is going the wrong direction, guys, just flip your computer upside down. Trade that way.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. While that's working, I'm going to go get the call-in show ready, so I'll be right back. But excellent work on PEPG. I mean, we nailed that top there.
Cool. So all I'm going to need to do is join that studio, correct?
No, you stay here. I have to go. Okay. I have to go copy it and paste it into this studio.
Okay. All right, cool.
And then, but you do need to. Well, can you do? You'll do the Zoom though on your side, like we practiced last time. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good.
And then I'm going to join in like we did last time, but I'm going to utilize like Google Voice so it still uses my mic. And I think this time just don't mute your EV Mux, I think was the problem. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. I'll be back in a second.
Sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds good. Let's see here. We got Jason. I pulled 950 profit a few weeks ago. First one. Yeah, that was pretty big. Yeah, I remember that. We talked about that. 2K and 10 trades to get under. There you go. Yeah, I had a trade over 2K and 10 trades. Yeah. Jason's been doing pretty good. Getting the bots, working the bot, man. Stopped trading a while back. Locked up 122 and said, nice. Good job, Doug. Sorry, working on other things. Listen, it's all good, Doug. It's all good. My biggest loss was divorce. Smud. Hey, honesty is key. Honesty in life is key. I'm out again because I locked up some more as we dropped back down a little bit. I'm only in 100 shares right now. Got out 150 total of the PEPG. Got a decent reversal off 6. Locked in right as it got over that 10-cent mark to the 80-cent area, right in the 580s, 570s. I just went ahead and locked up 23 cents worth. Not a lot, I know, and I'm not going in big. But again, I'm just trying to knock in these little base hits during. I'm usually not trading at this time of the day anyway. Most traders know me as long as I've been trading. This is usually where I'm not trading. I'm usually going over trades, helping traders out. Here and there have been times where I'm still trading at this time of the day, but very few and far between. Stop loss for me right now, we're going to see it right here with the 100 shares. 610. 610 is a stop loss for me. So 610, right at 610 is going to be the stop loss. I usually wait for candlestick confirmation over it. We'll do that in a 3-minute time frame. And of course, end all be all, point of no return if I see anything over that red line. That's why that red line's in. Red line's saying, hey, Josh, don't stop yourself out. Let it run into that. And this is where you could get filled. This is where I wanted higher earlier. But when I get into a trade and I've already scaled out, I don't like to average back into that. Wouldn't mind averaging into a winning trade like we talked about earlier with Tesla on the bounce play, like we talked about earlier, which is working out gorgeous right now. But not adding into a play that I've already scaled out on, right? When it's heading back to the negative side, usually not a good thing to do. In the positive side, still running in your favor, yes, 100%. But say you've gotten in a trade, you've taken some profit, now it's back up into another area. Leave that to some super experts. I don't feel like I'm there yet, honestly, in my trading career to be, diving back in and averaging back in, maybe getting a little bit better cost basis for the short. A lot of the time, too, it's for the big boys and the guys that have, again, larger accounts, been doing it for a while. And you see it a lot in large caps. And that's why I like doing it on Tesla. I did it a couple of weeks ago, or I think it was a couple of weeks ago now when I traded Google with you guys. Last week, I got the reverse, or not last week, Tuesday. Remember Tuesday on Meta was a great reversal at 770 that I traded live with you guys. So I'm always trying to get at least one trade in a day so you can see what I'm looking to trade, whether it's large cap, small cap, whatever it might be. Let's see, add to see. Oh, here's some dinging and donging going on. Let me get the Zoom part going. So I go ahead and log into Zoom right now.
Let me get the scene ready real quick.
You're good. Yeah, no worries. I was just making sure. I'll just pull up the website so I can log in. Chat's getting huge into the bots, my friend. We got Jason in chat doing bots. So I got Molly over on the Discord /and or Molly, if you're here listening today on YouTube, she's looking for it. Detmar, we got CR Trader. So I'm telling you, man, we're going to be bringing the bots to trade the pool too as well. Michael's got the whole thing going for all the traders and my followers. They got intrigued when Michael was talking about it. And of course, hell, you go back to the QM, you go back to the QM's trade. Yeah, that really puts you opens your eyes when you see that. So
PEPG, what a bounce there, man. See if it sells back down.
Yeah, okay, that lower wick. That lower wick, like you said, as soon as it came down, shot back up like that. It's
so you'll go to
bad, that's why I locked up a little profit there. I was trying to get a little shorts. What I was telling the traders, just trying to get a little base hit. You're not trying to get a lot at this time of the day. Just take some stabs, take you some small profits if you can get them. Ooh, the Collins show. Look how pretty that looks.
All right, so you got your screen share that you can you put the zoom on.
Yeah. Yep. And sorry if I look a little blurry like that one guy from the 80s, 90s, Max. So what's his face, Jason, that you told me I look like? I have no idea what's going on with my internet, but I know we live in this neighborhood that they're building in new houses, and just some days my internet's great. Unfortunately, I've had to be on Wi-Fi the last couple of days because I forgot. Anyway, one of the dogs behind me decided to chew up the Wi-Fi wire, the wire that, I say the Wi-Fi wire, the wire that ran to the modem. So I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So I am on Wi-Fi this week. I like the Collins show though. The Collins show. Let's see, passed the eval at 9 trades and stopped out last trade. There you go.
9 trades, Jason. Good work passing it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the key. I mean, if you can get get your if you can pass an eval, you just need to relax and take your time, and then once you pass it, when you get the funded account, just take your
It took
time.
me a lot more than 9. On mine I got like 200, but slow and steady. I was like
Right.
taking
Yeah.
the slow and steady approach. Okay, so yeah, once let me know when you're sharing it, and I'll call in first, make sure that's working, and then we'll start taking in callers.
Oh, hold on a sec here.
Pep G, yeah, what a reversal there. Very. And then C-Pop, oh my gosh. C-Pop just shot up to 220 and back down. So for those in, small cap land, CPOP 219 it just hit. That is quite the U-shape pattern that I've seen. CR Trader, I know you were looking at QURE. Yeah, still in play. I mean, that bounced right off the previous clothesline. And then bouncing off of that, the 20% short interest there is keeping that afloat. Fairly heavy on the short side with the positive phase trials. And so that one's heading higher right now with a little bit higher of a short interest on their float. And a ton of analyst upgrades. I'm looking at the news there. Yeah. And they came out with a little offering too, 200 million. Yeah, the offering news is not hitting like it used to. I mean, some of these plays coming out with these offerings, like Pep G, that's 31 million shares at 320. I mean,
Yeah.
There are time periods where these companies will dilute their shareholders at a certain price, and it just sinks to that level. Just sinks there.
All right, got it pulled up. So who? I'll call you first.
I'll call you, okay. And then we'll make sure that works, and then we'll start accepting callers.
Call me.
I got you.
The hotline's open. Call in now, team 252-304-9944, extension 802. We want to hear your biggest wins ever. What was it? What ticker? Small cap, large cap? Did you learn from it? Did you lose it all back the next trade or within trades? You continue to trade that. What is your biggest win ever? And tell us what you learned from it. Or did you again lose it all right afterward? Hotlines open now. Come on. You know you want to call. Tell me. What's funny, if this was radio, like it's so funny, like radio, everyone, if this was a radio station, boy, everyone just calls. They just can't wait. They're just, I'm calling in. Yep. Yep. Make sure everyone on YouTube, just let us know that we sound good. You can hear us. Hubby, yeah, if it's radio, I remember that back in the day, like when I was on radio, you'd say something, or especially if because you're giving away. Are we giving away evals today? Yes or no? Yeah.
All right, see if that works. See if that works. I muted myself on EV Mux because I thought I'd be coming through EV Mux and the call, but maybe that'll work there. Okay. All right, that works.
Oops, my bad. I messed up. Damn it. I meant to mute me. Kevin, I unmuted you, Kevin, on accident. Yeah, there we go.
I'm good now. All right.
Can we hear? Let's make sure everyone can hear.
If it sounds good, we'll know how to do this moving forward. And the first caller, we're good to take. And I'm excited for it. Going over your biggest win. And guys, it's okay if your biggest win is, $200. We're here to listen to everybody, celebrate your successes, and weep in your failures with you.
I'll just I'll start. I guess I couldn't if you couldn't. It would be cool if you couldn't see me. I guess that'd be how you have to do it. You could be like, I could you call into your own show, and be like, yeah, my name's Jethro. I want to talk about my biggest loss ever.
Exactly.
My dad would do that back when I would do my first radio show, like as the radio station I had was a little call in driven for the most part. But anyway, my dad one time I did it was kind of slow one morning, and I forgot what exactly it was what it was labeled or called, but essentially what you could do is call in and say, I forgot what it was called, but anyway, it was on Saturday. You could call in and try to sell your stuff. Like, hey, I've got I've got a dishwasher. I got a laundry and whatever. I've got a washer and a dryer. Hey, I've got a set of 19, whatever, this, that, or the other. You're just trying to sell stuff. It's almost like, like ad in the paper, so to speak, but you could do it on the radio. And then you'd give your number. Or I've got, a lot of people sold wood because it was during the winter. So I've got bundles of wood for, whatever they're talking about. Anyway, so my dad calls in one day and goes, I got a collection. And he's got a collection of a certain magazine that maybe men would want to look at, right? And the owner of the radio station comes running on in, and he's like, cut him off right now. My dad, I was like, Dad, what are you doing to me? I was like, it was so funny. Like, I didn't know who it was at first either, because he put in a random number or whatever, so I didn't know. You'd see the number when they're calling in, and I had no idea who it was at first. And I started like, is this? And it's at first he was selling goats. My dad said he's like, I've got 2 goats, and he's got whatever animals to sell, and so it sounded normal at first, like people sold that literally. They would call in and say they had certain things to sell, and I'm like, what? It was an experience, let me tell you, at least. So people would call in and try to sell, But it was my point being, you say, hey, the hotlines were open, and people would just immediately be calling in back on it. It was so funny. I'd be like, oh my God, people love to talk on the radio. They love to I guess they like to hear their voice, because what would happen a lot of time when we always talk about the echo, hey, turn your radio down, because they would call in and have their radio up because they want to hear themselves talk. Oh, and then you just hear nothing but echo. It was hilarious. Hey, by the way, SPRC, I know we're not showing the chart anymore right now, but SPRC, absolutely money right now.
Yeah.
Good long if you took that with me. Like I said, still in that, holding the runner. That's why I say leave some shares on that runner. Still in 50 shares on PEPG as well. So still in just real small. See if we don't get that death candle like we got on XXII on PEPG. And really here for SPRC, if we can pop this back up through the VWAP and downtrend, I'm going to let this 50 shares roll. If you were in bigger, this was kind of another profit-taking area into that downtrend if you never took profit or if you're looking to take more. But if we do get a little bit through that downtrend, watch for a pop-up to the VWAP and more.
Pop up to the VWAP and more. I always like the and more. That's why I got the leftovers on. CR Trader with the QRE. Yeah, I mean, that one has got the established high there. Is that what you're thinking, 55-ish, kind of the risk guide? You looking to size into it even into the green trade, CR Trader, or you just mainly leave your orders out in shorting into getting filled into that strength? But yeah, guys, we want to hear your biggest win. So call anybody. We want to hear your biggest win. Go ahead.
Let's hear your biggest win. Come on, guys. Who is scared to talk about their biggest win? I feel like this is one of those things at first with the call-in show. I'm like, come on, guys. Like I said, mine, I've got a couple. So we'll get into mine real quickly. Mine have just been swing trades. When you get into something and it just continues to run, whether it was Amazon, I got back to that, back in the day when that was down in the $90, $100 range, or of course, getting small cap plays. And that's usually what it is for me, is when you've got to get a little bit lucky, and you're like, the QMs that when you're on for a halt up play, and then you get a massive gap up, and you're just kind of like, oh my God, this is crazy. I'm in, because I've been in a couple of those. I was in a short a couple of years ago when I was actually streaming live. And there we go. There actually goes SPRC fell at the downtrend. But I was in a short live on the stream. And it was a gappy type play. I forgot what it was. It was a play with news. It was a mid cap play. It wasn't like Carvana, but it was something like that. That was a mid cap play. And it was, I caught one of those halt downs actually, where it halt down and then it was going to get, and it got a massive $10 gap down. And yeah, of course you're just going like, whoa, well, you're just like, yeah. So it's not like you're really doing to me, like, I feel like I'm cheating the stock market. It's almost like I put a cheat code in or something, like playing Nintendo back in the up, down, left, right, A, B or something, and I'm like, boom, there goes $10 and I didn't have to do anything. It's not like you very rarely get I bought in on this play and it kept running, and then I just let it run and I let it run and I let it run. And oh my gosh, like QMs is in. If you like where where Michael got in, Michael didn't let that run to 300. No one ever does. And so usually mine are swing plays or plays where you, in a way, kind of get lucky and you're into a big mover that halts or gaps, essentially percentage or dollars, so to speak, and you get free money. And that's what I always call it, free money, when you get a halt, like QMs, which that most infamously, a couple of weeks ago, you get one of those halts up and you get a $15, $20, $30, $50 gap up. I mean, it's just like you don't have to sit through, like when it gapped up from 150. Imagine the traders that were in the halt up at 150 and it gaps up to 200. That they didn't have to sit through 151, 153, 158, 160. They didn't have to sit through any of that. They get a free right to 200, right? I just can't, that's just, it's so awesome, that feeling. But it's not like it's a, hey guys, I saw the dip buy at 150 and look, it ran all the way to $10 and I'm still in. That just doesn't, very rarely. It just never happens.
Yeah, we oftentimes, like that's what I hear most often, nearly every day, are like traders that are like, man, in hindsight, I wish I would have held it longer. I wish I would have held it longer. I mean, we hear it every day. So why not leave a piece? That's why I discuss the leftovers, leaving a small piece. That way you stop saying, you stop saying that, stop kicking yourself for doing that. So even if it's 20%, 50 shares and the thing moves from $100 to $300. 50 shares on 200 points. That's like $10,000. I mean, what is that? It's a lot. The math off the top of my head. So, Mr. Josh, let's go over. 50 shares times 200, 10,000. Yeah, nailed it. Mr. Josh,
my phone's ringing. I thought it was someone for the call-in show for half a second. I was like, oh no, that's my phone.
So go over. I want to hear your biggest winner while we're waiting. Until somebody calls. What's your biggest win if you're trading?
Biggest win,
largest point wise too. Like if it, like for instance, GME, I shorted at like 250 and covered it at 100. It wasn't the biggest win, but it was point wise. I was like 120, 30 points. So either or.
Yeah, biggest point win would be probably, I'm trying to think back. Well, obviously, I don't think you can count it, but it would be Amazon. So Amazon, because I'm in around like, it's very small, but I'm in around like the 92 or 93 something, 92 or 93 and some change. And so that's my biggest win ever. But again, it's more of a swing play for years now, right? Other than that, day trading wise, and even if you maybe took it to the next day, something, along the lines of that within like a 24-hour play, I would say the biggest ever for me would be probably, I'm trying to think, but I'm thinking 50-ish points or so. QMs is up there, one of the most recent ones. But overall that day, if you remember, I got about 70 to 8. Well, no, was it 90 points? No, it was 70. And that might be it, because QMs was about 70. I got from that, I just, again, went in super small at that 225 mark up to 300. But I got around 290. And then before that, got about 25 on that pop up from around 40 to 60. So, over on the day between two trades, that was about 100 points or so. But in one trade, I'd say about 70 points is probably about my max. So yeah, if you get you get 100 plus in a trade. Oh, my bad. I forgot large caps. Thank gosh. The Valentine's Day call out, as they call it. Got on the horn. I could actually scroll all the way back on my morning alerts and go back to Valentine's Day of 2014, SMCI and the crazy move that it was on. Yes. I got on the horn and said SMCI is going to 1,000 tomorrow. And literally, as crazy as that was in that call out, I said, guys, get in at 900. If it breaks over 905, get in. Or if it gets back to 875, the 875 will go for a dip. Pre-market, it dips to 865, races up and goes to where? $1,000. The next day it goes or in pre-market, the next day it's at 1080. So yes, 180 points or so is the most I've ever gotten out of a trade, and it was from SMCI. Points. Oh, God. From SMCI. And people in chat, I wish there were people in here listening right now that actually took that with me, because I can call a few of them that did, that actually took that trade with me. And I went super small share, obviously. It wasn't in nothing big. But yeah, you just went in a few shares just to take that ride up. But yeah, it was about 180 point win, because as soon as the market opened, I was going to see if there was a pop up, and there wasn't. So I sold immediately. And so yeah, right about 100.
PUBG, baby, let's go.
Sorry. Oh yeah, she is. That's why you wait and have patience.
Hey.
Yeah,
that's why y'all aren't calling. You're still working that short on PUBG. Let's go. We called that straight in the Trade the Pool chat room, guys. Called it straight up in here. Josh and I lined up That $6. We had the sniper looking right at 6. Boom. Took it in the low 570s, 560s right now. I got a big picture play on it. Risk still 620, which it nearly hit. Riding
Love
that
it.
bad boy on down. But yeah, dude, 80 points SMC on it.
Yeah. It was a good one. It was, and the fact is too, it was a called out ahead of time, and I had other traders take it with me. So that was what that can go back to that, because I actually was in a one-on-one the other day with Frank the Tank. If you're listening right now, Cosmic Race, if you're listening, I know he's joined I think a couple of times here on YouTube. Yeah, I remember I did a one-on-one the other day, and he was like, "Oh, he actually brought up, yeah, your Valentine's Day call out." I was like, "Oh, you took that too?" Because I don't know how many of the hundreds of people that are on that at the time, that actually, I know a few that took it. They reached out to me, and then of course my phone the next day actually took off that afternoon. I remember being at Best Buy and after hours or right around closing bell, and my phone blowing up saying, "Dude, congratulations!" And oh my God, SMCI is at 1K now, and because I wasn't taking any off until it hit 1K, because it just was that day. As soon as it opened up on February the 15th, it was just a Scud missile straight up. And so it was at, 920, 940, 950 before you could even blink an eye. I'm like, well, at this point, there's no point to sell. I'm going to hold this to 1K. I know it's going to hit it. It's going to, like we always talk about, Money Mitch uses that term a lot. It's a magnet to 1K now. And sure enough, and that was one of the most beautiful call outs, my friend, I've ever been in, for sure. Love it. And like you said, what we're doing ahead of time, letting you guys know what to trade, what our thought process, why we're going to take trades. Again, like I talked about, I even put it in the chat earlier, $6 bounce play for SPRC. And then look at the great $6 reversal on PEPG. 2 plays in at the same price, 2 different plays, one long, one short. This is a stock
Just
market.
sniping plays out.
Love it.
XXII, PEPG. I mean, we're not over trading in here, but we're taking the high predictable setups. I hope the traders are realizing that. It's not,
Right.
you don't always have to. We're not looking like the stock floor in here, and not just like trading everything. And it's not chaotic. You want to reduce the noise.
All right.
I got a caller who's about to call in. Mr. James is going to call in, going over his biggest win, which might be yesterday or today. I think he was working QURE, so should get a caller in here in a second. And if guys, while you're on the sidelines, if you're still trading, of course, focus on your trades. But for those that are excellent work, PEPG, I'd love that one lower under VWAP now. But for those that are kicking back, got your stops on, or you're all liquidated, go ahead and call in and let's talk about your biggest win.
Okay, cool. And remember the Giovanni. Yeah, Giovanni, who called in last week, remembers that because he's been over for a while. Cool. Here we go. Hold and accept. There we go. Let's merge those calls, merge them together. And can you hear us?
Yeah, okay. Can the audience hear us? That's the big question. James, can you hear me as well? Oh, we got another call. I don't know if we can do 4 of them at once.
Let's just see if we can.
We got.
Wait. Oh, no, we got another call. What do we got? Everyone's calling in at the same time now.
We can only do 3.
All right. Yeah. So who do we got here on the line? I think we got everybody on the line. So hold on. Who's on the line right now? Can we hear? All right, F Hogs that's calling in right now. I'm gonna have to send a voicemail. All right, who's on the call right now?
Send a voicemail.
Who's in? Can anyone hear me? Well, what happened? It says merge call, and it says conference call on hold. Hold on a sec here. Oh.
All the calls came through at one time. But James, you're still in here? I think I still hear James. James is still in here. You guys can't hear the caller, James?
I can't hear James. I can't hear James anymore. God, we got to get this down. It says no one available to take your call. Yes, Reese, I know. Now everyone's calling. All right, hold on a sec. We're going to go back down to this. Can people call back in? Miranda called. Burlington, North Carolina. Is that, where are you at? Who's Burlington, North Carolina?
That's me.
Okay, the 336 number?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Who's on the line right now? Who are we talking to? What's going on now with the merging calls? See, Let's see
Pep
here.
G shooting straight up.
I
James
know
was
you're
on there.
here. Quick.
Take that one. Is that one
Yeah.
popping up
All
for
right.
you? Okay.
We here?
Pep G shooting up.
There we go. Now we're on the line. All right. Now we've got someone on the line. Who do we have here? Okay, so it's Reese. It's Reese in chat. How we doing, Reese? Okay. All right. I like it. I like it. I like it. Sounds good. That's amazing.
Can you merge me on? I can't hear.
Okay. Are you not on the call now? Okay. Conference call. Boom. Are you on the call now?
Reese, can you hear me? No.
Now he can. Now Reese
Yeah.
should be able to. Reese, you here?
Reese, you there?
What happened was we have two conference calls going on for some reason. I don't know why. I think we almost have to start this whole thing over for whatever reason. Look, well, I don't know if I can share my screen, but we have two conference calls going on. So I don't know why we have two conference calls going on at the same time.
If Reese is on your end, just you handle that one. If he can still hear you. If he can
Reese?
still hear you.
I don't think so. I wish I could just start. Let's see if we can do this real quickly.
I think Reese said he's got a bad signal in the mountains. Might have gotten disconnected.
All right, I'm going to do this again. Here's what I'm going to do.
Did you hear James, Josh, when he
I
called in?
did. I did.
And I
I
heard
did.
him
I
too.
did.
And then,
Okay, cool.
But the audience didn't hear him.
Right. All right. I'm calling you back, just so you know.
Oh, are you sharing the? You got to stop sharing your chart and share the Zoom.
Gotcha. We'll do that. Sounds good. But what I did was I just stopped that. So call the number back so that we can have people call back in again. So I just hung up everything because for whatever reason it was not letting me merge everything. We had two conference calls because we had three people calling at the same time, and they text me who it was, but they said I called in. Literally everyone called in at once. We were sitting here for however long. Oh man. All right, so here we go. We'll do.
You were sharing the Zoom screen though. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Premier Marketing Academy. Yeah, I think they were addressing that in the as far as the website kind of not working. We found malicious code on the website. Yeah, they were addressing that. Okay, were you doing this before, Josh? So this will likely work. Yeah, sharing the Zoom. Pep G doing Pep G things right now, guys. Curling right back up.
Here we go.
Who
do we have on the line? Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Can you
Who is
hear
this?
both of us?
This is James.
James, can you hear Kevin too?
Yep, both of us.
Yes, sir.
Sweet.
Can the audience hear both of us?
Now that's the key. That's the key. Can the audience hear James? James, just keep talking. James, just start telling us what
Just
you
tell
called
story time with James. Let's go.
Oh,
James.
because you was talking about. Well, y'all was saying they didn't want to talk about the Biggest Loser, but I don't mind talking about my Biggest Loser.
All right, that's good. Well, the fact is they can hear you, and me and KA right now are going, yeah, we got it figured out finally.
What did you do? Oh, we'll talk about it later.
That's good,
Yeah,
man.
James.
Shoot. Mine was recent too. Not like a couple of days. Well, when I had passed the eval finally. After I told y'all,
Nice.
hopefully the next time I talk to you, I had passed the eval, and I did. And then I lost it in 2 days.
Woo.
Because
What was the ticker?
my first. Oh man, I don't remember the ticker. Oh, I wish I did. I really do. I probably can go back and look at it. But I mean, I have so many evals how I have to go through that I've bungled. But no, it was something simple. I mean, and the funny part was I was in the middle of like taking a picture of like a really good trade I was making. I was up $1,000 on a day, and I ended up max loss on the day. So just like that, it was just taking.
Yeah. So what do you think happened there?
I think I had got way too excited and I took taking big sizes on all
Yeah.
my trades, and then next thing I know, I went from up on the day to down on the day, and then next thing you know, the next day I go completely tilted and lose it all.
Yep, that's kind of what you see a lot of is that right there. I mean, I've worked with a trader in the past. That one, I remember him. We were in a session, and he was like, "I'm doing good. I've got 22 wins in a row." And of course, I always have my Michael Jordan wings posted. It's all anyway, and so I love Michael Jordan. And like, all right, we got that Michael Jordan, number coming up next. Motivating, positive one-on-one that we had going over his trades, etc. Next morning, he hits me up. I did it. And I'm like, that's all he texts me. And I'm like, yeah, you got number 23. Let's go. 23 wins in a row. And he's like, no. I did it as in that 23rd, what would have been a 23rd win, and it became a loss. And that loss he took wiped out all 22 wins. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yep. That's
Yeah,
happens.
well,
That's
why we say no marrying tickers. We have a
Yeah,
tendency to
actually,
get
shoot, looking at mine, BRIA, I took a really big loss on it. And then just looking at my size on it, I had 400 shares. And I told you guys, I only trade between 50 and 100 shares. And, getting over convicted of what I think is going to go, thinking it might go higher, or looking at the chart, thinking it might go higher. And then next thing you know, you lose.
Yeah. So what size
almost
eval were you working?
80 cents on 400 shares. Next thing you know, you're down $300.
What size eval were you working for that?
I'm trying to see which one was my biggest loser. I feel like my biggest loser was PPBP. But I think I told you guys about
400
that one
shares.
last time.
400 shares with a 25K is heavy. That's too heavy because they're $1,000 accounts.
I got some big losers for y'all.
Hold on. Can you hear Kevin? James, can you hear Kevin?
No, I can't hear Kevin.
Kevin, you call that number back again real quickly because I think that's
continue it and then
You're good. You're good. You're good. Well, go ahead. So what was you said your biggest winner ever, or your biggest? What were you going to say there?
My biggest loser was on OCTO.
Okay, Octo.
And remember, I told you guys that my share size is usually between 50 and 100 shares. I was in this with 1,000 shares, and it went from.
James.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. No. That's
1,000 shares.
Yeah.
That is too heavy.
1,000 shares. Wild. I don't even know why I did that. I told you, and I'm telling you guys, and now that I'm sitting here looking at this, I have right here while I'm looking at it, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions of 1,000 shares on my funded. 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm doing the eval. I've never traded with 1,000 shares.
Yeah, that's yeah, you got to keep that. I said that earlier right before the guys were calling in. Was you got to have that. You've got to be able to keep what you're doing in the eval to pass that, and then when you get funded, it has to continue doing that over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Exactly. And I'm looking at a trade here. Wow, where it's a penny stock, and I was in 4,100 shares. It was I won. I mean, I got the trade, and it was a good trade, but I never traded like that before I got my funded. And it wasn't until I got my funded, and then I guess I just got too excited. Next thing you know, all my trades with these big share sizes, I lost 650 shares. I lost $400.
I know we were discussing it yesterday, but it's the repetition of trades. Right? Like if you have singular focus on one trade, it's going to end in disaster.
Yeah.
Right.
Big time. Well, James, I'm glad you called in again to share your story with us, my man. I appreciate you calling in. And it's funny, you call in, next thing you know, we have everyone else calling in at the same time. And then now watch after this, no one else will call in. We have like 3 or 4 people call in at once. Oh, CR Trader says big.
Yeah, hopefully I can get some more good stories.
Well, hopefully they're good stories, James. That's what we want. We want to definitely get some good stories from James, 100%. Not the... let's keep it at whatever and find that share size that you're comfortable with, whether it's 100, 200, 250, 300, whatever it is. But don't start going bigger than that first, especially when you first start your journey. It's got to be, in my opinion, under 500, and you just do it, a lot over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I stick between 50 and 100. I got the eval. I just was too excited, and I was like, oh, I'm about to get, a payout in one day.
Hey, high hopes, my man. No, no offense, but a lot of traders at first are in those shoes. They kind of shoot for the moon. It's going to the moon or whatever direction you're going. Whether it's a short or a long.
Put your space boots on.
Do what?
Yeah. They say put your space boots on.
Yeah, put your space boots on.
Going to the moon.
What's funny, my brother, those not like the Nike shoes with like air pockets, came out in the 90s, and then eventually slowly but surely they really like the air pocket went like all the way around, the bottom of your shoe essentially for cushion. My brother would always make fun of me. Man, you got them moon boots on. Put your space boots on over there. So that's what reminded me of that. And my brother used to always call my shoes space boots. Oh man, but yeah, let us know if all good is now for Kevin. Echo from Jason CR Trader. Yeah, we're working on this. We're getting everything to where we can get you guys where you can hear us, and then of course no echo. Slowly but surely, and this is just different. Something to do with call in. We're trying to add a call in to like a live stream, which is definitely something that you don't see a lot from other streamers or other live streams that are out there. So we're trying to do something a little different, which I definitely like, getting you guys in on the act versus less, us talking all the time. Anyone else do want to call in, they can. Of course, again, literally we get 3 or 4 calls in a row. But yeah, that's thank you though again, James, for calling in, bub.
All right, guys, you have a good day.
You too, bub. Thank you, man, my man. Full of stories. It's what he's gonna be. He's gonna be like the old grandpa when we get old. He's got all these stories for all his kids, and he's like, "Let me tell you about this one here." But yeah, James, the storyteller. Not that he's telling stories, but real quickly on updates on trades. Stopped out of SPRC. I'm done with it. And PEPG, same thing. Done with that trade, out of it. I'm glad I took a little profit as it was coming back on down. Might be that effect where we don't have a really runner because SPRC was the runner early in the day where we kind of get that mob shift over to PEPG. So I am kind of glancing over at that as we are in this. And again, that was funny. We literally, you should, I'm sure you heard it, but you should have seen how many were popping up. I'm like, everyone's calling at the same time. Oh man. So I hate that. So
I think that's a glitch on Zoom's Zoom air, I believe.
What's that?
Because that happened last week too. Like everything just they received all the calls at one time.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
PEPG popped up there. Stopped me
I
out.
was going to hit it at 6:30.
But yeah, Reese, you're good to try to call back if you want to. And if there's no echo on my part, let me know, guys. I think we got it squared away.
Do we need to?
All right, guys, have a good day.
You too. Thank you, bud. Thank you, James. James the storyteller. I'm just sorry, James. That's your new name for now. My dad was in radio, and so he always gave people's names. So mine, the first time I went up, and it was funny, especially how radio is when you are in the morning show, and especially in the 90s, 2000s, radio was so caller driven, and everyone still loved radio. There wasn't XM. There weren't these little pod things. There's nothing. Everyone still listened to radio in the 90s, especially. And so I went up one day with my dad, and I was finally going to go on the air, and he gave me the name of Skippy the Punk. And man, everyone was calling in and like, and then there were like people that, girls would call in and like, oh, I've got a crush on Skippy. And I'd be like, what? You can't even see me. I'm on the radio. And I'm like 12 years old. Oh man. But yeah, that was funny how my dad, there was the Meat Man. He had Trash Man. He had names for everybody, right? Just kind of like how it was back in the day. Everyone had a nickname or something. So James the Storyteller. That's going to be James the Storyteller. Can we hear Kevin now? He is 1 second. Okay, cool. We can hear him. Cool. We can hear him now. So sweet. Yeah, Jason, call in if you want to, brother. Anyone want to call in? Miranda. I said Miranda. That's what when he calls in, I'm like, who's Miranda? Let it go. That's James. But anyone wants to call in, F Hoogs or Hogs that called in a bit ago. It's California. I had Ollie's busy now, but Alejandra was listening. She called in. That's who called in from California. So yeah, it was 3 in a row that called in right at the same time. It was all at 11, 12, 11, 13. Everyone was calling in. So yeah, like you said, I don't know if it's one of those like Zoom. It's kind of, they're delayed and they get them all at once, or I'm just glad now we have no echo. You can hear me. I can hear you. They can all hear you. Now we just need more calls in. Just call in the call-in show. Yeah. And I'll start promoting this too, especially if we want to, now that it seems like we have this figured out. I'm going to start promoting the heck out of this and start telling people, like, hey, you got to call in. Here's this week's, theme.
I think I'm just going to have a 1 second delay because I have to mute myself on EV Mux, so they're not hearing an echo. So because I'm transmitted through Zoom and EV Mux, but It's all good. We'll figure out the workaround. But 1 second delay is better than all the echo.
Yes, for sure.
As long as you guys hear me go through through my microphone and not the phone, that'll work. But yeah, Reese, give us another call. I think we got it squared off. Sometimes, this is new. It's a lot better than last week,
There he is.
Last week.
There he is. There's Reese. Reese. Let's get him going there. Merge the calls together. And how you doing today, son? How you doing today, sir? Oh, Reese, we there? Huh. Oh, here we go. Reese, you there?
There we go.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I don't know why it goes the whole.
I can hear you both.
Living the dream.
Yeah.
Living the dream. How so? Living the day trading dream?
Yes, sir. We went up to the North Georgia mountains yesterday. We're at an Airbnb that's on a creek. The dog loves running in it. The kids love, playing with the rocks. I'm just sitting here listening to your guys' show and just managing a couple positions, trying to get out some profits.
Nice.
But I'm not
Good.
actively trading today.
So is this a vacation in the mountains, or you live there?
Yes, sir. It's a vacation. The kids have fall break at school this week.
Oh, that's fun.
I've got to because I got to go back to this. I'll just real quickly. Didn't school just start and they're already on a break?
I know. They have this fall break here, which no other city I've lived in where the kids went to school ever had that. But
that's all. Hey,
in Cobb County, which is where we live, just north of Atlanta, they get a week vacation every 6 weeks.
Wow.
Throughout the year.
What a dream for
They start August 1st.
Yeah.
That's more for the teachers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense when you start that
more
early.
for the teachers.
Yeah. Love it though. Yeah, especially that for the teachers too as well.
Yeah.
They need those breaks.
Exactly.
Oh man. All right, so tell us.
So you can't step away. You can't step away, Reese, you can't take a break or a vacation from trading, can you? You live in the dream, working the profits on vacation. That is the dream. Like when I'm on vacation too, I don't want to be I don't need vacation. What are the vacation is like a vacation is supposed to be a vacation from life. But I'm living the dream. I love trading. I don't need a vacation from it. I want to trade. I get bored. If I was in the mountains too, I'd be sitting there I'm itching to trade. I got the itch. I want to trade. So tell us a little bit, Reese, about some of your bigger days, some of your successes in trading. We want to roll those positive vibes today. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I don't really make a lot of profit on my trades because I usually am in and out real quick. Yeah. And I start taking profits. I trade like 500 lots. I'll open a position with a buy or a short of 500, and then as it's going my way, I start taking it at 100 intervals with hotkeys.
Nice.
So if I make $300, $400, $500, $600 a trade, it's good. Some of my biggest ones though, they've been more swing trades where I buy long dated option calls. And I think on the SPY actually was my biggest one, where I made about $2,000. Those were I think at the beginning of the year I bought like 550 calls, which back then were like crazy, and they just SPY's now at what 600 something, 640. I don't even know. I'd have to look, but I can tell you about my biggest loss.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sure, yeah.
You know about that one, AK, because we were talking about it, so I was like, do you think this will ever go back down? It was that SNTE where I shorted it, and I shorted it a lot, and then it short squeezed, and I was like, I'm just going to take my loss now. I think I got out at 15. I got in short at 9 or something, like 1,000
It's not even listed anymore, is it? SNTE? Not even listed.
Yeah, I don't know, but it went back down. It went back down. It went back down to $3.
Yeah.
So I could have made $3,000, but I didn't want to risk it doing like a GME thing and it just blow my account.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love your approach. Like, you're not looking for home run wins. You're looking for just consistent gains. That's my approach too, Reese. I look for I'm never like swinging usually. If I'm convicted on a trade, I'll size heavier on it. But it's about just those consistent wins throughout the day. So it can create like a really large green day, but it's never like I'm going all in on one trade. But just over time, the cumulatively, right? Cumulatively. But the large loss, like that's so many trader stories, myself and a lot, just, the over conviction short and then the, squeezing out. So you learned that lesson and you haven't done it again, I'm sure, right?
Definitely not. No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I basically just in the mornings I listen to AK's alerts and I draw my lines on the charts based on what he's saying. Although he does talk fast in those alerts, so sometimes I have to rewind it. And then as the market opens, I put stop orders in, right? Not a stop loss, but a stop to open. Like if he says, over 699, this can go to 750. I put a buy stop order in at 703, right? And it opens my position if it goes to over 703. And then I hear the thing ding, and I'm like, okay, let's see, it's going. And then I just take my small profits.
Right. Good. Love it.
So we got to get Josh to slow down a little bit, huh? He's AK.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh, that's too funny.
I've got
you can put him in slow-mo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can put me to half speed. I think you can on
half
that.
speed.
Yeah, but no, I'm a million miles an hour. I got that even when I went up to Missouri. They hired when it was my first show in radio, and I'm a million miles an hour. They're like, "Aren't you from Arkansas? Shouldn't you talk really slow?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I talk a million miles an hour. I don't know." And that's where a lot of people did think I got the name from AK-47 because like you talk fast, you fire out, fast alerts. I'm like, no, not.
We need to trade the pool translator.
Yeah.
Josh just said, get in right here at this.
Right, yeah. And then I even have someone behind me doing like sign language, and so she's like so fast. She's like, this guy.
Got this sign. That's too funny.
So Reese, back to trading instead of how fast. I know I talk a million miles an hour. I will say with your trading too, which just helps out other traders. Large loss in the small caps, right? So you kind of just see back to the volatility that those have. Have you taken a really large loss in the large cap sector?
No, not really.
Yeah. That's good.
No, because I'm mostly doing bullish trades.
Yeah.
And the large caps, they just tend to keep on going.
Yeah, they do.
I make shirts and hoodies and stuff too, and I have one that says, "You don't make bad trades, you just have bad entries."
Yeah. And I've said that for the longest time. If your entries off, your trades off, and that is 100% right, my friend. So glad to hear that. And that just kind of shows to speak where that volatility in small caps, where if you're wrong, you can get short squeezed, or you hold and hope the bounce play over the long.
Always put the hard stops on.
Yeah.
Hard stops in small caps, have them on because you never know when that's going to happen. You're making a point here with the large caps. I mean, because there have been traders, a lot of traders find that consistency, in large cap land. At least they're like in large cap land. I can tell it's just easier emotionally. Like you sense they're very directional. It's not just like what was that? C-pop. Like it's doing nothing, and then it just pops out of nowhere.
Literally,
so that's why you just have the hard stops on in small cap land. Reese, do you trade them all? Small, large, medium, grande, everything?
So on the large caps, I do mostly options.
Okay.
Between 5 and 10 contracts. And usually contracts that are at 30, 33 cents. So they're, I move my stop losses into profits, and I find that takes me out a lot because there's a lot of stop runs that happen on those large caps. But green's green, I'll take it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But many times I get picked off, and then right after it just shoots up. So I'm starting to do more stops in like scaling out of my position so that I still have a couple of runners that can go.
Right.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Something you've learned. Leave a little piece on. Let them work.
And I know my man Reese here, he's going to have got the cigar rolling. He's going to have a nice bourbon here. I'm telling you right now, Kevin Avery and Reese would be good buddies hanging out together. I just know it.
Oh, yeah. I enjoy a good bourbon too, Reese. Come on down to Florida for our event. We'll get you on karaoke night.
Yeah, you got to come down, Reese. That would be fun if you can make it down because you're in Georgia, aren't you, Reese?
Yes, sir. Atlanta.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Bring it on down to Orlando for the money show. We'll talk more about that. I know as we promote that more and so as we get closer to it in mid-October. But yeah, that'll be would love to hang out with you traders and of course talk more, get to know you more there, of course, in person. But yeah, man, enjoy it. Enjoy your week. I saw y'all there through Friday, Saturday, and then heading back home.
Yeah, Sunday we go back.
Yeah. But for you, you're always on vacation. You're always living the dream, eh?
Hey, you know what? It's what I tell people. So I work from 6:30 to 10:30, and then I have the whole day left to do like chores around the house or other stuff.
Right.
But it's, I mean, if you can make it happen, it's a good life.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It really is. And that's the thing too. What you're doing is helping other traders. And that's the thing about this is building a community and like, you know, of talking to someone and saying, here's what I went through and what I did. And it's the traders, in my opinion, that kind of hold themselves up and don't find a mentor, don't find a community that's worth being in, that they do face those losses and don't get to talk to someone about it. And that's why I love doing this, you know, having you guys on the call in, and it's great to express what you've been through.
To share it. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. For sure. 100%.
Bob for fun saying that's the dream. Yeah, that's the absolute dream. Yeah. Reese, thank you for calling in and sharing some of your trading journey. Appreciate getting to know you a little better as well. We'll see you around in chat. Any last words from you, Reese?
Thanks for having me on, guys, and keep up the good work. And I'll see you guys in Orlando.
Oh, I like that. I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. Yeah. All right, Reese, then. What's your go-to karaoke song? If you're gonna throw one out for us, what's the song I can hear you singing here in about a month?
Give us a little introduction.
What song? Which one we gonna be jamming?
Probably Greenwood. Proud to be a man.
Okay. All right.
I think it's called "God Bless the USA" is the actual title. But
there, yeah. All right. Hey, I'm down. After a few bourbons, I'll get up there and start singing it with you. I can't wait. That is so awesome. So sweet. Now, thank you for calling in, Reese, again, and calling back in. And with the reception, you sounded good. Heard every bit of it. So thank you for calling in. And yeah, bro. Hopefully, I'll see you maybe in a session or whatever beforehand. But if not, see you here on the show, or if you call in again. And man, I can't wait for Orlando. I can't wait. Now we're gonna have like 20 people from the call-in show that are be joining us down there.
We do. We got a lot of people coming. James is coming. A couple of guys from my chat, your chat. We got a lot coming. It's gonna be a party. It's gonna be a big karaoke night. Big karaoke night over in Orlando.
Yes, sir.
In mid-October. So, Reese, thank you for calling in. Traders, we'll take another call. One more call. If you got something, share it with us. A little bit of your trading journey experience, winners, losers. We are happy to hear it all. Go ahead and call in. Josh and I are ready to take the call.
Thank you again, Reese Bub. Thank you again for calling in, bud. And man, now
have a good rest of your vacation.
Yeah, what's funny, every time I talk to him or see his name in chat, whenever I see it, I immediately think of Reese's Pieces. Yeah. Oh my God! Now I need to, especially being this time of the year and candy, because I'm not. My wife is big candy eater. I'm not. I like it, but I'm not like I always have to have it. She does. Oh, but this time of the year is when I have to have it or want it anyway. Love it. It's just crazy how expensive candy's gotten. You know those big bags you get of like Snickers. They're like 20.
You're dressing up for Halloween. Even though you don't have kids, you're going to dress up and go get all that candy out there, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, I do. I actually do. Yeah. Me and my wife, she loves them. It's another thing of, it seems like a lot of women love candy and Halloween. They love to dress up. So yeah, I do every year. We do most years anyway. And we dress some of the dogs up. So here we go. One more call for the day. Let's get Jason in chat. Here we go. Jason, can you hear us?
All right.
Oh, hold on.
Mr. Jason. Merging the calls.
There we go. We good to go, Jason?
Mr. Jason, we good?
What happens is that we have that first call. I don't know why I should have hung up on. I should have done something. Now he should call in. It keeps making these conference calls, and it builds one conference call under another. There we go. Can you hear us, Jason?
What's going on?
There we go.
Oh, let me mute my TV.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it creates these extra.
I hear you.
Yeah. You can hear us. I can hear you. Can you?
Nice. What's going on, guys?
Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on. Let me merge. Hold on a sec. Let me merge. There's Jason. Merge into this one. All right. Unhold. There we go.
We good?
Jason?
Yep. Hello.
Boom.
Jason.
Gotcha.
Got it. Sorry, I'm the producer.
What's going on?
You're good. I'm like the producer over here, so I'm like having to do the okay, come on. Why isn't this working? We got it, though. Can you hear him? Can you hear him now?
It'll get smoother as you go.
You good? Yeah, exactly. 100%. You hear him, Kevin? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's why. There we go.
Okay. Merging.
Yep.
That'll be good to go.
Jason, can you hear us? Oh, hold on. Here we go.
All right.
Let me unhold it. Jason, can you hear us?
Jason, good to go.
Yep, I hear you both now.
Cool.
Okay, Jason. Yeah, awesome. Where are you from? Tell us a little bit about your journey. How long you been trading?
I've been trading about 7 months now. In Oklahoma City, right next to Josh, taking the one-on-ones with him. Now I don't hear Josh anymore, just Kevin.
You're good. I'm not talking. Can you hear me though?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm listening to your story like a little dork over here.
So 7 months in,
he's been helping me along with it.
Good.
We just saw a video on YouTube of Ross Cameron actually, and I don't know, watched a little of his stuff, and then just opened up the snowball from there.
Oh yeah. That Ross Cameron or Tim Sykes, I know earlier it was Mitch that brought up Tim Sykes' name, and you stumble upon him. You stumble upon a name essentially that's on social media, whether it's YouTube or it's Twitter, now X or whatever it is, and you're like, oh, this is interesting, okay, and then like you said, that snowball effect happens, Jason, and you just go down the rabbit hole.
Yep, we found Deck and went to Tradecaster, and then we found AK, and it just went from there.
Yeah.
Now we're pretty much just on AK's page, but. It was pretty cool. My biggest trade was actually just a couple weeks ago on the 8th. Day I had a one-on-one with him. It was in Octo. Got in at 41.29 for 250 shares, and it dumped down $4 in less than a minute for a 950 profit. It was pretty good.
Oh, you're in. You got the elevator down style going now. You're in the shorting.
It was in one candle.
Shorting. It took me years to transition from the longs to shorts. So the shorting, so the dark side. Welcome to the dark side. It's certainly profitable, and those elevator downs, my favorite. Great trade.
And it's like gravity. It's there. And that's why I brought it to TTP also, is now that we can actually get on there and short and not put a ton of money into it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got Kevin, that's pretty much, of course, what I teach and preach, the shorting. So a lot of my, I'm open to have whatever the trader is, because I always have that at first. I want to go over, hey, here you can be any kind of trader you want. But most, it seems like in the end, just love that shorting side. So most that's why I always don't know why you always see it as the dark side. I don't know why we say that, Kevin, still to this day. But I always saw myself as Thanos, and I was like, all right, all you guys can be the Avengers. I'll be the dark side, and I'll be the shorter, and I'll label myself as Thanos.
Exactly. Well, when you first get started, everybody's thinking you naturally want to root for companies, but then eventually you realize they just all pretty much go to zero anyways, especially in small cap land. So right. You trade what is objectivity. Yeah. But yeah, Jason. So 7 months in, and you're already seeing some good results. And you're trading that trade the pool?
Yeah, I've passed a couple 25K evals now, and then I go big and blow them up basically right after. But
okay,
this one I'm actually, I'm up a couple $100 on my latest funded account, so that's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's last couple of weeks I've took a couple max losses, so I've been all gun shy the last week or so. But I don't know, getting out of it a little bit, taking a couple trades today. I'm up $200. But
love it.
Baby steps.
Yep, exactly. Baby steps back into it. Just got to creep back into it. Next thing you know, it's a month from now, 2 months from now. And what seems so daunting and overwhelming, right now or even a week ago, you don't even have that feeling anymore. That emotion will leave itself. And again, it just reminds me of, unfortunately, like me and all my animals, when one passes, it sucks. It sucks right when it happens. Yep. It sucks a week later. It still sucks too, but as a month and then 4 months, and it still sucks. I can think of bears. I could probably cry about any of my animals that pass, but it's not like it used to be. I'm still happy all the time, where that slowly but surely, where you're so sad at first, but same thing happened to me at first. I'm sure happened to Kevin. You get that, you take a big loss here and there, especially after you take a really big win, you kind of step back, man, am I seeing things right? Am I doing things right? Let me just slowly creep back into this and get some small baby wins. And you're doing great, my man. You're doing
being great. It causes, you to be timid a little bit. Something I've been working on too is I used to be aggressive to try to recover, Jason. That's when I get aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to do better now is be aggressive when things are going very well. Not just on exactly. So that's something I'm working on, being aggressive even on the green days, not when I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole. Because oftentimes what you'll do, if you haven't found this out yet, is you're trying to dig yourself out of the hole, you dig yourself deeper in the hole, whereas you should just throw the shovel down, when you're in that hole. And thankfully with TTP, you got that max loss anyway to protect you from digging yourself too deep anyways.
Yep. No, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. it's rough. I didn't know if you were up in the day, it would let you go past that far. So I was up 500 one day and ended up taking like an $1,100 loss. Like, it was just ridiculous. Like, it was one of them hope and holds. Like, I was just so sure it was going to come back, and then I averaged in and bought in more, and like it just murdered me. But lesson learned. Now since then, like, I got like a $50 stop loss limit, but I get squeezed out of a lot of trades early because of that. So it's a fine line.
Yeah, it's good though. We only really learn in those drawdowns, so it's good. You got to have that pain. It's the market tuition, as you've heard. That's really only when you learn. I mean, if you're winners, we don't learn much on. We just, it's always usually the losses that get seared into our memory. It's like, I will not do that again, because you heard Josh say, he did that once, and that was it, because it was too. We avoid that these days. Yeah.
It was nice that $1,000 a loss only cost me $110. So
right,
that was a bonus as well.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah.
So moving forward with this funded now, are you trying to take it a little slower, not swinging too hard?
Today I've been buying 250 shares at a time. Like, actually, I've been getting into bots like the last 2 weeks from Michael Noss on here, and so I haven't been trading a whole lot, just a couple times a day. Like, I want to get all these going, and like, I don't know, let them take all the emotion out of it. Like, it'll be so much nicer.
Yeah, good job today.
Absolutely.
I mean,
it'll trade on the side.
Yeah, SPRC, good short, and then from here, like we've even talked about, just let's take a break, relax after this. Like, say the show's over, I'm up, I'm green on the day. There's no point to force, and then like we've talked about, keeping that same share size, not 250. Now I'm gonna go to 500 on this one. Keep doing 250, 250, 250, 250.
Yeah.
And it just builds in that repetition where you're just doing it day in, day out, and it just kind of becomes so ingrained in your brain. It's such an awesome thing to do subliminally when you can trade and you don't have to think much about it, because that's all you do at first. You're just overthinking the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that one this morning was good. I trailed my stop loss down. I didn't squeeze it out. I mean, I was up like 225 at one point, and I think I stopped out for $100 because it did return and go back up. But
it's all right.
Hey, I pulled $100 profit, and here to get in again.
Yeah, well, it's like what you've seen probably on my Discord when Detmar was talking about earlier, and he's like that AK thing he always talks about, where my analogy, and same thing for you, Kevin, which I don't think I brought this one up to you, but Kevin, if I walked, you're in the streets of New York, and you and the family are walking down, and you got your kids and the wife, and all of a sudden I come up to you and hand you $100 bill. You're not going to look at me and go, "Where's my other? I want 400. You only gave me $100." No, you would go, "This guy just gave me babe, he just gave me $100." And then your wife's probably like, "Oh, it's probably fake." But anyway, but you get my point. If I handed you $100 on the street, you aren't going to then go ask me for 200 or 300 or 400 more. You're going to say, "Oh my God, I just got $100." You didn't wake up with that. Take it, honor it. Yeah, well,
some people work in the corner. They are like, "Wait, you only giving me $1?"
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But no.
I get what you're saying though. That's been my struggle too. I mean, just like the profits. It's like I see 100, I want to take it off, versus letting the trade work out. And Jason, I think over time you're going to experience this, where you're going to take your edge as it presents itself and trade well, and the profits are a byproduct of just trading well. You're no longer going to really focus so much on the numbers, but just on trading your edge and trading it systematically. And it sounds like you're heading in that direction anyways with the bots. So you have the right approach. I love it.
Yeah, I can't wait. Like today, it's nice when you're like pinched in the profit at $100 stop loss. It's up 200 at the time. Like my take profits at 325. Like. And it's like, all right, either I'm making 100 or I'm making 325. I'm fine with either.
Right. And that's the good thing, is being okay with either. And that you have to have that greedy. I could have had 320, and then because that starts building bad habits. Being okay with that 100, and moving on to the next trade, because you will get those 325s here.
Usually when it's up 150, I'll just drop my stop and squeeze it out, and like I gotta stop doing that and back it off a little.
Yeah. I love it, man. Thank you for calling in, Jason. Seriously, like I said, appreciate you guys, and sharing your stories with these traders is just huge. So I appreciate you calling in. So
absolutely.
Anything else, like Kevin always says, any last comments? Because you're new, and I know there's got to be some other newer traders out there. You're less than a year old, essentially, when it comes, so to speak, in your trading journey. So what would you, tell other traders that are new into this? What would your?
Well, me and my girlfriend, like, we both started the same time, so we're kind of like 2 for 1. We both do one-on-ones with you, so we both get like more bang for our buck. And I don't know, like we both go over each other's trades at the end of the day and like, what was I thinking getting in there or whatever.
Awesome.
And like, I don't know, it helps out a lot to have another brain looking at it with you.
She'll probably be a better trader than you too. Like my wife's never traded.
Yeah,
but I'm sure
she charts like
she'll be
Magellan.
so good. Yeah. Yeah, right. I don't know. It's like my wife. I'll tell her about the day, and she's always like, "Well, why didn't you just do this?" I'm like, "I don't know, babe. Like, I should have. Why don't you press the buttons for me?"
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I think
She sits right next to me and takes her trades. I take mine. It works out.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, you keep each other accountable too. I mean, that's incredible.
I think that
you guys are a good duo.
Yeah, and that's the thing I would say right there from the word verbiage I would use for what Jason just said. You've got to hold yourself accountable. Whether it's me, you're doing one-on-ones with me, you got a live streamer like me or like Kevin or Money Mitch or whatever. You got someone to be accountable, where it's your wife or your best friend, your girlfriend that's also trading with you. You got to hold yourself accountable, because if you do not, I promise you, it will be a very much longer journey, or be one that never becomes a finished one for you when it comes to stock trading. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Well, bro, thank you for calling in, my man.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys.
No, thank you. I appreciate you calling. So I'll be talking to you soon, I'm sure, Jason. And yeah, anytime you guys want to call back in, whatever the story might be, Jason, please call in. You're always welcome, brother.
Right on. Thank you.
Later, my man.
Later.
Yay, sweet. Thank you, Jason, for calling. That was awesome. Good call there.
Sweet. All right. Well, took 3 callers. Very cool.
Yeah. I guess we could wrap it up here, because I mean, I'm sure more we could. I could sit here and keep. Hey, who else wants to call in? But I know we'll go ahead and wrap it up. But any last comments, my man? Any last thoughts for the day? Go ahead, Mr. Kevin Avery.
Guys, just again, I mean, what we've been hearing on these calls, I mean, it's very thematic, as in traders find an edge and approach to trading, but we can kind of we are the issue essentially in the piece of the puzzle right there, the missing piece. We need to essentially just make sure we're always sticking to the risk, never letting the one trade blow us up. That's why TTP is so helpful as far as that goes. It's easy to get over convicted. It's easy to go into tilt. I did it last week, going into tilt in trading. It's tough. I mean, it's emotionally exhausting. You always just have to, have the risk on trade. Always plan the trade and trade the plan. Plan the trade and trade the plan. You got to consider you're the house at a casino, right? And the house is never focused on individual hands. They're focused on the series, the sum, the repetition of it all. So we got to try, as hard as it is, and it's a struggle for me too. That's why I'm discussing it right now. We have to focus on, and I'm going to get into this when I have my interview with Katz on the funded account. You'll see the equity curve. It's focusing on not one trade, but the sum. If you have an edge in trading, then you're going to get the reward over time. You have to involve yourself in those favorable conditions, but it's through the series, never focusing on individual trades. I'll leave that with you, Mr. Josh, for the last word, and then let us know, traders, if there's anything else you'd like us to go over. And outside of that, we're going to wrap up the trading day and week over here at TTP.
Yep. Ditto what you just said. So I'll just go straight to the other part. Thank you for everyone that joined. And yes, Jay Angelo, back to you, all you guys again in chat. Thank you for the love. Appreciate that. Derek, and yes, again to you guys, every Thursday we'll be doing this. So Tuesday and Thursday is the days you can count on me and Kevin Avery to join and go a little bit longer than Money Mitch and Michael. So we'll carry that on for an extra hour. And then on top of that, Thursdays we'll go for an extra hour on top of that, which will be the call-in show. So that'll start every Thursday right around 12 p.m. Eastern. Moving forward, you can see, more we do these. We got it down now, I think, pretty good. And we'll get it more smooth for sure as we go through it. It'll just be so easy. And then you guys will call in more and more and more. 3 calls a day. We actually had another one. She just texted me back, Alejandra. She got busy, but we could have had 4 today overall, which would have been nice. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, any comments, any concerns, anything else, you can always get a hold of us. Kevin's putting his information out there. I'll put mine out in a minute. But for everyone else, CR Trader, Derek, Kevin, yourself, of course, talking to my co-host over there, but Tim, G Delcor, Paula, Premier Marketing, Fred, Austin Trader, Reese, G Delcor, 54 Fun, all you guys. Thank you for coming over and making this very fun over the last couple of hours. And of course, this call-in show is going to continue to grow. So tell your friends, tell your family to come in, learn, and just be a part of something that we're sharing, for a lot of other people out there that this can benefit from this, big time. So that's it. Just wrapping up on that. Done with stocks. Just telling you guys thanks and get ready for this week in, week out, because today was great.
It was great. Yep. Derek, appreciate you as well. We appreciate all of you. I want all of you funded. We're going to do everything we can to get you your equity curve going in the right direction. We're going to do everything we can for it. Guys, that's going to wrap up today. If you have any questions, email us, callinshow@tradethepool.com. This has been a good call show today, guys. I appreciate you all. Have a good rest of your day. Stay safe and disciplined. Embrace the risk. Accept the results. We will see you next week.
Boom.